ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Hello everyone and welcome to another day of the ESL SC2 Masters. My camera is doing things. Well, that's very exciting. Well, that's that is one I didn't expect to see right there. Yeah, that's fun. Okay, well, I'll figure that one out. Cats, how are you doing? You look a little bit more normal than I do, so yeah, how are you feeling today, mate?
Just a little bit, yeah. I'm doing all right. How are you, Worthy Chum?
Yeah, I'm clearly a little bit wonky apparently. This is a new experience for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I seen it. It's not that rare.
Yeah,
Surely it's happened to you before.
I don't think I've ever been black and white and then green and purple at the same time. So I mean, I'm
really? Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely a new one. So yeah, I'll try and fix this one up, guys, and figure out what's going on.
I think it's a classic. I'm sure someone in the chat knows it.
Yeah, apparently I just fixed myself. So there you go. We've
nice.
We've become the normal setup once again. All right, guys, I'm back to being the right shade and everything. How are we all doing? Welcome to the stream today. Wardy, as you can tell, joined by Kat. We have a bunch of StarCraft ahead of us. I think we're very excited for it. And ready to have a good time. Thanks, of course, just as we get going. Let's just get the stuff out of the way. The sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and ESL Shop. And, of course, as well, you can get your tickets for the offline finals in Atlanta, dreamhack.com/Atlanta/tickets. You can get 20% off with the code StarCraft as we get to resume our very awesome regionals, Cats. We've got some very awesome games coming up. We will have a look at the schedule in a moment, but first of all, let's have a quick peek at where the groups stand here on day number 3. Well, not day number 3, but round 3. Here is the European Group A. We're going to see a lot of matches from players that are 2-0 today. A lot of players will start to make their way into playoffs as Serral, Spirit, Rainor, and HeroMarine sit in that position. It's kind of the usual suspects so far here in Europe, Cats.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I love that Spirit is now a usual suspect because I completely agree. But, you know, in prior times, we might have expected a little bit of an upset over his compatriot in the Laser, for example, who is sitting at a little bit of a risky position.
Yeah.
Riskier anyway.
Absolutely. We'll actually be seeing quite a few matches from this group a little bit further on in the day. But, of course, Europe is split into 2 groups, so we'll take a very quick peek over at the European Group B as well. So let's take a look at what is going on in Group B of the competition also, and just see who else is looking to make playoffs. Lambo, Skillous, MaxPax, and Clem are in great position. They, again, actually, I think we're going to see all of those 2-0 guys in action today as well as some Showtime and Acro. So, again, more of the usual suspects, Cats. Europe so far is kind of playing out, at least at the top, how we expect it to.
For sure, but yeah, I mean, yeah, this is kind of interesting because like it is how we are expecting it to today, but at the same time, like Showtime, you know, not sitting as pretty as you would think. Wayne has had some really strong performances as well, so it's good to see him where he is. But he could have upset Clem as well, and you know, yeah, that would be a shakeup. Yeah,
there was actually some crazy almost results last week. That's for sure. And hopefully some crazy almost results today because we've got some really fun matches coming up. It's all going to start off with Rainor versus Spirit. Then Serral takes on HeroMarine. MaxPax fights Skillous. Lambo against Clem. Showtime, Acro, and Bly Spats are some of the non-2-0 matches in Europe. And then Americas is just amazing as well, Cats. I think you'll like some of these, specifically that special colors. We've got Eric and Eggs playing later as well. It's just a fun day of StarCraft, man.
Yeah, it looks really good. On America, it seems like there's going to be a little bit more one-sided matches, but it's not like complete underdogs that are going to get stomped, right? So there's potential for upset, and there's potential for these players to prepare and kind of bring their A game against their counterparts in, say, Scarlett Special, Astrea. Kazer, I think, and Special is obviously an amazing matchup, but given the history between the two, you know, Special doesn't have much to prove there.
No, that's pretty true. As we will then get ready for our first match of the day, Cats. It's going to be that Rainor versus Spirit match. I'm just going to resize you a little bit here because I couldn't do that before, so don't mind me, guys. Apparently the cameras just don't want to be my friend today. Sometimes life be like that. Sometimes the cameras just don't want to play nice, but what can you do?
Oh, I'm invading your camera now.
That's okay.
I'm one of your Pokemon.
Get out of here! Oh, no. Nelly caught you. You didn't stay in the Pokeball, though, so...
Bro.
All right, players are ready, and it is going to be that Rainor versus Spirit matchup to start us off here today. So again, to get this underway, you're going to get this all started. And it's actually a cool one because Spirit knocked Rainor out last season to make it into the top 4 of the tournament. It was an epic 3-2 match in the playoffs, and obviously we're hoping for more of that today. If Spirit can beat Rainor again when it's kind of, you know, the big match, the big time, that would be freaking incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, like, I feel like this is more even playing fields for both of them, because I feel like Rainor is the type of player who grows with crowds, who grows with, you know, like large events. He's a big game hunter. And we're not, say, at the live event in Atlanta yet, right? That this is leading to. We are at a stage where Spirit thrives and is in his comfort zone. So, yeah, I would not be surprised at an upset, and I am hoping for a 2-1 either way.
All right, well, in the top right corner of the map, our blue Terran player to kick things off today is going to be Spirit.
And in the bottom left-hand side, it is Rainor. Yo, boy.
Yeah, definitely, kind of, you know, it's really cool to see Spirit doing great, but I'd love to see Rainor. I know he won Gamers 8 not long ago, but he just, again, but I don't want to say he bombed out. Like, he had a close series with Spirit last time around, but Rainor's the kind of guy we expect to be seeing competing for these European regionals. And I think he comes in wanting to absolutely make a statement today. You know, going up against the guy that knocked him out last time. I don't think he's going to be doing much messing around, cats.
I don't know. I was looking at his drones, and he had 3 on the same patch, for example. You know, when there were 2 patches that were. So that's what I'm saying. It's like if we were in a live event, I'm sure he's just so tuned in that stuff like that never happens. But I think his Aligulac even doesn't reflect how strong of a player he is when he turns up. Right, and I really hope that he does turn up in these type of events. But historically, right, it's people like Clem that really turn up in these offline events, and Rainor doesn't tend to do too well even in the team leagues and stuff like that. So I don't know what it is. I think it really is that he prepares for those live events so much more, and yeah, I hope that he will prove me wrong here.
Yeah, he really kind of levels up to reach his peak once he gets to that sort of you know, the live event. Like, he almost like plans his training schedule around like, hey, I'm going to be at my very best at this week of StarCraft, maybe 2 weeks, and then I'm going to like simmer off a little bit. Like, he really seems to benefit from taking the breaks, but he knows when to stop playing to make sure he's at his best when it counts the most.
Or when he has something to prove, also he turns up, right? Like when he announces, like, you know, like, I bombed out, so like now I'm going to show everyone what I'm about, then I believe that he's going to show up. Right now, I don't know in what state of mind he is, but we'll see what happens here. It's just a very standard opening to start things off, so nothing out of the ordinary at all.
Yep, just CC first from Spirit, but that is on a larger map, really nothing too crazy, and not much Rainor can do about it now. It's very hard to reactionarily punish a command center first, so Spirit will pretty much just get away with this. He will be off and away to his nice, strong economy to start off with, and just a few circlings going to linger around from Rainor here and there, just going to take a couple different positions. As, yeah, we wait to kind of see what Spirit wants to do. TVZ has been such an interesting matchup because we've, for years and years, seen TVZ be all about reacted Hellions, and we're seeing an all-time low of reacted Hellions, and that allows for builds like this from Rainor. Super fast Baneling Nest going down. That's way earlier than defensive. This is absolutely him looking to Bane Bust his way to a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be wild. And I love what he was doing with the Overlord as well. He didn't have it straight on the pillar. That was not a mistake. It's that on this map, the Overlord doesn't have full range of vision to the right side where the supply depot is being placed right now for Spirit, if it is on the pillar. So the Reaper could have snuck in through the corner, or snuck out rather. So he had it a little bit offset and then repositions it. So he is aware that Spirit has not left his base, and yeah, he's looking to surprise here.
Oh, and he gets the catch on the Reaper as well. So now Spirit does not see anything else. He doesn't see any extra lings being made. The Banes are already morphing. The only good news from Spirit is he is at least building reacted Hellions, a Banshee too. If there's a way to be safe, that would be it. If there's a way to be safe, at least without seeing it, as he does lose a few lings there as well.
Yeah, and they get as bruised as can be. That was the perfect Hellion shot. So those links are gonna have to be morphed into Banelings if he wants to make good use of them, and he hasn't yet. So maybe he'll just bunch them up. I mean, they'll be half health by the time they arrive. They might get one shot, but he's going for it right now. No time for Banelings, it seems. So let's see what happens here.
Yep, just going to start wandering those first banelings forward, and now it's time for Spirit to start reacting. 4 Hellions on this ramp will pull up to the high ground.
Good reaction.
Yeah, force these banelings to make sure that they are going to have to bust through, and they will do that. There's a lot of SCVs for grabs on the low ground. More Banes still available in the main. Banshee pops out, does not get any target fire on these banelings in the main base either, and that means that we get a lot more kills. The Hellions out on the map, well, they came back and they got surrounded immediately. 17 workers so far. That equalizes the damage up until this point.
Yep, I mean, there's still stuff going on here. A lot of the links are trying to close in on the Hellions. The Banshee is doing what it can, but it's not the ideal unit for the scenario. Spirit dropping a little bit in supply, but in terms of, I mean, if he can just stave off this aggression, then he will be fine, as he does have the double command centers, the double orbitals, so I think he's A-okay. I think this game might continue.
Yeah, Raynor's just going to try and grab a couple more workers. 36 workers killed. I mean, it was just the Banshees. Obviously, they don't do well with Lings, but you're kind of right. You know, double orbital can at least rebuild to some extent. He'll have the Banshees to go harass with as well. And obviously, Rainor invested into this fully. So Rainor's worker count is obviously now still pretty good. 20 ahead isn't bad. If he can stave off the aggression of the Banshees, he probably is in a good lead. But let's see if he can stave off the aggression of the Banshees. And also, just remember that his tech will be very late as well. Not that Spirit has any real way right now to go and punish that.
Yeah, I mean, the Banshees are going to try for sure, and Rainor shouldn't really look for too much more aggression. That is links that are not drones, but, you know, they could continue to surprise at the natural. So Spirit needs to be careful to have enough of a substantial Hellion count before the Banshees can move out, and then maybe the Banshees can go and do something. I would almost like Cloak, but I guess he doesn't have really the gas income for it.
I think.
Or he has already Beast. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, so that's going to give him some more options at least, although left finishing from Rainor, so he should have an Overseer to be able to move around detection-wise. He already has a Spore set up on the main, third, and natural. And he's just going to immediately drop the Spire. I kind of love the Spire in this situation. You know, mutas are very good when the Terran is underprepared. They really snowball quickly. So if the Terran can't get enough up against those mutas, there's a very real scenario where these mutas not only shut down the Banshees and the Hellions, but then there's just not going to be anything to shut the mutas down in return when they go across the map.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, is the Banshees are a freebie almost. So it's kind of like, you know, you're recouping some big part of the investment into the Spire tech by just going muta, knowing that your opponent has Banshees. And really, Spirit doesn't want to be, you know, spreading himself too thin right now. He is on recovery mode himself, and he's doing an okay job of catching up. Already 36 workers. He was down at 12 just recently. And with the triple orbital, again, I think that this still can be a game, but definitely in favor of Rainor, I would say, at the moment.
Yeah, obviously just maintaining the 20 worker lead is a big thing. You know, we're not catching back up as Spirit, and Rainor's not been underproducing units either. He's got enough Lings just to catch these Hellions, get rid of most of them on the way into the natural. A few of them survive. We'll have a little bit of one-shot potential here, but only for a couple of hits. It's still a pretty quick cleanup. There's 4 kills. Obviously, it helps Spirit, but you're still 15 workers ahead as Rainor, so you're still in that kind of range of safety. And, yeah, some lost mining time. The Banshees will try and poke on the right side cats, but there'll be a couple kills. The Queens are very well prepared, though.
Yeah, and they're on a timer as well, because the muta are now in production. And I really love what Rainor did there, because he produced extra workers, thinking that Spirit was likely to kind of go in and attack, right? It's not, or I'm sorry, extra units. It's not like Rainor was trying to prepare an attack himself with just circlings on the other side. It's that he sees with his nicely set up perimeter of overlords that the Hellions are coming in, and he probably assesses the situation very quickly, thinks, okay, like those are actually enough Hellions that I don't have enough circlings, and produces circlings. But not only that, but on the hatchery that the Hellions are coming into, so they pop up kind of like in the perfect location and time to stave off that aggression, and Spirit doesn't find too much.
On the middle then, as they will set up, there are missile turrets being established, but obviously that's all well and good for your main, your natural, but then how do you push out toward this third base? How do you start utilizing your workers that go beyond that 2-base saturation? The mutas are almost always going to find some opening here, and even just knocking down this depot, that's scary, cats, because now Ling run-bys potentially become more of a factor, and you're already playing off of a lower unit count here as Spirit, so not being able to actually move through, and even if he loses the upgrades, like, these are all terrible things for him.
Absolutely, and he wasn't set up for muta at all, right? Like, we see tanks in production, like at this stage against muta, you probably would prefer to have mines. The tanks are really not going to do much for you until you have a lot of units, and right now you're trapped in your base against your 4-base opponent, so let's see if Spirit can even hold this off. Nicely tucked in between the minerals, and the tank is going to be exposed as well to the muta and free for the taking if he wants it. So Rainor should have that as well. Extra links now pouring into the natural. And Spirit in a world of hurt. This game is just, yeah, not going too well for him.
Yeah, it was a good idea from Rainor. You know, there was a lack of Marines. He focused to the Marines as well, knowing that the moment those Marines go down, the mutas will get rid of the tanks. And now Rainor controls the natural. He's going to turn back onto those upgrades, which he might be able to deny +1 attack. He's been working on that for a while. He contaminated, so it was behind the +1 armor, so that's an upgrade. That Spirit is not going to get back in the game with. Rainor pretty committed, no upgrades of his own on the way. He really wanted to do some damage here, and obviously he finds 8 SCVs. Maybe not the most damage, but I do feel like denying the attack upgrade is a big thing. The mutas are still committing through. Rainor believes he has too many air units versus not enough Marines. And yeah, he is absolutely just going to get rid of every single Marine. There's nothing you can do at this point for the Terran. It's pretty much just checkmate.
Yeah, absolutely not. And it's not like you want to switch into mines at this stage either, because your tech lab is on the factory, right? So you would produce one at a time. It would be a little bit of a hassle. It would take too long. So I don't blame Spirit for continuing on the tank production. But yeah, Rainor beautifully capitalized, and unlucky for Spirit as well that his transition was such. Like after the Banshees and whatnot, he just didn't smell the muta at all.
Yeah, no, it was rough. I think in the end, just took a little bit too much damage. It's one of those scenarios where that amount of work damage is like, oh, surely he's dead. But then sometimes with Terran, it's really like not the case. But then they need to also be out on the map with something, right? Like they need the Hellions to hit and, you know, get rid of a few drones, or to force a few more units, or the Banshees to be straight across. But because he lost so many units as well, he really didn't have the safety net to, like you say, get the Banshees straight across the map. So instead, he had to keep them at home until he had the Hellions, and then when he finally attacked, it was already just a little too late. Rainor had opened up the gap even further and really preserved the worker difference, which then obviously on top of that, the mutas going unscouted is pretty much just going to seal the deal on that one. And that is going to be Rainor 1-0 against Spirit. Something to prove today, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that is exactly how I felt, right? Is, okay, like you still have 3 orbitals, you have Banshees. I didn't even know about the cloak. You have cloak, my god, like, yeah, there's probably some potential for counter-aggression, but difficult to make that decision, and Rainor was clearly on top of that potential by making links and just having them on the side of the map of Spirit, ready to run into the natural again, should the Banshee show up on his side. So just great play from Rainor, and yeah, he's going to take the victory, well-deserved.
Hard Lad will be map number 2, so into our second game of this best of 3, of course. Everything's still best of 3 here in week 2 of the ESL Regionals. Best of 5s being reserved for them playoff matches, as we do have ourselves on the top left-hand side, the player that opens up with the first map win of the day, the Red Zerg from Basilisk, Rainor.
Can he get some energy from Halloween? It is Spirit.
I like that guy. If only they played yesterday,
yeah,
you know?
One day late.
Yeah,
what does Ferrari say? 1 day late and $1 short, yeah.
Yeah. Well, can't have it all your way, I suppose. Not all the time. As we get ourselves up in the rolling in game number 2. See what is going to come to the table here. A couple drones coming out, the SCV on the way. And Spirit, obviously, a bit of a shorter map, hard led, so probably not. I was going to say probably not going to go CC first, but he actually is just going to go for it again. He just sort of feels like, hey, I can do this every game. Don't think Rainor's going to do anything to blindly counter me. Definitely not if I do it twice in a row.
Yeah, a little bit of a beast, especially because it is a short map, right? So you would expect that if he's going to switch it up, it's here. You know, I would love to see a game 3 where Rainor just like 12 pulls him or something like that.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Really punish this kid for believing he can just CC first against me all the time. Yeah, well, he definitely went punishing in the end last time. Like I say, it's funny because the meta so much at the moment is to not go reacted Hellions. So it feels like these early Bane busts has been, you know, really annoying to deal with, because you just, you know, Hellions are the best thing you can have, because once the Banes are busted, you can actually then still just deal with the Lings fairly well, which we kind of saw. It was unfortunate you had 2 Hellions on the map. They got caught. It definitely wasn't the best case scenario. If you had all 6 Hellions at home, he really has such a good time. You just hold behind that wall off. It's probably very difficult for the Lings to get in. So yeah, it's kind of funny that Rainor obviously tries to abuse the meta. Still makes it work anyway. The Bane Burst is still good. Just definitely wasn't quite the build he was hoping to be up against when it came down to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're going up against something like the 2 racks into medevacs or something like that, then you know, like the medevacs are going to be a little bit late for that sort of timing, and then you really can exploit you know, the situation. But in this case, you're completely right. If all Hellions had been there, Spirit had a good position as well. Like, he was preemptively positioned for something like this. I'm not saying that he read into it, I'm just saying it's ingrained into his play. So he was very quick to just take one step back and close the wall. Like, he had that ability, and it looked good. Like, even leaving the SCVs at the natural, that was perfect. Like, Rainor needed more than just the SCVs at the natural, and he knew it, so he had to go after the units. He had to bust through the main, and he was able to, and yeah, did enough damage.
Well, let's see what the playstyle will be game 2, because again, we definitely don't expect Rainor to just whack down a Baneling Nest for round 2 here. Spirit may very well just say, you know what, I kind of liked what I was doing. I didn't really get to do it properly, so let's just kind of go for round 2. Like, if he does the same thing, I'm not worried. You know, I feel like he won't, and if he does, I know what to adjust to be able to deal with it, so... Yeah, I kind of like this approach. Factory is going to go to the reactor. We probably are just going to see Hellions once again. And then the starport is on the way up on the side of Spirit.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised for a tech lap into Banshees again, because, I mean, that is a pretty safe opener, especially when you go for the 3rd CC this early, right? So it accounts for roaches and that sort of aggression a little bit better than it does for Circlings, at least on the Banshee side of things. So I'm sure Spirit will look to be a little bit more cautious with his Hellions this time around. And an extremely late link speed is started for Rainor right now.
Yep, just getting very late here, which is something the Hellions maybe could punish. Obviously, if you go for this later link speed, if the Terran can figure that out, they can dive in with those Hellions and perhaps find more success than usual, because the slow lings are not going to be that good at blocking. So let's see if he finds that opportunity. Even the first 2 Hellions could do a lot in these scenarios, as he is thinking about it, but the Queens are in position, so far not going to get kind of the bravery to kind of make that dive in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it would have taken, right? It's a difficult assessment to make. Obviously, you're going up against one of the best Circ players to ever play this game, and they probably have links behind there, and they probably have speed at this stage, but that's not the case, unfortunately, for Spirit, because if he had taken that dive, he's very likely to take a few drones. As it stands now, link speed is almost completed, and Rainor has so many more queens on the back of just, you know, waiting to gather the gas and to invest into link speed, that it's going to be very difficult to breach him. So we kind of completely shifted gears on the side of Rainor from a very aggressive opening to a very macro-focused opening.
Yeah, shifting gears is a great way to say it, because it is just a completely different game, and not just different like, oh, I'm going to build roaches this time, and it just feels different, you know? Like, last game we were over to screaming and scash out, and Spirit was already basically dead. This time, we've really seen nothing happen at all. A single Overlord went down, and beyond that, Spirit's set up with his Hellions, he's setting up with the Banshees. This is all the setup he wanted last time that he never got to show us. So let's see how he can do as he pokes around the left side. The Queens are going to fire up a couple shots on the Hellions there. Just keep them deflected back. This is the dance that you see early in these TVZs. The Hellions want to hunt down that creep. The Queens want to keep them out of mineral lines and then push forward for some of that creep spread as well. So that's the back and forth we'll see for the next few minutes here until a bit more of a serious attack gets onto the map or the Banshees get involved.
Yeah, and if you're Rainor, it's a little bit more forward than back. I mean, you have 10 queens. That's absurd. And that's just going to allow him to, you know, minimize the amount of units that he makes. Already invested late into those, and he's just trying to explode in terms of drone count and base count and creep spread. And yeah, completely different game. So Spirit has a lot to adjust to. At least he's alive now.
Yep, no, at least you're alive. That's definitely, I mean, especially Spirit loves to be in those later game situations, right? He loves to play for the macro game as well, so you know he wants to just kind of push for as much of that as he possibly can. And in this case, he's definitely going to get a shot at that as 1-1 missile upgrades coming through. He's going to get a few drones. The Banshees actually find themselves free and a cancelled Spore Crawler, second cancelled Spore Crawler, so actually pretty nice damage over in the main base. And again, not overcommitted with the Banshees, happy to sit on the edge, chip, and just do a little bit of damage here and there. As the Queens do not get the Banshee on the way out down the left side. Good position from Rainor, just couldn't quite get enough shots off.
Yeah, and Rainor kind of stopped droning a little bit just to get, you know, his upgrades going, to get Roach Speed going as well, and he is going into that Roach tech. I feel like he's kind of done droning, perhaps. I feel like this might be a massive attack on his part now.
Yep, 1-1 Roaches is obviously not an unheard of thing, especially if your opponent invests into a lot of those Hellions early. These are things that will not help you against the Roaches when the attack comes around. More important than ever before that Spirit kept those Banshees alive, even just 2 instead of 1, because any damage that they can provide freely during a 1-1 Roach attack it's really going to add up. It's really going to be one of those things that goes
It's not going to be free, though. Look at the map. Like, it's just not going to be free. The queens, he has 10 of them, and look at the creep spread. I mean, Rainor has been planning for this from the beginning. This is part of his strategy, is to have the queens at the doorstep. I'm almost sure he's going to be breaking the other rocks as well to breach into that very open third. And the queens are going to be right behind those roaches, ready to deal with the banshees.
Even a Nidus, that really is like a step on top of the aggression that I was expecting. So Nidus to reinforce across the map more quickly. Yeah, you're right. These rocks are going to go down. We are going to open up this area. And you're right. The creep spread is literally encroaching on top of Spirit's base, which when he's opened reacted Hellions is kind of a ridiculous statement to be making.
It really is. I mean, Spirit is well entrenched here with 3 tanks at least. Let's see if that's going to be enough. I wouldn't mind the SCVs being pulled off the line if need be. So let's see how this dance ends up. One of the tanks is going to get biled down, but that's going to cost Rainor some units. Spirit maybe going too far forward beyond the tank fire that he needs to be protecting and using to his advantage. SCVs have not yet been pulled. Now some of them try to repair the bunker, but to no avail. And now I think you still have to pull the SCVs. I mean, Spirit is doing a good job. Rainor is taking a lot of fire from those tanks.
Yeah, he really is, man. It's such a complicated fight as we do have the Nidus in the main base well, it actually went up, it did not get denied, but then it didn't get anything out. We had Lings in the natural there, a main course of what a lot of SCVs went down to. I think you're right, pulling the SCVs is almost just a guaranteed thing you're meant to do against this kind of a build, because all you have to do is survive the first wave, and it becomes so much easier when you have better numbers against it after. But yeah, he did not pull him for a long time. We're going to lose another siege tank now. The Banshee's finally going to start going down. The Queens will get rid of both of those. No, the Queens turned around, so that doesn't quite happen. But now we do have the Nidus up in the main, and this time units actually pop out of it.
Yeah, very, very scary. And yeah, the SCV pool is particularly good because there's no Surglings, right? Surglings add damage in such small amounts that SCVs don't get overkilled, whereas Roaches can definitely overkill SCVs. So it's pretty nice to just absorb a lot of that damage indirectly. Still, Spirit looking okay if he can hold, but can he hold? The bile doesn't actually connect. The tank maybe gets one more shot off. Again, the SCVs are pulled off the line. The medevacs are nearly out of energy except for one, and the Banshee has somehow also stayed alive. So this game is still going.
Now we're just going to Nidus up on the high ground, so Rainor looking to maybe reinforce across here more quickly. He's got Lings ready to dive in once more. There's a second tank from Spirit just now ready. That's kind of what he needs. The more tank fire he gets, the better off he may be. Also, moments away from 2-2 for Spirit, which is, again, a big break point where it just becomes that much more powerful for him to really be able to fight against this Roach Ravager Link Force. In we go. That's going to be the big moment. Corrosive Piles will come down onto the first tank. Hits a medevac as we go. Rainor backs away. We're actually going to chase forward as Spirit.
Nice.
He thinks he has enough. He identifies the opportunity, and he is going to get a lot.
Yeah, that was wonderful. Also target firing the Ravagers. They're going to be a little bit flimsier and twice as expensive. Also a lot of utility against the tanks and gas that Rainor doesn't really have to remake. So this looks pretty good for Spirit. All of a sudden now he's going to push Rainor out of here. And a little bit of an overcommitment perhaps for Rainor, but difficult to blame him because it felt to me like the Marines were a little bit out of position. In the way that they were too close to the tanks. You want the Marines a little bit further forward usually, but maybe that was just confidence and a little bit of a bait from Spirit, and it does seem to be working out at the moment. Again, beautiful focus firing onto the Ravagers there in the back with small groups of Marines, and I think he's doing it, Wardicho.
Yes, he is. GG! Spirit is going to take it to a 1-1, and we are going to go game 3 for the first match of the day, cats. We're going to start going the distance to some of these games. Lovely stuff. That was a yeah, very interesting, because obviously Rainor invested into the Nidus, and the Nidus went up in the main, so Spirit messed up. He made the mistake, right? Like, he didn't deny the Nidus, but that almost worked against Rainor, because he almost expected Spirit to send something over there so he could attack heavily in the front. When the Nidus went up and nothing came out of it, well, Spirit's gamble kind of paid off, because then he had everything in the front to keep fighting. That made it a better trade. Then the next time around, the Nidus just wasn't as effective. The few Lings that got on the natural just didn't do enough, and yeah, he didn't quite get rid of the units at the front soon enough, and Spirit was able to build up. You get to 2-2 and everything, and it just becomes such a powerful position. It's almost impossible to stop at that point.
Yeah, and it's so many props to Spirit as well, in the sense that, for example, like, he didn't push his Banshees forward to die to the Queens. Instead, he managed to keep one alive. That aided with a second Nidus as well on cleanup. And yeah, like a little bit of gambles here and there. I think that Rainor could have unloaded a lot more units out of that Nidus, and that might have looked a lot more dangerous. But like you were saying, he was expecting a little bit bigger of a reaction from Spirit. He might have got it if that Banshee had fallen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That could have been maybe the deal breaker as we ourselves. Into lobby, looks as though Spirit just needs a moment or so once he is ready. And as he is right now, we're going to dive ourselves into game 3, which is Solaris. This map, Cats, the kind of map you'd like, you know, there's lots of acceleration zones, it's a little bit small. It feels like there's a lot of funky stuff you can do on this kind of map. How you been liking it?
Well, the acceleration zones are really cool, and I think it's a concept that we should employ more, especially around those corners that are usually so, you know, difficult to get around. So it feels good in that way, but nothing too crazy in the sense that there's like no purple gases and gold bases, which is more of my more of my jam.
That's your jam. That's what you really vibe with. All right, well.
That is where I really vibe, yeah. I was watching Bly the other day. I was like, you know what? He's going to do a proxy hatch into a purple gas. And then I thought he was going to do a Ravager all-in. He didn't. He went Muta. He's just wild.
Bly is something else, man. We're going to see some Bly later today, so you can get excited about that. It's in the bottom left.
Oh, baby.
Get excited right now for our Red Zerg looking to take this series down from Basilisk. It is Rainor.
And on top right-hand side, it is also looking to take the series down for Psystorm Spirit.
So good to see Spirit just doing so well. It's been really fun to watch him lately, and yeah, I mean, he just hasn't slowed down. You know, we saw him really do kind of well last season in the regionals. We've been building him up for a long time. We've been saying, hey, look, we really think Spirit's gonna be this guy to break through, and he never did. And people are like, guys, stop saying it. You know, like you've been saying this for like 2-3 years. Well, he had been, and then he's finally just taken that final step forward, and now he is much more competitive with the players like Rainors and Clems on a more consistent basis. He's consistently performing that bit better. He's taken on the top Koreans in online events repeatedly as well. Like, it's just amazing to see the step forward he's taken this past year, and to see that he finally hit the stride, which I think a lot of us saw him having the potential to do, like I say, even years ago.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's the case because he is kind of like a slow and steady person to progress, right? Like he is the type of player that will focus on those details and like do things methodically time and time again, and he has his own style. And it, you know, when you have your own style and you prefer macro and you have your own philosophy, then it takes a little bit longer to develop. It takes a little bit longer to iterate, especially if you don't have, you know, the hive mind that is saying like, oh no, this is the right way to play. And so in that sense, it's always been that Spirit is actively getting better and better. And now, like you said, when he reaches this stage at which he's at, he also finds consistency because he's not getting better at trickery, he's not getting better at cheesing, like he's just getting better at solid play, and it's there in the cheesiness, I think, that he will find his ultimate form when he starts diversifying more.
And here is a little bit of just switch up, you know. Obviously CC first, CC first, then boom, now we're going to play the 2 Rax Reaper at the front. It's not overly aggressive, we see only a 3rd Reaper, no 4th Reaper it seems, even getting a bunker for safety as well. He's just a little bit afraid of what this opening means from Rainor because it was a pool first. But it's a perfect time because the pool first does nothing at all. The Reapers deal with this, they get quite a few Lings already, and now he's set up to continue to harass, and Rainor, with the investment into the Lings not doing anything, is not quite able to afford a 3rd hatch, and now it's going to be very difficult to get one.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a mind game here for Spirit after baiting that with the prospect of a potentially CC first yet again, and catches a lot of those links out on the map as well. So yeah, this game is looking already pretty good for him, I would say.
Yep. Yeah, I love where he's at, and I love that he's just dropping down a 3rd CC as well. It's a good start. He's going to get his stim pack started up already. He's just going to get himself fully set back at home, and yeah, he can really just control things with these Reapers, and there's not much Rainor can do apart from eventually try and figure out how he's going to get a 3rd, but until he gets link speed, it's going to be really difficult to sneak a drone out unless Spirit kind of messes up with these Reapers, which is possible. It's difficult to stay on top of them all of the time. The Queens get a few more shots there, which maybe frees up a bit of space. Creep Team coming now will let the Creep Queen step further forward as well, so that might be the thing. We just double check, and here is Spirit checking the base. Hasn't gone down yet. Nope, so far he hasn't been able to stop it. Now...
So the drone, I think, yeah.
Corona is going to get over there, but yeah, you see it. So even if you put it down here, these Reapers can do some good damage, and the Queens are going to take a little while to get over. This hatchery might still be in trouble, Cats.
Yeah, for sure. I'm surprised that Spirit doesn't drop grenades. That's actually a little bit stronger damage than just attacking. So might have gotten the cancel a little bit earlier, but maybe he was concerned about the Queen's positioning and trying to bounce them off with the grenades later on.
I think that's probably it. I think he knew he would get it because the grenades would buy him more time to stand there than they would have bought, like, speeding it up, I guess, you know, by grenades in the hatchery. So Yeah, I think he was just looking to grenade the queens back. In the end, that wasn't necessary. Gets the cancel either way. Third hatch rebuilds on the low ground now from Rainor as though a single Reaper went into scout, just double check. There's not a roach roaring or anything, right? I'm just making sure I'm not about to die. He is going to reinvest in a bunker on the natural again. Like, he's a little bit terrified that this has gone almost just too well for him. You know, he's like, hey, you know, it's almost too good to believe, so let's not believe it. Let's just make sure I'm not going to die. Yeah. That does obviously close the gap on Rainor's disadvantage.
Yeah, and I like that you use the word terrified because he is going up against Rainor. I feel like if he did this against someone else, it would be like confidence. And maybe it is. You know, I don't know. I don't know how he feels in this matchup. He has played Rainor so very many times that maybe he feels like he's in a position to play to not lose right now.
Yeah, no, that's a very good way of putting it. He has got stim already done. He salvages the bunker again, so clearly just double making sure I'm not going to die at this timing. Okay, get most of my money back. Reinvest into more units. Medevac's are about to pop. He's about to be aggressive on the map, and this is where we see where the Spirit's early game is good enough to just roll over Rainor. I'm not going to lie, I'm a bit terrified for Rainor. 18 lings and 7 queens on the map. Melee upgrades on the way, but will not be done in time to deal with this attack either. I mean, we need some more lings coming up, but Rainor is only getting 6 at the moment. Like, these Marines, once the Medevacs get here, genuinely terrifying.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, given the state of the game at this stage, absolutely. I mean, Rainor had a slow start, Spirit had everything that he wanted, and now he's here. He also has those extra Reapers. The Medevacs are now going to arrive, and we can expect the stim right now. There it goes. The grenades are still very valuable against the Queens. Already one of them used, but yeah, I mean, the Queens, only one of them with energy for transfuse, soon to be 2. And the Marines are staved off for the time being.
Yeah, the only thing I felt like there was that it kind of felt like there was a moment he stepped forward but didn't attack, and if he just kept stepping, I felt like a couple queens that had gone down, that maybe would have been the snowball moment. Now he steps back. Now there's enough lings here, so this first medevac play is going to fall apart as he flies back in. Oh, Rainor is going to grab himself a full medevac, and Spirit gives up a lot of his momentum.
A lot of his momentum. I mean, that's so massive, right? Like, that's so much damage output, and now it's gone. So yeah, that sucks. Rainor is gonna be able to take a 4th on the back of this as well, and Spirit is gonna be hard pressed to justify any further aggression at the moment. Yeah, and yet he's gonna go for it.
He's gonna go for it, but just imagine he has 10 more army supply right now. Then he's leading in army supply. It is just so much scarier. He's gonna pull back. He's just really realized you just can't do that after losing army supply freely like that.
Yeah.
As he does have a couple AFK SCVs as well. I feel like in general he's been a little bit messed up, like not perfect over here. Maybe just a little bit shakier than he should be.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, that was a really uncharacteristic F2 on the medevacs, and now he has a little bit of a squad on the other side, which I like this better, right? That you have your 2 medevacs for safeguarding. Maybe you can pick off the 4th. Not gonna be able to this time around, but this is kind of like what he's constrained to do. I don't think he's gonna kill Rainor anytime soon. So just slow down the game, get to your you know, massive 200 army with ghosts and planetary fortresses and liberators, and take it there, and maybe that's where you win.
What's amazing for Rainor is that he's survived all of this without a single Baneling being made. These are the first Banelings coming up now, just as Bane speed is being done. It just means you're a little bit greedier, essentially, right? Like, you're just doing it with the bare minimum, and that's obviously just going to give you even more of an edge as now this game goes on. If your opponent didn't find the opening before now, well, cool on them, because, well, yeah, that was the best possible chance that they had, as we are not getting anything done here on the left side. Gonna go fighting a queen, but transfusions are good, and the queens will hold off the drop once more. And Rainor is now halfway to 2-2 against no 2-2 star of Spirit.
Yeah, and you mentioned that indirectly, right? Like, that's where his gas has been going instead of the Banelings. So the fact that he managed to delay the Banelings for this long gives him that edge in this mid game. We'll see if he plans on using it, as also there's an infestation pit, so clearly he has plans for later.
I'm just going to be seeing the Marines come through. A couple of Banelings getting picked away up. 2-2 upgrades are, like I say, closing in. Spirit is just going to lift off. He has some very good micro when it comes to Marines and target firing Banelings, but just doesn't have enough to necessarily sit here and show that for us at the moment, so we'll just be pulling back instead. And again, this is going to be a game where Rainor has very good creep spread on the map, which means he can really go wherever he wants and start to kind of fight wherever he wants. Speed zone helps him get in range, and he just Spirit picks up in time to avoid the second Baneling connection there.
Yeah, exactly. One of them did connect, so all of those guys are going to be in the red, but What matters is that they survive. Now they have medevacs to heal them up. Rainor going for Baneling Burrow as well. Daring as well around the edges and the corners, as that is going to be pathing that is going to be used from Spirit, right? So it's clever in some way and scary in the way that it's going to be difficult to, or more difficult to pay attention quickly to connect those with those Banelings. So very, very cool from Rainor, as he is now transitioning into a Hive as well as a Spire. So maybe Broodlords.
Yeah, maybe just looking towards Broodlord. Spirit is in the process of making tanks, and if he's just going to set up on tanks and sit here and, sit back, then, take a chance to get a Broods. If you can hit with Broods early and Spirit's very reliant on tanks, Broods are just going to delete you because the tanks are going to really hurt themselves against the Broodlords, and then you don't really have much of an army. Ghost Academy coming up, but being on a high Ghost account at the first wave of Broodlords here is probably unlikely. We'll have a few, but not enough to go sniping down a flock of Broods.
Yeah, absolutely not. And yeah, Spirit really likes this tank style where he staves off enough of the aggression that maybe he can counter attack and get sieged up and be a little bit nasty with a very deep defense. But like you were saying, against Broodlords, that's not gonna pan out too well. And against Ling Bane, you kind of forfeit all of the map control as well, right? Whereas with Mines, you have a little bit more control, a little bit more vision, and it can be a little bit easier to play in this mid game. So Spirit really betting on his late game, but Rainor seems to be well aware that that's what's happening here.
Yeah, it makes sense though, right? I mean, we've seen Spirit do this 1,000 times before. He loves his late game. Yeah. Especially if he loses momentum, this is his absolute fallback, right? Just, hey, I can play a good late game. I don't need to keep on pressuring, where Clem might try and still find ways with, like, a lot of drops. And not that Spirit isn't dropping, but he's not being overly aggressive. Like, he drops in here, he's not going to go deep. We'll just lift up, loses, a Marine. Clem might be a bit more aggressive. He might go further into the Zerg territory as he picks up here. And that's kind of the difference. Spirit really is just saying, no, I just want to kind of see the later game. I want to see the macro. That's where his confidence absolutely exudes from.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we see it right in the investment in the command centers, for example, on the minimap. There's loads of big squares. Those are orbital commands. So he's really setting up. Whereas Clem would have invested into army earlier, and that would net him a little bit more map control, at least pushing the creep on one side or another. So it's definitely different approaches. It's not even an issue of competence or anything like that. It's just what they choose to do, and Spirit's still doing an okay job here with whatever he can, and he does have a pretty good path towards the south, right? Creep-wise and just position-wise right here.
Yeah, no, the ability to kind of push on down bottom side is pretty amazing, but of course that opens up the other pathways for Rainor, and he's going to come straight through. Bling Bane going to crash on a couple tanks for the picking. Banes might want to try and aim for mineral line, although that's very well protected mineral lines, as we'll find ourselves a couple of ghost kills. These Lings will start to go down, but you know what? Rainor's rich enough to replace those, so he's able to take those trades initially. Obviously, you've got to be careful how much you want to give up. Resources lost is a very important tool that we track. But yeah, there's just so many more Lings on the way, and you can just basically do this forever right now.
Yeah, quite clearly. I mean, like, is larva a limitation for this man? Like, he has 21 larva after he just made 90-something Lings. Jeez, like, that is not a play that I ever have available to me. It's like 100 Lings and having larva extra. Jesus.
Yep, Inject's gone wild as we have ourselves the couple queens dropped here. Ling Bane, Viper on the upper side. It is going to be Rainor to, again, really just hit the bases of Spirit. Seems to be his goal. He's going to say, yeah, you know what, you take my bottom side base if you want it. He is going to focus on breaking this left side, upper left side base. And he has got Banes that are going to keep rolling through as well. He's already jumped on top of some CCs. And he is, just going to bust straight through the natural. Units there all clumped up, tanks included, so the Banes actually find good value throughout. And this is a lot of SCVs going down, Cats. 22 workers dead. And that is, like I say, just some great damage from Rainor. He can rebuild so quickly, and Spirit can rebuild too, but Zerg is kind of made to rebuild right off the bat and go once again.
Yeah, that is the thing for Rainor. This has to continue to be a 1-2 punch. He has to continue to try to punch through, and it's going to be more and more circlings by the looks of it. But Spirit, 54 workers, don't let that deceive you, right? He's near maxed with 56 workers. That means his army is going to get pretty massive as well. So if any of these attacks don't go as well as Rainor was planning, there's always the opportunity for counterattack from Spirit. And while that was all going on, he did manage to kill this base that we were looking at just briefly. And the base on the south as well. So he is kind of trying to keep the economy somewhat even and not letting Rainor basically steal his base, which is really essential if you're gonna go to that hyper late game.
Yeah, this base top and this base bottom are actually the same base. The fact Rainor tries to take both is cheeky. He is essentially taking one base of Spirit. Yeah. And yeah, you can't let that happen unless you're trading extremely efficiently, which at this point 2,500 resources difference is not that amount. So you need to keep Rainor off that base, and maybe eventually you don't need to mine it as a Terran, because maybe later on the efficiency kind of gets there. You just can't let your opponent mine it, because that's essentially like a net 2 base difference of how much you mine versus how much the Zerg mines is. Things are in here, and a couple of these fights now definitely seemed a little bit less effective from Rainor. That's why the efficiency picks up from the Terran player. That's where Spirit will be enjoying this game.
Yeah, for sure. And I just checked through all of the bases of Rainor just to see if any of them were kind of like oversaturated, because he does have 97 workers and he did lose 2 bases, but still managed to have the presence of mind to not oversaturate any of his bases. Like there was like, I think 17 out of 16 in one base, and that was it. But a big attack from Rainor now coming into the natural yet again. So this is the 1-2 punch that we were talking about. Banelings are not going to try to breach into the main. It's going to cost them 5 to get past the supply depots. More SCVs going down. That orbital command is going to have to be lifted off. And there's not enough units in production here. Spirit's going to have to pull back in order to clear this, but the damage has been done.
Yep, let's just see our Lings continuing through, a lot more SCVs going down. I mean, obviously we're going to lose a lot of these Lings in the end, but good damage dealt. Slowing Spirit down, as Rainor will have to, again, just rebuild and go again. You know, this is the time to really strike. You hit a lot of economy. Spirit's only able to mine whatever's coming in, or able to build off of what he's coming in with income right now. This is where the game can change up big time.
Yeah, but at the same time, Spirit again killed 2 bases, or at least this, I believe the south one was going up as well. So he killed 2 bases while that was all going on. So props to him for staying in the game, because this means that if Rainor remaxes and he goes for yet another one of these big waves and it backfires, if Spirit has the units in the right position, he is still very much in this game. He's 200-200 with a massive army supply lead.
Yep, army supply is a big thing for him here. It means he can split his army a little bit as well if needed. Finds these Lings running on the top side. Rainor again trying to stop the Terran from mining out these bases, which he needs to have economy from. But again, it's a lot of Lings going down, right? Just running in, finding units. They're not going to trade well there. The Ultra Cavern comes up, and that's obviously, you know, usually a good thing to kind of headbutt with, but I don't feel like it's going to make much difference right now against a Zerg that, you know, against a Terran that's well set up, plenty of ghosts on the map. I'm not sure these Ultras are going to suddenly be like a big answer or so, as you have Liberators only over here. Not going to do too much. Banes will bust this base down, but the SCVs are out of there, so preserving a lot of this. And if the Banes keep chasing, that ain't going to be pretty. And honestly, even as the Banes run away, they're taking some more shots. These are expensive trades for Rainor, and they're adding up in favor of Spirit.
Yeah, and Spirit was kind of anticipating a move like this, like a frontal attack with all of the units, because he had his units clumped up, the tank's not even sieged, so he was just in a neutral position ready to react to one side or the other. And as I was looking at that happening, I was thinking, why don't you split your army and just like stave off the aggression? But it seems like he had the correct read, whereas I thought Rainor's going to continue to maybe poke in 2 places at once or something like that, like he was doing a little bit. Spirit was expecting the big attack, and that is where his advantage lied. His army was just massive, and Rainor could not headbutt into it.
And yeah, denying this base on the bottom side, super big as well, just being able to get over there and just again make sure that one of these 2 bases, top and bottom, is not mining for the Zerg. That is big steps towards finding success here in this Game 3. Winner goes to the playoffs, by the way. Obviously, yes, maybe you know, will make it there anyway as Rainor, but getting that first place in the group pretty much, it's a pretty awesome feeling for Spirit, as Lingbane Ultra is going to go diving forward again, seeing these Ultras come out for the first time. We'll see if they start to make a difference, but I honestly believe the setup is here from Spirit to deal with these.
It really looks like it. There's so many ghosts as well. I mean, these Banelings really need to find those ghosts and connect onto them in a clump, or else they're gonna do a little bit too much, I think. The Vipers as well have a little bit of a counter in the EMP and snipes. So, yeah, I mean, it's anyone's game. It's going to come down to the spell casting, the positioning, and Rainor looks to continue to be the aggressor because he has this massive bank, whereas Spirit is continuing to try to just stave off the aggression. And if he can hold just one more time comfortably, maybe this is the time. Let's see what happens as he is going in now. Rainor will get rid of the planetary fortress on the low ground yet again. Going up the high ground is going to be very difficult, and Spirit does a great job also of lifting off the CCs. That's going to mean more space for his units to fan out, and he does an incredible job. No Banelings connected. Felt like towards the tail end of that engagement, of course, Rainor does continue to stave off the economy of Spirit, but Spirit again snipes a base while this is all going down. I mean, what an incredible game we're watching.
Yep, Spirit's doing everything right, man. Like, the start of that fight was quite explosive for Rainor, but then Spirit gets back and he finds value as he snipes off the Ultras, he spreads against those Banes. And like you say, not just the top base, but now he counters to the bottom base as well. So he is absolutely guaranteeing that Rainor's economy is not endless. 83 drones. At this point in time, Cats are going to start being oversaturated on bases because they just have nowhere to go to.
Absolutely, and Spirit can so easily retake those bases because, you know, he's Spirit, he's gonna have extra command centers, so that's not a PF anymore, that's an orbital command, but who cares? He is at 62 workers against the 82 of Rainor. I almost want to think that that favors him at this stage in time. His army is still a little bit bigger, and last time around, I mean, we saw a similar situation with Rainor having an extra 2,000 minerals in the bank and an extra 1,500 gas in the bank, and So that means, you know, this goes south one more time for Rainor, and the game is Spirits to lose.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Rainor's got to be kind of thinking right now, like, man, I need to find something extra. He's not getting enough done. He's not knocking down enough economy while keeping his own economy up to trade the way that he's trading. So here we go. Going to go in from the left side, from the bottom as well. So trying to come in from all angles. Liberators are going to siege up kind of during this. But the Terran pre-spread is amazing. Ghosts lining up snipes all over the place. The Ultras are not getting very far. The Banelings just do not connect, and Rainor has to rebuild big time. That's 100 Lings immediately in reproduction.
Yep, and the bank continues to get drained. Spirit on the other side, the medevac didn't find anything. I love that we both just look at the top and bottom bases right away to see if they died during this, because it's just happened so many times this game, and this time around Spirit is ready to claim this base for himself. This could open up things though for Rainor, as that's gonna for the first time it feels like spread Spirit's army out, or there's gonna be openings for Rainor to attack into potentially the main and siege the production, for example.
Yeah, no, definitely some opportunities for things to happen there. As Ling's going to go diving through. The bio is going to get jumped on for just a moment here. And we do have ourselves these Lings continuing up toward the high ground. Sensor tower going to get knocked down. This is the opening, right? As Spirit gets drawn even further to the bottom. There's entry to the natural, and all this space he's worked on earlier in the game is now much more accessible to him. So he's kind of had that opened up earlier, and now is the time to take advantage as Spirit tries to go elsewhere. Spirit is maxed, as is Rainor here, and Spirit is going to take a few steps forward.
Yeah, a few steps forward, but it's not easy to take steps here, as that maybe looking for a neural parasite onto the ghosts here is Rainor before that turret completes. If he can get that, he can EMP the ghosts, and if he can EMP the ghosts, there's no never mind. Scratch that story.
Yeah, scratch that.
But yeah, for Spirit, the other thing, Guardicho, I think, is that he hasn't taken his triangle third yet, so spreading towards the bottom is really dangerous. And here's the move that we've been talking about, is with Rainor identifying that you're on the bottom half of the map now, so I have an opening into the natural. However, with no Banelings here and 2 tanks on the high ground, it's gonna be a little bit costly for Rainor. Still, he breaches and he gets to siege the production, just like we were talking about.
Yep, Spirit is going to get back there. At least the depots and the tanks bought some time, but the problem is every time Rainor does this, he's probably going to access more easily, more quickly, and he's going to find even more damage most likely. So it's going to be one of those things you have to try and stay on top of here as Spirit throughout. As we lose one engineering bay, the Lings are looking for a corner to burrow in, just force another scan. Spirit's on top of it, but now we dive on the bottom side as well. I don't think there's any ghosts here, so this Bioforce just has to pull back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this base is super dead, right? Like, when I was looking at the camera in the main, I'm like, well, there's no way Rainor doesn't go to the natural now, because you just showed all of the ghosts and even the air army, which is a little bit of a hey, I'm freaking out a little bit type move, right? It's like, these units don't need to be here. It's only Zerglings. You could have just pulled back like a pocket of, like, say 20 Marines with a few medevacs, and that would have been plenty to deal with just Zerglings in the main. But when Rainor sees, oh, all the ghosts are here, oh, the Liberators are here, right? Then they're not on the bottom, so he very easily repositions and takes that very important base.
And Lev's going to siege up on the main, just trying to stop the Lings running straight through again. This is the biggest issue, I think, for Spirit, just the fact that his top side is so exposed. These Lings go forward, but there's units there. Rainor took a while to pull back. Thought Spirit might even get a little bit more out of that than he actually did in the end, as he will just pull away again. Still just sits there, says, let's play this long, let's play this late if we need to. Resources lost is about a 9k difference. It's been hovering around 9 to 10k for a little while, so the last few trades have not been bad for Rainor, as long as he's trading somewhat equally with the Terran from here on out. He is now mining this 12 o'clock that took him a long time to really establish. Spirit is no longer being able to deny that every time. That's a big step in the right direction for our Basilisk Zerg.
Absolutely, and Broodlords now on the way as well. 8 of them are being morphed somewhere on the map, and this army of Rainor, it doesn't look like the flimsy only Ling Bane army that it once was. Now it's full of Ultras and Broodlords to join it, so if Rainor wants to go for a super punch, he can also morph most of those Links into Banelings and look to breach, and Festers are also on the field, so things are looking pretty difficult for Spirit. We might have one last standoff in the bottom side of the map, and if he can somehow hold this next attack from Rainor, then we can see the game continue and stabilize. But right now, all cards on the side of the Italian.
Well, the one thing that Rainor has to do is still fight this army, right? Which is exactly why Neurals like this are kind of cool, although he only hit 2 ghosts with that EMP, so
yeah,
that wasn't actually too big of a deal for once. I kind of love what Spirit's doing. He's saying, you know what, it's not worth it anymore over here, right? Let's relocate my production down to the bottom. Let's play a different corner of the map than what I was before, because I've got a base to protect over here. And just keep on wearing you thin. Realistically, this is where Rainor says, cool, you're actually giving up on this place. Let's take this triangular third of yours. If he can mine off of that, that's essentially going to gain him the same advantage as what we were talking about with the 12 o'clock versus the 6 o'clock earlier.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit mined out, so he's not going to get full advantage out of that, but it's probably enough, right? Like you said, it's been pretty stable at 10k difference, the resources lost. Now, actually, just less than that, right? Like less than 9k, so it's actually been in favor of Rainor for the last 5 to 10 minutes, I would say, of this game, and well, maybe 5 minutes, but yeah, he's getting ready for the big attack, and it's all on Spirit right now. If he can hold this off and still retain enough army to stave off the aggression of Rainor with the extra 7,000 resources that he has in the bank, then there's a chance. But instead, it's going to be Rainor breaching further forward, kills a PF, which doesn't really do anything for him, other than open up that path if he wants to maybe go for a bigger surround or something like that. But yeah, actually not a bad moment for Spirit there.
Nope, not bad at all. There's a couple of Broods now on the way out, and I love that. Spirit's army. Is it ready to deal with Broods? Well, I guess we'll find out right now. He has some Vikings. There's some spores. Parasite bombs go down. Have to split those Vikings away. What he does manage to do, he's obviously got snipes available if he gets the right chance to use them. And yeah, Raino's still trying to break through the top. Raino is running low on gas cats, so you know, rebuilding is becoming more and more of a kind of spam Lings and hope they can do something on the map than actually really being able to re-add tech units. So anything lost for him might start to become more of an issue, as Spirit is still getting chipped away at on this right-hand side.
Yeah, and with this number of medevacs, if that's not dwindled down on the side of Spirit, then Links are going to be just perpetually ineffective against the army in a head-to-head engagement. So it's looking all right. I'm not even sure what Rainor is looking to do with this ultra flank, other than, I guess, just continue to try to deny that base for as long as possible. But Spirit's going to be mostly happy turtling in the bottom right-hand side, as now the engagement is taking place. Finally, snipes go down on the Broodlords. A few of them are going to fall. The Broodlords are still finding damage, especially via tank splash. And there's unfortunately for Spirit, very bruised up Vikings that he would really benefit from repairing.
Oh, a little biostim fort here finds a Infesta as they try and chase down those Ultras. Rainor rebuilding 80 Lings, and I do think that's a lot of just what he can afford right now. 300 gas in the bank. He has access to about 3,000 gas on that topside base, so he can still build tech units. It's just really limited by how quickly he mines the gas for it. And again, I still think this triangular base of Spirit that once used to be is something that Rainor will eventually realize, hey, maybe I should take that. Maybe he doesn't realize just how many minerals are there right now. He's obviously very preoccupied on this bottom side, as he has a 30 army supply lead now, and just spell casting like this is going to slowly drain Spirit's resources. As, yeah, he's taking even more splash.
Yes, indeed. It's looking very, very difficult for Spirit right now, and Rainor wants to keep up the pressure. I agree with you. The other avenue, maybe instead of making Links, you could make Queens, take that third base, and, you know, just go deeper into the late game. At the moment, only 3 Queens, but they're not even preoccupied at all with injecting, as Spirit is trying to move forward. There's a lot of Broodlords, my friend, and now the Infestor is also trying to join the fray. Beautiful EMPs on the side of Spirit, but is that going to be enough, as now the Links get involved as well? And yeah, I mean, that was really good for Rainor. He can still max out on whatever he wants right now, and maybe look to end the game.
Yep, I mean, Spirit's army supply just keeps dropping. He can't really rebuild much. He's trying to go into Blue Flame and some Hellbats. You can see that the Parasite bombs are just draining the air units from Spirit, and so he only has a couple of Vikings left. And as he tries to dive forward here with these ghosts, it's just not going to look good. We see the fungal growth dropping down, and Rainor can just continue to fight. This base starts to drop, and Rainor played a very slow, patient game. Knew he couldn't go take the win all at once at any point, and just eventually force Spirit into essentially a checkmate in this corner, right? Like, Spirit doing a lot of things right, but never quite had the move to just shut Rainor down off of one additional base that he probably needed.
Yeah, for me, the moment where Spirit lost this game was when he pulled his entire army to deal with a Ling Rambai in the main. That, you know, it was very apparent that this was going to happen. I think he should have foreseen that it was coming. He left 2 tanks there, so it's not like he was completely unprepared. But yeah, I mean, upon the breach, you have to evaluate the units. You have to say that Surglings, I can handle that with a bunch of Marines and Medevacs, and not bring the Ghosts and Liberators, because that's when he lost, I think, all of the momentum that he had remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. GG is called. Rainor is going to make it to the playoffs here in the European Regionals as he takes a 2-1 over Spirit. Gets the victory here in the end, shuts this down, and is going to find himself in a great position, all said and done. So he should be very happy with that, and like I said, just should be pretty content to get that. I don't know if he'll be very happy. I feel like, you know, he kind of wanted to come in and be like, really, wham, bam, let's take this down. Then he lost map 2. Game 3 goes very long. I feel like he doesn't love playing those kind of games against Spirit, but at the end of the day, he did get that cast. He does find the win. So
yeah, he does find the win, and he does in style and in Rainor fashion. Like, yeah, like we can say that he played a very patient game, and I would agree by the length, but also Spirit kind of forced him to play a patient game. This was a very contested game. It was wonderful the way that he was punching Rainor back every time that we saw him take damage. He was also doing damage and also slowing down Rainor and his economy. So props to Spirit. He played an amazing series, but yeah, well deserved by the Italian.
Yep, and with that, guys, we are already behind schedule today because we just had such a great opening series, and we have 10 best-of-3s to get through. So we're going to take ourselves to a quick break. As you can see on the schedule up next, some awesome matches with players who are 2-0 in the European groups right now. Serral taking on HeroMarine up next, then MaxPax versus Skillous, Lambo versus Clem, and that's really just to get us started on the day. So plenty of StarCraft coming up. We'll be back very shortly. More StarCraft 2 coming up straight after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are here with more SC2 action. Amazing first series of the day as Rainor and Spirit go the distance. 3 games, and very fun games at that, especially that third map lasting quite some time and giving us a little bit of exciting build-up into the Serral HeroMarine series we have now. Cat Serral, in my eyes, absolutely on fire. HeroMarine with something to prove right now, actually, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, what a set of matches that we have here to start. 2 incredible CVTs, some of the best possible matches that we could have in the world, really, certainly in the European region. So I'm really excited for it. HeroMarine does have something to prove here. Serral not much ever having much to prove. But, you know, if someone's going to upset him, it could very well be Big Gabe. No,
I mean, Gabe has his moments for sure. And sometimes Gabe shows up with some great strategies, some great plans. I'm excited to see what that plan is today, because I do feel like Gabe's not quite been as full power as we've maybe seen him in the past. So, like I say, I mean, he's 2-0, don't get me wrong, he's gotten here comfortably. I believe he won against Pappy and a laser so far, but Serral is a whole different beast, and for me, I feel like I need to see Gabe step it up a little bit, but what a time to try and do it as we head straight into our second best of 3 of the day. In the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Zerg to start us off is none other than the second Zerg from Basilisk that we'll see on stream today. It is Serral.
And for more than a million years in mouse sports, it is Big Gabriel, HeroMarine. He founded mouse sports at this point.
He founded mouse sports. He's actually been in there so long, and they started to expand backwards as time being there as well. So, yeah.
What a magical matchup here. Honored as Cardi Z to bring you this.
I forgot about Cardi Z, man.
Yeah, me too. I saw it in the chat. I was like, oh, I was so happy.
The best outro we've ever had on the ESL StarCraft 2 channel of all time.
I would agree. CC first. Big Gabriel. All right. Let's see a little bit of a new Vogue here.
Yeah, man. CC first. The Terrans have all been sitting on this. Suddenly it gets to these big kind of get into the playoff matches, and they're like, you know what? You guys aren't going to do anything wild. We're just going to CC first, get a good economy, and work from there, which is pretty fun.
Pretty fun indeed. And Serral maybe less likely to punish in the way that Rainor would, with that Ling Bane type aggression. So I quite like this.
Yep, as that Overlord is just making its way around. It'll be fun to see what Serral is bringing to the table as well. He really has been so good lately. He's been he's been a really awesome player to watch. I feel like he's had his blips, but mostly in ZVZ, and every other matchup he's been amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, his CVC win rate is still like close to 80%, 70-something%. And he only plays the highest caliber players. So it's not like he's a slouch in that regard. But yeah, like Solar can give him a little of trouble here and there. And Rainor always a little bit of a thorn on his side. But yeah, completely agreed. I mean, in this matchup, he's just untouchable, it feels like.
Yep, absolutely. It'll be, like I say, interesting to see what HeroMarine's plan is. And apparently, it's the most mega economy build you've ever seen. 3 CC is not a single gas in sight. Cats, we are coming in meaning some business right now.
We really are. I don't even know what this shapes up to be. I mean, you got to take a gas at some point, maybe triple racks. What, do you hit like a combat shield timing? I imagine you just have to be defensive, right? So, very, very, very nice opening from Big Gabe here. Just basically gambling pretty hard.
Yep. Gambling away. But I mean, sometimes when you play against Serral, you gotta kind of gamble, right? As now he takes double gas alongside double racks, so going to turn it into 3 racks, and then maybe just have mega economy into like mega Terran bio pressure. That kind of combination could be kind of cool. And Serral's Overlord gets punched back. He did see the timing of the CC though, so Serral is aware of what Gabe is doing, and that means obviously Serral can then react.
Yeah, his reaction is going to be to add an extra 6 drones, so maybe a very fast 4th or something of the likes. I mean, he shouldn't be under any sort of pressure in the near vicinity of time, so I would not mind a 4th from the GOAT here.
No, absolutely not. As that bunker comes up, Tech Lab's on the way, a couple of Marines and a few SCVs coming out. A single Zergling of Serral. That's all the way up to the top side. The Overlord turning back around on the right. Couple of Queens on the way through. Serral just going to pump Queens and drones. He knows he's not under no pressure for the next at least minute or so, right? And so he is just going to hold down that drone button, get a great economy setup, to match that of his opponents. And HeroMarine is indeed just going to drop down an engineering bay, continue through 3 racks for the moment. There's a factory, and Serral's even going to go roaches to follow up from here.
Yeah, and that's amazing actually against the type of attack that Big Gabe can be planning, because with links, you are actually going to bleed a lot of those links against a stim timing if Gabe wanted to go for it. And I feel like Gabe could kind of go for it because he hasn't added reactors to his barracks yet, right? So either he feels like, okay, I gambled a little bit too much and you could attack me with something like what Rainor did with Link Bane and is trying to account for that by delaying those reactors, or he is looking potentially at a stim timing of some kind. So yeah, roaches are going to be ideal in that sort of scenario in the early game.
Yeah, just something sturdy that can hold its own. Great route to be playing into as 7 additional drones come up. Serral's still greeting it, right? Just drones, drones, drones. 4 lings on the map, nothing else. Flare on the way, extra gases. Getting to the point soon, though, with stim finishing. Starboard on the way. We've got to begin getting those roaches out shortly. Otherwise, Serral will be caught underprepared and may end up in some trouble.
Yeah, but it's the links that are going to give him the heads up. Very smartly, Big Game only shows 4 Marines at the front. So that link perimeter that Serral had set up, that's, I think, the trigger that he was looking to exploit. So if those get killed, if he sees a massive army moving out and you see the links now repositioning to make sure that that's not happening on the right-hand side of the map, exactly where Big Gabe would be had he killed that link and continued on his path forward, then he would start producing more roaches. At the moment, just making the 3, and he really doesn't need any more, so perfect reads from Serral here.
Yeah, he just sees everything, man. Gabe isn't going to do anything to surprise him unless he takes the most long roundabout route, which by then Serral's probably going to be done droning anyway, so absolutely feels as though Serral is just responding well. Again, up to a good drone count himself, matching the economy that Gabe has tried to put out early in this game. And yeah, just now the roaches start to produce, missile upgrades are coming by, and Gabe is still only on that single engineering bay. We have ourselves now barracks number 6, 7, and 8 coming up. This is really going to start hitting hard in the next few moment, cats. We're going to start going, and once this attack starts, it should never stop unless the game's ending.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the path that Gabe wants to take as well, probably through his 3rd, as he's walling off his natural main base at a very massive supply depot wall that is kind of unheard of. At least I don't see it very often at all. So very cool from him here as he prepares for this aggression. This is just a little bit of a distraction, a little bit of a poke, maybe pull some army into the main after trying to do damage out here. He's gonna see the roaches, so maybe that'll delay his attack a little bit. Has to reconsider now, as that is the type of unit that you don't want to be facing with smaller numbers.
Nope, definitely this is a case of just keep everything, preserve everything as much as you possibly can, and then send it on this 8 racks with as much power all at once. It really is kind of, it's one big push, but it's also that first big attack will define so much of how this big attack will then go. So let's see, as we have a few Marines going to unload, we'll see a Ling going down. We start to move out in towards the center. There's a couple of medevacs building as well. I wonder what the point is where he pulls the trigger. Maybe just +1 armor finishing?
For who? For Serral?
No, for Gabe.
For Big Gabe?
Yeah.
I mean, he has to pull the trigger as soon as he gets a scan and realizes that ultras are going to be on the way soon, I think, because that is going to be a nasty timer for him. So I think now is the time for him. He has a lot, and the hive is on the way. So this is probably the best opportunity that Big Gabe is going to have to do some damage before Serral can get fully set up here. And let's see if he's going to be able to. Very open area of the map right now. So Big Gabe already with pre-splits. The Banelings don't yet have speed, and that's going to be revealed to Big Gabe. However, the tanks both siege in range of Biles, which means 3 Biles are going to take care of both of those tanks. Not a good start for the German. However, a lot of Overlords here free for the pickings perhaps. Baneling speed has finished, so Big Gabe has to be pretty careful. There is a lot of runway in the back, but a lot of creep as well, so he has to be very careful. And this army already looks pretty flimsy with the tanks going down, and it looks like Serral has staved off this aggression just easy peasy.
Yep, absolutely just going to be able to keep on pushing through this. Got rid of the tanks, got rid of the scary part of it, and really just undid that army supply lead that Gabe had. And now HeroMarine just goes back to the drone board. He gets a couple libs, another tank. No SCVs, there's no future to this. Apparently he's going to break into the bottom side of the map, but I can't imagine this for anything more than rotating elsewhere, because I just don't think you really benefit from kind of trying to take another base or anything. I mean, you're not set up to, you don't even have the armories to start 2-2 upgrades. The problem is that first attack really was your best chance at opening the advantage, and now that advantage can't be opened. Well, this is looking pretty terrible.
Pretty terrible indeed, and Serral knows it as well. He's not even transitioning into the Ultras. He is getting the upgrade, so eventually that'll very likely be the transition, but at the moment he realizes that Big Gabe is pretty all in, so he's just making as many units as he possibly can. He's gonna go out and try to protect his creep. However, with one siege tank in the low ground and not knowing how many more could be behind it, he's gonna retreat for the time being. So a little bit of space at least here for Big Gabe, and the creep spread is not present here in the south, so maybe a small opening. But,
yeah, he can set up, but if Serral is in trouble, he just gives up this base, right? Like, he can still be on 4 bases with the top side, so it doesn't necessarily kind of really fix anything for Gabe. His issues are still abound here. Medevac loads up a few Marines. He's just trying to bait a good fight. Serral clearly feels like he's got enough. He's got Vipers now as well. He can parasitic bomb some of these Medevacs, start working through their numbers. Abductor, Liberator, Blinding Cloud, the tank, anything really works. More Blinding Clouds, and the Banelings are just going to storm on through. Corrosive Files are good, and Serral is all over this HeroMarine army as Gabe gets completely pushed back. As this honestly feels like the moment where you could just see him leave the game, but he's going to fight on for a little while longer.
I don't think so. I think he's going to leave the game really soon here.
I thought he would, but there we go. I was with you, Katz. I was like, I really felt like that was the moment, but he like stayed in. And I was like, well, if you stay in now,
a few seconds too long. Yeah.
If he stays in now, it's like, well, maybe you just wait for like the few extra moments as well, right? But yeah, okay. He waited like 10 extra seconds. Serral just kind of dominating, man. I mean, he figured out that HeroMarine was being very eco-heavy. I mean, I guess in the end, just did everything correctly. Like, he had units at the right time. He had Baneling's speed ready when he needed it for the biggest push of all. The earlier pushes never really came, so the Roaches maybe felt a bit wasted, but there was a reason to have those initially too. And Gabe just, I mean, super passive, sits back, really just puts everything on that one attack, and if Serral deals with it, then that's pretty much the game decided right then and there.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that many Roach Ravager as well, like, it's so difficult to breach with Marines and Bio in general, especially when Banelings are involved as well. So it kind of sucks for Big Gabe that he chose such a style that takes the gases so late that he couldn't get very many tanks for his attack. And then 2 of his, 3 tanks get sniped by the same Biles. So he just loses so much momentum. If he could have at least retained the tanks in that first attack and you know, like, continue to add tanks time and time again, then it can get a little bit more difficult for the Roaches. But as it stands, there was just no real counter to those. So
yeah, no, very, very true. As the countdown into hard lead for map number 2. Well, we kind of asked the question, right? What's Gabe going to come in prepared with on this one? It was Mega Greed, Mega Economy.
It was cool.
Probably something very different, I imagine, for this second game on hard lead. So let's see if his build is going to bring us a little bit of hype here. As the countdown is done, and we are into our second map. Leading 1-0 in the top left corner is going to be the blue Zerg player. This is going to be from Basilisk, Serral.
And lend this man your energy in the bottom right-hand side. It is HeroMarine for Mousesports. I only want 2 1s today. Where did you? Can we make it happen?
2 1s.
Can we arrange it? 2-1 only. No 2 zeros.
Not a single one. That's a
not
hard,
a single 2-0.
That's a difficult.
That's a hard lead. That's a hard lead. We'll see. We'll see if it happens. It's possible. It's possible. You don't believe in Big Gabe, is what you're saying?
After that first game, no, actually. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, like, I thought the build had potential, but then like, it really had potential. He was up like 20-30 army supply when he attacked, and then Serral just goes, just like backslaps him away, man. It's just like, well,
yeah. It's tough, right? Because the build does have potential, but Serral had the perfect answer. Like that Roach Ravager decision was just so great from him, I think. And you know, if you're going up against Lingbane or against like Lingbane Hydra or Muta or something that's not Roaches and Ravagers, then all of a sudden like that much bio that can really punch through, and then it's down to, you know, how well you split and stuff like that, and then it's doable. But against that particular style, you need more tanks than just a couple.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, it just felt as though like 3 tanks was never going to achieve enough because their armies were basically maxed, right? So then you want like 5, 6, 7 tanks. But then you can only afford 3 tanks with the way the build works out. It just doesn't have enough. If you got 3 tanks, you got to go sooner and hit harder. Like you say, maybe have just more bio to completely overwhelm. Like, it almost feels like, what if you just don't have tanks in that scenario and you just have like extra bio, which sounds ridiculous. But then sometimes that can overwhelm, man. Like, if you've got the Ravagers there to specifically, like, bow down tanks, they don't have as much of a role to play. That extra bit of bio might just bust through the Banelings, and it might just close the gap, so I just felt like it wasn't really... It's almost like that's why you don't see triple CC no gas into an 8-rack a lot of the time, you know? Like, maybe it just doesn't quite line up well enough to be effective.
Well, it's definitely that, and it's the early game is it is a huge risk that he took even to get there, right? Because he could get all in pretty fast there, and it would be very difficult to hold. Your medevacs are not going to be there, your tanks are not going to be there, so yeah, it is a risk at the start, and then towards the area of the game that we saw it, obviously, yeah, you don't want to be going up against roaches. I agree with you. Instead of tanks having more marauders, for example, would have been nice, but it's so difficult to skip the tanks just because you have the factory. You need the factory to go into the starport, and you definitely need the medevacs. So you just want to have it producing something, and what else is it going to be?
No, I'm with you. Well, the thing is as well, right? If HeroMarine does this build against a bunch of other players, we're probably like, wow, so crisp, such a cool timing, you know. It's just Serral is so good at dissecting these builds. He's had to play against people who play things differently against him all his career because he's the best. Yeah. And he's just so good at kind of taking things out, maybe a little bit less than ideal, and just saying, right, well, that's how I punish that. And in this case, he did it brilliantly.
He really did do it brilliantly, and yeah, that is kind of the thing, right? Like, he's seen it all, basically, and I personally haven't seen much of that at all. What HeroMarine was trying, so maybe he was hoping, you know, you won't react perfectly. Maybe he tried it in practice. His opponents weren't, you know, reacting with perfect roach timings and just droning up until they needed roaches. Because also don't forget, right? Like, Serral had the perfect read and didn't make units for so very long, and then had that link perimeter, making sure that it's not like a combat shield timings before medevacs or a stim combat shield timing or anything like that. So he was just fully prepared the entire game, and yeah, it looked like it.
This game obviously very different, as we do see third CC a game, but with a lot more gas and obviously a lot more tech, as we see Reacted Hellions, Cloaked Banshees, very akin to the build we saw from Spirit in a couple of games earlier on today, so just gets set up, gets that Hellion Banshee on the road. One of the most standard TVZ things you can do over the past 5 years, basically just Hellion Banshee. It's safe, it's secure, it gives you a good economy. It lets you kind of play from there, so we'll see Gabe playing a bit more of a straight-up style to begin with, but obviously still maybe has some twists and turns for us further in this game.
Yeah, let's hope so. And someone in the chat, for example, was saying, like, would two factory be better? And maybe to some degree, but then, you know, you run into Muta, and then we're telling the same story but backwards, right? And we're like, yeah, you can't do this against Muta. Like, it's gonna be, you know, too many tanks, not enough bio, and once the being so it's very difficult on the Terran side, I think, because you're so constrained, because you can't have a good mix without over-investing basically in the mid stage, because your early stage is so dictated by the fact that you took no gases that you can't have a healthy mix without just kind of leaning heavily in one direction or the other at some point.
I mean, second factory for a push like that, when do you afford the second factory? Then you're cutting medevacs, which is one of the more important things to keep as well. If you want the second factory up at any amount of time to get like more than one tank out of it for the push, so it's just it's just rough. As you see, 4 more barracks right now. It's going to be 5 racks at the moment from Gabe as he gets his third set up. And Serral just playing very standard with Ling Bane. Just Baneling speed first, then going to go the Evo Chamber route. So a very safe way of playing, just going Baneling speed first, a little bit safer overall, then trying to get the upgrades and then teching up otherwise. So yeah, just going to play it nice and standard from the Zerg point of view. As the Banshees come in, they get deflected, and the main thing you'll notice when Serral plays these EVTs, Rainor as well, they're so good defensively early on. They will absolutely minimize any potential damage. Hellions aren't going to find a stray drone, Banshees aren't going to get to many edges of mineral lines, and that's what makes the difference. If the Terran can't get anything done early, and the Zerg is just that robust, then the Zerg is extremely robust for the rest of the game, because they're just working off those few extra drones that the Terran is used to picking off.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to do what they do as well, right? Because you gotta be really cognizant of where the Banshees are. Obviously, if you have the creep spread that this type of player has, then it's a little bit easier on that front. But also, like, to have your queens in 2 separate groups, and those groups be perfectly split with 3 in the main and 5 in the natural, or at least mirroring the Banshees, and then having the time and presence to go back and injecting. It's not easy to do. They make it look easy, but it's rather impressive.
Lions get there, pulling a little bit of creep spread initially. He's going to knock a couple of those down straight away. Overlord chilling out overhead. We do have Marines in the tank. Make their way over the right-hand side of the map. Also is just moving on across. And just going to find themselves straight across to that upper right, as we do have the Burrow and the Overlord speed all coming by. The Banelings on the way up. So yeah, we saw a push from HeroMarine, as Serral will be soon very ready to kind of play in all sorts of ways. Like the Burrow is very fun, the Overlord speed could be fun, lots of potential for him.
Yeah, lovely position on the tank. Unfortunately, it's just the one. But yeah, that already gets a free shot at least. And now the Marines are going to try to bait some Link Bane into them so that the tank can get some more freebies. It's nothing that he's, HeroMarine's not looking to do too much damage here other than just tax Serral some units. And so far, so good. The Hellions almost find a clump of Banelings, but Serral showing that he has some Terran-like skills as well, splitting them perfectly. And now the Lynx with the full surround, the Hellions have nowhere to go. The Marines on the other side are stuck fighting Queens, and now the Banelings aid in that process as they realize that they're not needed on the right. And things are falling apart for Big Gabriel yet again.
It's an okay trade though, right? Like resources-wise, it was decent for him. He only lost one tank of tech. Losing the Hellions sucks, but I guess they're not going to be as major a part of the bigger pushes. Gabe is heading in towards his 4th command center this time, and also then still adding on 3 more racks.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and he is kind of keeping up in supply, right? So he's not out of it for sure. Loses a little bit of wind in that attack, and Serral kind of like does what he needed to do. But yeah, with a 4th on the way and whatnot, HeroMarine far from out of the game.
Infestation bit finishes from Serral on the right side as well. It's just going to get that going. Marines will make their way around, just going to stem on forward to get towards the Queen here. So we are going to find ourselves a couple of shots, a couple of Banelings, Queen. Again, damage being done, try and drop on the left side. Serral, just one Queen poking there. It's just going to slowly bring that medevac HP down, which makes it more dangerous to stick around on the map, of course.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, because HeroMarine definitely had to look at the other side to make sure that, these 2 medevacs would evacuate, and that makes it so that Serral can start poking at the one medevac. If those medevacs were full HP, then you can easily dive onto that Queen at low risk, but by the time you start unloading, one of those medevacs is going to be pretty low, and if Serral has more units around, then that drop is doomed. So I can't blame HeroMarine for reassessing the situation on the left, but all a byproduct of the multitasking on the right, as these Marines are not going to get multitasked, and a few of them are going to fall.
Yeah, Banshee, going to keep on firing. The Link Bane still taking some shots, and we do have the units of Serral again pushed back around the right side. Link Bane goes back up the left as well. Just going to be seeing all that pulling back around. 2-2 upgrades coming out on both sides, and Serral just going to stay split, make sure that any split attack of HeroMarine is going to be easily dealt with. He's about to hit Hive Tech Cats, so he's going to have access to Adrenal. He's going to really be able to power up the Link Bane, step into Ultras if he wants to as well, really get to those quickly. Kind of diving off creep here, I don't love so much, but also far from being the end of the world.
Yeah, especially around the corner, it's going to be difficult to turn without taking extra damage from those ranged units. On this side, however, Serral does find a little bit of damage. Gonna force a scan as well from HeroMarine. The Lynx have nowhere to go. They'll just burble again.
Yeah.
I love it. They're not going to make it.
Maybe it's less painful if you die in the ground, Cats. Something like that.
Yeah, no one gotta, Less work as well for your people, right? They don't have to bury you.
So considerate, these Zerglings.
Yeah, seriously.
The most fruitful way possible is Vipers and Ultra Cavern is on the way, so we are seeing ourselves the Hive Tech really kicking off from Serral. I think just everything we expected to be. HeroMarine's just on up 3 more commands, and this Ghost Academy's popping for him. He is just saying, yeah, I'm going to sit here and let you attack into me a whole bunch, and I'm just going to kind of do what Spirit did in that previous series and just sit back, let you attack, and I'm going to see if you can, I can just out-efficiency you playing the defensive style.
Yeah, and he's done a wonderful job as well of defending kind of this high ground, so the creep spread hasn't gone up the ramps, which is not easy to do on this map, right? Because there's this little high ground that creep doesn't have perfect vision on, so it takes an extra creep tumor or some air vision from the side of Serral, and HeroMarine has done a wonderful job of playing this macro game so far. So let's see if he can continue to do that, as this pocket is tasked with denying the base that Serral now wants to take, but Serral is escorting the drone with a sizable enough army to displace it.
And he's going to make sure that base goes down. If he wants it, he's going to get it. As HeroMarine still has obviously plenty of medevacs and units inside of them to set up and try and drop around with. You have Link Bane Viper moving around the left side, getting into the center. Some creep spread continues forward. The CC wants to land on that base. As it scans, it will take down that Ling. We will see a Blinding Cloud to start us off here. There's a Widow Miner 2 mixed in. How big is that going to be? It's finally... Okay, actually goes down. Never found a target to lock onto long enough. Banes are going to find a mineral line here, and that is painful, because the last thing you want to be having happen as HeroMarine is to really lose economy during these attacks, because that's what the Zerg feeds off of. every time you deny economy as the Zerg, you rebuild and go again. The Terran has had to replace economy and focus on that instead of just replenishing the units they lost in the fight instead.
Yeah, absolutely. The Blinding Clouds as well are wonderful because he doesn't, he just clips the tank with the Blinding Cloud. Personally, when I see a tank, I just put the Blinding Cloud on top of it. But this way, I mean, there's more surface area that you deny potentially for Marines and whatnot in the front. And you also expose your Viper less. So it's all the little details that make Serral Serral. And yeah, he's displaying it in full force here. But HeroMarine is no slouch, already up to 5 base, and with these high grounds, it's not going to be super easy to breach for Serral. Also, Widow Mines, I really like the addition of, in comparison to Spirits late game, for example. I think they would have come in handy against the type of game that Rainor is playing, and Serral is playing a similar game as far as the Ling Bane numbers.
Yep. Absolutely, as we do see a few Vipers overhead. Ling Bane Ultra.
Well, here we go.
Gonna move through. We're gonna commit onto this base again. Widow Mines finally finding some targets. Gets a lot of Bane lanes. Yes, the base falls, but is it okay enough for HeroMarine? I feel like he's lacking supply caps. There's so many Ultras still around. There's a lot of Ling Bane still leading forward, and there's just nothing to really stop this immediately. And I kind of feel like Serral might just stream across the map and never end this attack.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the army was there. I mean, it's clearly gone. It died at some point or something, but it definitely wasn't in position to deal with this, and the Ultras are having free reign right now. The Widow Mines, I mean, they found one good connection, but that was 4 or 5 Widow Mines that went off in that search. The Ultras will finally fall, but Serral has a lot of links, and now Marauders are not going to be able to contribute as much. This one lone Widow Mine probably is dying to burrow and kill a bunch of units, and it finally will, and it will force Serral to retreat finally, but not after doing... I mean, that was probably game-ending damage. If we look at the map now, it's dire. Like just 2 minutes ago, I felt like HeroMarine had a decent shot at prolonging and maybe winning this game in the late game, but now looking near impossible.
Yep, 12 SCVs going down, and again, just push back. Okay, we still got 4 bases, but Serral is instantly rebuilt. HeroMarine is just, I think he's just rebuilding off of 2 low army supplies, so that by the time Serral goes again, his army's just not even going to begin to make a hold. I think that's going to be the issue as the Vipers come across. Ling Bane Ultra getting ready. Banshee is going to start firing. On we go. A couple of Widow Mine shots going in as the Lings are just going to dive through. I mean, this army is just not good enough. Okay, maybe a mine or 2 can save the day, but even then, Cats, we are losing units. We are losing probably some SCVs here as well. And you can see HeroMarine's units trying to come out of the main base are not going to have a great time.
Yeah, absolutely not. And the Liberators are accounted for as well in the next wave. There's Vipers out. They have been around already, so very difficult with for HeroMarine to stabilize. He needs Ghosts and PFs and a lot more units and 80 extra supply to stave off the aggression. This is just not going to happen, so it looks very dire. That mine hit, I mean, I really wanted to jump for it. It was one of the bigger mine hits that I've seen, but it's not enough.
Nope. It is, it's not enough. He needed like 3 of those to like completely shut down a wave without taking any further damage. And then maybe you restabilize. You're still going to have a rough time. But at least then maybe you can start to hold off a wave here and a wave there. Maybe you retake a base. In this case, Serral is again maxed out, ready to go against a 140 supply HeroMarine who... I mean, there's so many Balins this time around as well. You mentioned the Vipers. They are available, so they can come through. They're going to Parasite Bomb the Liberators. That works out. Balin's just going to crush through the Planetary on the left-hand side. And again, it's kind of just a question of when does HeroMarine want to say GG, and that's going to be GG right now. And Serral takes 2-0, as again, his TVZ or ZVT looks absolutely incredible as of late. It's really a matchup where he looks somewhat untouchable unless really the best TVZ has come out and play. He's even been dominating Maru in the matchup for the recent history, so this is just not a matchup where you meant to look good in, unfortunately, as HeroMarine. I think he probably went into this knowing that. He gave it a shot. He definitely came with a couple of different styles, but Serral really just on top of everything, as we expect. Getting the job done, and he is going to join his teammates. It's a double Basilisk playoff entry. As 2 Basilisk players into the European playoffs at the start of Week 2, Cats.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, when you say like the best TVC players come out, I'm searching and I like browse through like Maru and like Cure and Clem, I think at this point might give Serral the biggest run for his money. I mean, because Maru, like as good a player he is, he's lost the last 6 times, and the time before that he tied against Serral. So, it really is just complete dominance in this matchup from Serral.
A complete and utter dominance, and Another player that kind of dominates the matchup is MaxPax, and that is PvP. He's obviously an absolute king in, and he's going to be taking on Skillous up next. So excited to see if Skillous can break through the king of PvP. We'll be checking that out in just a few minutes' time. Stay tuned to the ESL SC2 Masters Winter European Regional.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody. Wardy and Cats. Cardi B. What do we call ourselves? Catsy B? I can't remember anymore. Cardi Z.
Come on.
Got there in the end. Oh
Are
my
you
god.
crazy?
Oh no. I'm an embarrassment to the duo. Welcome back, guys. We are ready for more StarCraft 2. We are, the players are ready, so I think we're just ready to get into some PvP. MaxPax second place last season, Skillous top 8, and it was once again one of those matches, same as Rainor versus Spirit earlier. MaxPax took out Skillous in the round of 8 in the playoffs last time around. It was a 3-1 victory for MaxPax. We expect him to be good in PvP, and especially on this map pool, man. There's so many maps without a ramp on the natural. That's where MaxPax usually does very well. But this map we're starting on, Cats, is, I feel like you're kind of jammed because there's rich bases and there's crazies.
Oh, baby.
Radu Station is going to be the opening map here.
I love it. It's one of the least played maps so far, and I can kind of understand. Like, the gold base is kind of just out there, and you know it's juicy and it's nice. So I get it. But in PvP, obviously, there's no disparity there against the Zerg. You might be really afraid to play a map like this one, but yeah, this should be a great match coming up.
Well, let's dive into it. In the bottom left from Team Liquid, looking to make the playoffs today with a victory, of course, as he sits 2-0 in the Swiss group stage. It is Skillous.
And in the top right-hand side, going for his classic opening, it is MaxPax for Psystorm.
It's so interesting because I saw someone, I was casting MaxPax Showtime about a couple hours ago, and this is kind of how Showtime was opening too. Even on the map of the ramp, he went 2 gates high. I think actually went 1 gate, but high ground gate. And then obviously you would expect, like on a map with the ramp, you would at least just go kind of low ground gate first, the low ground gate, because then MaxPax can't necessarily do anything weird against you. So I wonder if some of these European Protoss players have started to figure out a little bit of something that might be kind of like specifically good about how MaxPax plays and so on. Just because I've seen this a couple of times now. And I wouldn't say it's the most immediately, like, obvious kind of way of setting up, because, like I say, on a map with the ramp, you generally go play, like, you know, it's a map with the ramp, right? So, interesting. Yep.
No, yeah, I completely agree. And yeah, last time around, I got to cast Skillous against Showtime, and he won 2-0. One of the games was a comeback even. And one of the games was a Blinkstalker opening with a Sentry for hallucination, and then just jumping into the main, for example, of a similar setup as we see here. So Skillous is going to scout MaxPax. He's going to see, you know, the classic MaxPax opening at this point, and I'm not sure what he's going to think of it, but I completely agree with you. That's exactly where my mind went as well. Was like, why are the gates on the high ground? Like, I don't really see the utility. Maybe it's just that he doesn't want the second probe. Like, he wants to scout with his first probe and doesn't want the second probe to go all the way to the natural to drop the second gateway and the cybercore, or something of the sorts. Not sure.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Obviously, we do end up with 2 gates, which does power you up if you do want to be aggressive. Skillous, probe in the middle of the map, drop a pylon down, go robo. I mean, if that's your plan, I guess, then sure. And if you feel like the probe is going to get into scout anyways, then what's the point of faking it out second gateway on the low ground, right? So, yeah, I kind of understanding it here like a little bit, I suppose. Like I say, we're definitely going to proxy something here as Skillous. He's going to get aggressive on a map that has so many entry points for Prism and so on, that maybe it is actually a good way to kind of punish a MaxPax who tries to just do so much with so little, but he's so good at maximizing everything that he gets up.
Yeah, that's a very good point. A lot of different entry points into that third, and then the ramp leading to the natural, or just behind the natural, or straight into the main through the right. So yeah, it is kind of wide open for War Prism play, as MaxPax is going for a most likely. I was gonna think a Void Ray actually, but it's gonna be an Oracle. And yeah, I mean, he'll get some scouting off of that, but a Void Ray would have obviously been ideal given the setup that Skillous has. Skillous denied enough information that MaxPax doesn't know whether he's expanding or not. At the moment, there seems to be no intent from Skillous to do that. And yeah, this could definitely work out if it's unscouted.
Yeah, we'll see if he builds a Void Ray just blindly as the second unit out of this target. I kind of feel like he might. MaxPax is one of the things that he's so good at is figuring it out while seeing so little. Oracle will start across the map. Zoom in. Sorry, there you go.
Oh, that's it. We missed it. I should have zoomed in.
My bad, Kaz. I'm sorry.
There it is.
Letting Cardi Z down over here.
You called it as well. You called it and didn't zoom in. You called it but didn't commit, you know?
I didn't need to zoom in. I'm too cool. You know, I walk away from the explosion without looking back.
Fair enough. All right, let's see. I don't think the Oracle's gonna do much. Usually MaxPax likes to commit even if there's a shield battery to try to do as much damage as possible instead of, say, dropping a stasis like most people would. A Stalker will be warped in, but that's not gonna do anything to deter the Oracle from killing extra probes before leaving. It will continue to survive, and on the other side, the Stalker aggression is getting ready to be lifted up.
Yep, gonna get into the this main base as we do see the probe here from MaxPax. We'll see it coming in. The warping will happen in this in-base third, so now you're gonna have to defend on the wrong side of the Nexus, although this next battery coming up here is actually really big because that's close enough to defend the Nexus with your units kind of towards the top side of it. So again, that's what's so great about MaxPax. The positioning is very good. He does pop Prismatic very early here. Let's see if that turns into an issue for him. At the moment, it's still scaring Skillous off a little bit, and the new Void Ray is now out.
Yeah, it really is a beautiful shield battery there. Really tucked in behind the Nexus and potentially also aiding should Skillous push through the front. Then you would have 2 shield batteries to rely on. The Oracle's going to try something else on the other side of the map. And Skillous is looking for critical mass to try to one-shot the Void Rays in spite of a shield battery, even if it's overcharged. The Stalker does a good job on the other side. Probes are being pulled off the line for MaxPax. Not sure if that was the play, but he's trying to soak up damage instead of his Nexus taking it. So that's understandable, as the probes are likely to soak up one volley, and one volley of this many Stalkers onto the Nexus gets dangerous as one of the Voiders does get taken down. Beautiful micro as well to save one of the Stalkers, and prismatic alignment has been used. Things are not looking bad for the Russian.
Yeah, no, Skillous absolutely getting some value out of this at the moment, and he is going to keep on poking forward. The fact he's actually threatening the Nexus, I think, is a big deal. Because that's really the thing which, MaxPax does not want to give up no matter what. Now you've got enough Stalkers, you got to be careful because they can find themselves the Void Rays, but that's the moment where it all goes wrong. You dive in a bit too far, you lose a couple Stalkers. Now you begin to lose the ability to one-shot the, those Void Rays here. And we use the Super Battery end of its charge to finish healing up this Nexus to give it a bit more life once again. Skillous still warping in. MaxPax about to find a third Void Ray once more. Doing a great job of just pulling back, just trying to bait his opponent forward, and just buying time as we do see another Void Ray showing up. This one just about surviving, Cats.
Yeah, that Cell of Thorn on his side at least has fallen now, but the third Void Ray is very, very scary. These 2 shield batteries at the front are out of energy, but is that gonna matter? One of the Void Rays is low, but not low enough that it does to get tucked in behind another shield battery. Enough Stalkers could be warped in to make the difference still for Skillous, as the Warp Prism has managed to survive this entire time. And he can continue now to siege perhaps this Nexus. I don't know if he wants to overextend too much. And yeah, he's gonna do exactly that. And it's looking pretty good for him now.
No, it's looking great because all of a sudden Super Battery no longer available. And that's one of the cooldowns you work around here as MaxPax. And now, yeah, I mean, he only has 1 Void Ray. So really, what else is he working with? Not enough. If you go in the main base too soon as Skillous, maybe you're in some trouble to the Pro Pull. But nope, it's going to be good. GG. Skillous gets the first map off of MaxPax with a wonderfully worked out build order. Is going to be seeing Skillous taking that first game of the best of 3.
Yeah, in classic Skillous fashion as well. You expect him to be the aggressor. You expect him to be heavy on the micro. There was only one blunder that I saw that was near impossible not to have, which was, for me, when he was microing the Stalkers and the Warp Prism, the Zealot soaked up like a full volley. And if that had gone on one of the Void Rays, like I feel like that could have been game ending a little bit earlier. But yeah, I mean, just about impossible to micro everything perfectly. But he did his best to nearly be perfect, and that's what it took to beat MaxPax this time around. Skillous has been a beast as well as of recently, and in this matchup, I mean, he was so impressive against Showtime last time I watched.
All right, well, we are going to dive ourselves into this PvP. Skillous, yeah, no, he's been leveling up a little bit, and he actually did come through as a couple of Protoss players, like you say. He came through Night Phoenix, and then he came through Showtime. So, yeah, maybe his PvP's feeling it. Maybe right now they've got something figured out a little bit against MaxPax as well. As we dive into game number 2, Golden Aura is going to be our map. This is not a map with a ramp on the natural, so we'll see how Skillous approaches this one. As we kind of know that is just going to be, MaxPax dropping down a low ground gateway. So I guess we'll see what happens here.
We'll have to wait and find out. Golden Aura, aesthetically speaking, one of the most beautiful maps on the map pool, I think. It looks a little bit like a resort of some kind. I like it. And we are here in the bottom right-hand side. It is Nikita Gurevich, Skillous. Say his name.
Well, this guy's name?
Yeah.
I can't do that. I feel like that's
the intros, no?
confidential information, Cats.
Oh, I see.
Top left-hand side from Sidestone Gaming. He is Maximus Paximus. MaxPax.
There we go.
Nice. We did it.
And just
The secret's
nasty,
revealed.
nasty.
This is a nasty,
Yeah,
nasty
we'll-
proxy. Oof.
Yeah, nasty, nasty. Talk about secrets to reveal. This one's not gonna be revealed for a little bit. And it's gonna be a Forge Gateway here. So looking to cannon rush the front of MaxPax's base. I wonder what the reaction is gonna be here. Do you just tuck into your main and play a game from there in one base? Because this is a heavy investment, obviously, from Skillous to be out here in the first place.
Yeah, no, it's very invested. I mean, there's no way you defend the low ground as MaxPax, right? So
Do you cancel the Cybercore after you drop it? Because you're gonna see the pylon now.
yeah, you see
Oh,
the
doesn't
pylon.
even drop the Cybercore.
Yeah, Cybercore in the main base, I
I guess
guess.
the gateway's not ready.
Yeah. Obviously,
Yeah.
as Skillous, I guess you start 2 cannons. I wonder if he finishes 2 cannons.
Ooh.
Whoa, Cybercore at the front.
That is wild.
I agree. No, I
I
really
guess there's
agree.
no pylon in the main base.
Now MaxPax sees the gateways as well.
Is there not?
There is one
Oh,
pylon
there
in the
is.
main base, yeah.
That's wild. Why did he drop the Cybercore there?
I don't know.
I guess we'll find out. There
To
must be
keep the
some
zealots
sort
on
of
the low
secret plan.
ground for
Maybe he
longer,
just-
maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if he could get a full wall off, maybe that buys some time for the Stargate or something of the sorts.
Yeah.
Difficult to justify. But yeah, if he's not going to use the Cybercore, rely on either a Stargate or a Robo in Immortals or something like that to try to burst through the cannons, then maybe there's a shot. The Zealots are going to make their way into the main, completely ignoring the natural, identifying that the cannons are already covering that. And at the very least, this forces MaxPax to make this shield battery and whatever else he needs. And also, they get a wonderful scout on the tech, which is going to be a Stargate. This is doing a lot of damage already. Skillous. Nifty.
4 probes going down. Now going to find another one as well, perhaps. There we go. Number 6 goes in.
Long arms.
I mean, if you get to the Stargaze MaxPax, then brilliant. So time is on, and obviously you don't have cannon support on the high ground either, so it's really just these zealots. And the Skillous at least may have to start thinking of pylons back at home, potentially going for, you know, a cannon or 2 back at home eventually against the Stargate production, but I mean, right now he's just going to keep on trying with these zealots at the front cats.
Yeah, and that's a good decision. I think I like it that he even canceled the second cannon at the natural, which is wonderful from him. So really just being super efficient here is Skillous. And Adept is going to be wonderful to just push those zealots away. They recognize the threat and will back away to the safety of their cannons. The Adept is going to bypass things to try to get a scout of sorts. And on the other side, MaxPax was looking for some sort of proxy, maybe, I don't know, some shield batteries or something to retreat with the Void Race, but it's not going to happen either.
No, it is not. So things are very weird. Here's the first Void Ray popping now, and that should, in theory, I mean, does it block everything on this position? Because I guess the Stalkers will be able to start fighting against the Void Ray to some extent as well. So it's going to be a very interesting slow breakout. Usually I really like the guy that gets Void Rays up in this scenario, but let's see what happens as we recall back home. Deal with the Adept.
Yeah, and Skillous does have that shield battery as well, so had this been an Oracle, it would have been accounted for. Instead, MaxPax tries to find an opening, but Skillous is very well prepared. I mean, if it's not for the Void Ray, there is absolutely no reason to have a shield battery with his setup over there. So the fact that he just, you know, foresees not only the unit, obviously the tech path he scouted, but also that the Void Ray won't cross the map, but rather try to siege him and be ready for it. Just incredible foresight from Nikita.
Yep, he's really got this planned out. He's thought, well, what's MaxPax going to do if I do this build? And he's really figured out all the opportunities, all the things he might have to prepare for. So, yeah, he's really dealing with it well so far. Single Adept will continue to try and find some way in, but just not going to find any fortune just yet.
No, it doesn't look like it. The Zealot's going to chase it around, but is it even worth it to micro this Adept? It's difficult to justify, right? Because it's not going to kill the Zealot anytime soon either, so... What do you do if you're MaxPax? Immortals is the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just play like a power army, right? Void Ray is Immortal, very difficult army to punch through, especially if Skillous has no tech units. And especially if it's gateway units without any blink or, you know, charge or anything, then yeah, it's probably one of the better ways you go about it. You've not got Warp Gate here either, so your own gateway units don't really exist. So I'm kind of into the combo, and I actually kind of wonder what Skillous' plan is as these units come up. Like, is he going to be able to truly fight them in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Skillous, I think this is the right call. I love this game there because yeah, like I'm watching it and I'm so learning so much. It's like, yeah, the Immortals make so much sense. Like it's gonna offer the Void Race a lot more depth, a lot more safety, and Skillous, I think, his plan was to retain this contain for as long as possible. Still with the sentries might be able to, as he can section off the Immortal while taking an economic lead, right? So if you can make it so that MaxPax takes a little bit longer to his natural, then that's going to be your game plan, and then you can transition maybe into charge or something with to deal with yeah, Immortal type army.
Well, that council going to
Or
finish
Blink
up.
even? I don't know if
Yeah,
I love
no,
Blink.
I do wonder. Maybe Blink, because I think Blink will be good against the Voids as well. But charge against Immortals would be nice as well. I think Stalkers are just... I think it's going to be one of those scenarios where Skillous has to play lower unit count. And if you have to play a lower unit count, then Blink probably comes into play more effectively than Charge does. Right now, he just needs units. As this army is just chasing as well. So completely ignoring the fact we could have denied these 2 gateways. But very soon the Immortal will do that as well. And then Skillous isn't going to have many warp-ins. This is looking good for MaxPax.
Definitely, he bled a lot. Skillous did on the chase there. At least prismatic alignment has been utilized, so there's a little bit of a backing away that has to happen here. Nice target firing onto the Void Ray before finishing off the Immortal. So really nice moves here from Skillous.
Yeah, I'm kind of into that. I feel like that was finally getting a few extra units up and finally making it back. But that's obviously now unable to continue because you've lost power to 2 gates, so your continued warp-ins don't happen. This is maybe where MaxPax is able to kind of again reattain control with the army. And as the probes get down to the low ground, they will get to battery range before that Oracle does too much more damage, so nothing really gained there.
Yeah, at the same time, MaxPax, I mean, he did such a brilliant job of breaking out with just 3 units that his expansion is not that far behind. So Skillous has a little bit of an eco lead, but MaxPax definitely has the lead in terms of tech. So this game very much up in the air, but it's Skillous that is going to have to stave off some aggression here now. And 3 Void Rays and an Immortal, pretty scary when your army is mostly Stalkers.
Yes, it is. The Void's going to activate as well. Battery can overcharge, remember, so that's going to be one of the benefits here. But there's just so much power. I love the Pro Pull. I think that's necessary to soak up some of these Immortal shots. But man, it's just such a powerful force. 35 to 10 army supply. Skillous can't actually get enough units out in time. And MaxPax is going to win this out in a very strange game.
Very strange game. There is no other way to put it, really. GG is cold, and even though Skillous did open up kind of perfectly and the opening worked, I mean, he did everything that he came for. MaxPax even offered that Cybercore. Still not sure why it was placed on the low ground. Like, I don't think it did much for him. No. But yet still, just I think the fact that he can identify that he is safe to move out with just 2 Void Rays and 1 Immortal and just bully his opponent based on army composition was awesome. And yeah, both players making some brilliant decisions in that game, but it's MaxPax that comes on top.
All right, we're going to head into Hector for game number 3. We are going to get a decided map. Cats, you guys for 2-1s all day. HeroMarine didn't quite live up to your request, but BVP is going to go the distance at least a little bit. And fast games, but fun games for sure. And PvP really is that matchup right now where, yeah, you might expect it to be a quicker matchup, but it's almost always fun and entertaining and, like, aggressive at least. It's not like fast and they're like, oh, you didn't spot this and you just die. Like, maybe every now and again, every matchup is, right? But PvP really has been like this fun, explosive matchup lately.
Yeah, especially when you're going up against MaxPax, because you know exactly what he's gonna do, and you know that he's so good that you can't, if you're Skillous, you're preparing for MaxPax. I'm sure everyone is preparing for MaxPax, but at this stage, players that are 2-0, right, like we're gonna have the best of Europe going up against each other, and it's clear that Skillous has put in a lot of preparation, a lot of thought into at least the first 2 games. Did he prepare for a third one? I would think so. But the third map is usually the one that as a player you're like less, especially in a mirror matchup, because there's no real advantage to where you would expect yourself to lose on the first 2. So the third one is usually the one that has the least preparation, but we'll see. I'm excited. I mean, those 2 games were really, really cool from Skillous, and obviously great adaptations from MaxPax.
Yep. It's been a fun series. This man's been bringing all of the fun builds. In the top right, our blue Protoss from Team Liquid, Skillous.
And in the bottom left-hand side, it is for Psystorm, MaxPax. Oh, the cover. I liked it.
Liked it. Beautiful.
Yeah, it was like wobbly almost.
Nice.
But man, yeah, like this is the thing, right? Like MaxPax, you know what he's gonna do, so you can prepare. But did Skillous prepare for this one? What do you think, Wardich? Are we gonna see something wild again? We've seen 2 wild builds.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of think so. Because you got to know MaxPax is good, and so many people do wild things against MaxPax, and they don't work.
Yeah.
So you've got to know that it's not just going to necessarily be a 2-0, right? So then you've got to have a plan for game 3.
Okay.
So yeah, I would
like
say
it.
absolutely.
Okay, let's see it. So for the time being, fairly normal here. MaxPax scouting pretty fast. Skillous is the one that's concerned with MaxPax being tricky as he scouts his own natural for any sort of proxies, or maybe he's just hiding the probe and telling MaxPax, hey, I left my base, so look around and out on the map, and maybe drops the second pylon out there instead, just at the natural.
I mean, there is a world in which you kind of say, hey, look, like, you know, I've played 2 crazier games. Look at me being crazy again. The 2 gates are coming up. Probes out on the map. He hides a pylon in his natural. And then the reality is MaxPax plays a bit defensively, and Skillous just takes an expansion with it and just says, okay, cool, now you've got a Void Ray. What's that going to do? In a game like this, what does that achieve? Really nothing. So there's that mind game to it as well, where maybe playing normal now is the way to kind of catch MaxPax off the most. So a possibility as well.
I think it could be, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And it's normal with the twist of the pylon in the natural, right? If MaxPax could waste a lot of time looking, and in fact he is. He already has a probe out on the map looking for the proxy because he saw, or it's a Zealot, because he saw the probe moving out, right? And Skillous is going to come here at a weird angle with the probe as well, which is rather beautiful too. So MaxPax is going to see that. I'm surprised that he even drops the pylon, but I think it's bait.
Yeah, I actually was going to say the same. Maybe eventually if it survived long enough, you'd warp in like 2 more Stalkers and pressure, but I kind of feel like it's like, hey, look, I'm rallying up to kind of come out and do some damage here. And then he's going to take the Nexus on the 3rd base as well. He's completely selling this as something that it's not.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. So let's see how MaxPax is going to react and if he's going to buy. He ain't buying. Goes for the Oracle right away.
Oh, he sees it as well. Scouts the 3rd.
Shield battery. Oh, wow.
Wow. That's
this guy.
There's almost just no catching him off, man. Like, and Skillous doesn't know he scouted the 3rd
that's
either.
annoying, no?
Yeah.
And this was so cool from Skillous. I mean, he even invested a pylon that we knew was gonna die. Like, gives away the pylon with the probe coming in from the angle at which he dropped it. So, like, that pylon was 100 resources donated to MaxPax that Skillous knew was donating in order to get away with that fake 3rd. You know, like in order to get away with the mind game and to catch him off guard, to catch him over preparing for aggression that wasn't gonna come, and still MaxPax gets the read and won't fall for it. It's just no bueno, no bueno. Unlucky.
Twilight Council on the way here from Skillous, getting that ready as the Stalker pings the Oracle back down the right-hand side. Void Ray is about to finish from MaxPax. So he builds a Void Ray anyway, and he's just going to send it on the map to go harass, which honestly may not be a bad thing with the fact that this base is now separated from the main. So maybe there is some potential with this, and then he's just going to follow with the Twilight Council. That will not be too far behind the Twilight Council of Skillous now.
Yes, indeed. And we probably should be expecting Blink at the stage in the game. But, I mean, a Void Ray and 2 Stalkers already a very scary prospect. There is a shield battery. They're not yet completed, actually. So that's going to be pretty scary. This could just be a very sudden ending. Another warping of a Stalker. At least it's fast enough as the Nexus has completed. And now the Void Ray is getting a little bit low. So Skillous will actually be able to hold. Not doing the best job of moving forward after his first shot. The Zealot will get kited, but the Stalkers will evacuate with their lives. And in the main, no shield battery means 10, 11 workers have fallen to the Oracle while this was all going on.
I love that. The Oracle joins the fight at the front at first, then just swings into the main to add on extra kills.
Yeah.
Just great stuff from MaxPax, and just great identification. He's like, oh, you're doing all these things weird. Well, you know what? I actually built a unit or 2 myself, and let me just kind of come across. And it's really a tight timing because that Void Ray is terrible the moment 2, 3 more Stalkers are all together. But he hits at just the point where the few Stalkers can't quite deal with it, so Skillous has to scramble. Suddenly the probes are fine, then the Oracle's there to help. MaxPax just a master at, again, making the most out of these situations. And it's like, how often does he play against something like this? Like, how often does this situation arise? But clearly something's happened similarly enough recently that he's able to kind of come out with a response like this now. And that's what makes him just so almost unbeatable in this matchup a lot of the time, because he just understands moments that a lot of people probably struggle to understand because they just don't happen a lot.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it has happened to him before, because if it had happened, it probably wouldn't have been from the caliber of player that Skillous is, right? Like, clearly this is something prepared from Skillous that he has, I imagine, been careful not to show too much of, especially to his opponent that he's doing it to. And I love what you're saying, because the Oracle shows up at the third and then repositions to the main just after seeing if you have this many units here, there's a good chance you have one or no stalkers back at the main in order to hold this. So it's just not even the decision making, but how fast he makes it as well, right? Just, yeah, it's incredible, really.
No, absolutely. He is just so smooth, and now already Stalker's showing up. He, of course, has Blink right now, and so as he blinks into the main, well, goodbye to big gateways. They're going to be unpowered, and that's going to make it difficult to defend this, and you can obviously just blink out of here as well. There's already good damage. 3 probes, couple of gateways depowered for a few moments. Now you rotate back around, and guess what, Skillous? Yeah, you got a base in the wrong place. So he can just retake position here, and this is a better fight for Skillous than it is MaxPax.
Yeah, I would say for MaxPax, yeah, I think that's what you were meaning to say as well. The shield battery is not here, so MaxPax can take a fight in the open. As Skillous repositions to the left, MaxPax might look to disengage, actually not paying attention for a brief moment there. Gonna cost him a little bit of that engagement, but it's still 30 supply lead in his favor, so looking very, very difficult for Skillous still.
Yeah, no, that definitely meant MaxPax could catch gas. I'm saying the wrong thing. But yeah, no, he just had the concave. The one thing Skillous had was a Guardian Shield that didn't last too long anyways. And once again, MaxPax is going to come forward, fight a little bit. There is a battery here to be careful of, but you know, as the aggressor, you can kind of just choose to disengage as you wish. So let's see. He uses a couple of Stalkers so far. Battery is drained of energy. Both of them are. We do not have Overcharge available just yet from Skillous. So that's one of the reasons why you can keep on fighting here as MaxPax.
Yeah, very nice blink forward there to snipe one more Stalker on the way out. But MaxPax already has set up his third base. He's already 15 workers ahead. And he is ready to blink back into the main. Doesn't even need to wait for the Observer, as the Oracle is already here. GG gets called, and MaxPax, an impressive 2-1 against Skillous. That was no slouch and really brought some really cool builds to the table today.
He came in firing. You know, he absolutely had a plan. He knew what he wanted to try and do. He did not bring the normal old kind of standard, and it just wasn't enough because, again, that's the problem with MaxPax. Like, it's like the Serral factor, right? That, like, well, why don't you just cheese Serral out? Because he's almost, I'm not going to say he's uncheesable because game 1 worked out, right? Like, it does happen. It does go wrong. There's a lot of micro involved in the defenses that he makes in PvP. But it's so tough. Like, a lot of the time, you're probably cheesing him and you probably have, like, a 30-70 chance instead of thinking, like, it should be 70-30 in your favor. So, yeah, it's crazy what he does in that matchup. Continues to dominate it. And MaxPax finds himself a 2-0 over Skillous. And that is going to set us up into
2-1.
2-1 over Skillous. God, Cats, you just gotten me all over the place today. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, I didn't mean like that. You're catching me all over the place in a good way. Like, I'm just saying things like nonsense, and you're like, Woody, be truthful here. So,
but I know what you mean. I mean, you said it was 1-1 before the last game, and yeah, there's the engagement. Like, we were talking about how MaxPax was dominating. So yeah. Just a slip of the tongue. Yeah.
All right, so let's take a quick break. I'm just excited for the next series, which is going to be Lambo versus Clem, some TVZ. Our last match would send to play into playoffs for Europe at least today, so we'll be talking a bit more about that. When we return, we'll be back in just a few minutes' time with more ESL SC2 Masters Winter Regionals.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have more action coming your way. Another player looks to join the playoffs in the European regionals of the ESL SC2 Masters Winter. Lambo or Clem? Cats. It's a fun one, and Clem's not looked perfect in TVZ so far this season.
Very true, very true. But I mean, he's still probably the strongest TVC player in Europe and one of the strongest in the world. That said, Lambo is no slouch, and he can show up. He can prepare for this type of event. The pressure is not, at this stage, I think, on for him, where he can tend to crumble a little bit under the weight of his own expectations. So yeah, I'm hoping for a 2-1. Both of them, close friends. I really enjoy them. They're awesome, and yeah, I don't care who wins here.
No, I'm.
Do you care who wins?
No, because I think they're both making playoffs anyways, Cats. So,
All right, fair.
I don't really mind who wins. If I have to cast more Clem in a couple days' time, that's all good with me. If I have to cast more Lambo, believe it or not, that's also good with me. So, yeah, I'm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm just down for a good series, 3 maps, of course. Like, as long as we get that,
Of course.
I don't mind who wins. If one of them
Then
2
we'll be
zeros, I'll be really upset with them. And
Same.
forevermore. So, all right, let's do this. Bottom left-hand side, we're going to kick off with the blue Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is going to be Clem.
And for the Shopify Rebellion, bow to thy king, plebeians, it's Lambo.
You can say either, actually.
No, it's the double.
Sorry?
You did the double.
Oh, the double spin?
Sumin.
Well, I probably did one, and then I was like, you actually said his name. It's like, no, let's do it again. Why not?
Oh, I see.
I don't really have a method, Cats. Honestly, I just make it up as I go along. I'm like, sometimes I zoom, sometimes I don't. I used to be all professional. I used to be
MaxPax of observing.
I used to like really zoom out, and then I'd be like, I'd go one way and be like, do. But nowadays, I'm just like, sometimes it's like, sometimes, yeah.
I like it. It's always unpredictable. Yeah.
You never know what you get.
Just like Lambo. Yeah, he went for a 15 hatch, by the way. Yeah. A little bit of a twist we've seen in recent history. So, interesting to say the least.
Yeah, hatchery popping down. What do you think the 15 hatches for in this matchup specifically? Does it help you against the Reapers at all, or?
I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe you can get the queen out enough or fast enough that you can get away with like a couple of lings instead of 4, but I kind of doubt it. So I'm not quite sure what it does, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see. Unless he goes completely, it could be if he goes completely gasless, he could just completely skip things. We've seen a couple of players do that, and then just go purely into the queen defense. Maybe that's the go-to plan right now.
And there's no gas just yet, so you might be onto something. Because, yeah, of course, if you're going gasless, then you want the hatchery earlier so that you can start drone transferring a little bit earlier, and then you are actually seeing an upside to your economy. Whereas if you're taking the gas, your hatchery can be a little bit more delayed because you're investing an extra 4 workers into your main before you have to start saturating that. So, amazing call from Wardy as per usual. Gasless it is.
Gasless it is. All right, well, third hatch goes down nice and quickly. Clem didn't even see it, by the way, so he's going to come across now. He's going to be like, oh, interesting. There's if he spots that. Does mean the Reaper, you feel like you maybe have a few moments, but nope, Queen's out, and boom, you just back the group off.
No links. Can you believe we both called it in conjunction? This is Cardi C magic right here.
Cardi Z magic. This is why we're the best, Cats. Don't tell my other co-casters, but clearly.
I mean, this was really cool from Lambo, actually. I kind of want to steal this. However, Clem does find a little bit of an opening here to go into the middle line. One of the drones is going to fall. Very difficult to place a spore in that location, and Clem knows it, so he commits, risks the Reaper life, but it does not get taken away. The gods are going to reward him with escaping there and kind of equalizing things, because I really liked Lambo's opening here. It was so cool.
Yeah, just getting that one drone definitely sucks a little bit, and on our way to Hellions again. It's so wild. I've not casted reacted Hellions, like maybe like once or twice every 10 games is what I've casted them for like the last 2 months. And today
Really?
I must have casted about only like 15 reactor Hellion builds from Terrans, because this was really just not meta for the last couple of months. It's been all about the Reapers. It's been all about, maybe even getting a couple Cyclones initially, and then maybe 2 Hellions, but then not continue with that Hellion production. So we've just been really seeing so many different builds, and The spice of today is apparently just going straight back to reacted Hellions and just kind of bringing it back to how TVZ was a few months ago.
Yeah, and it makes sense as well against this type of opening, right? We know that the speed is going to be super delayed, so there is an opportunity for the Hellions to dive in. There is going to be a narrow window where, oh, another drone. This is not justifiable. Lambo King not paying attention instead to the two Hellions at the front. One Spore will have to be morphed, another one. And that is after already losing 2 workers to this same Reaper. Finally, he will get kind of surrounded, not enough, but the Queen has long arms.
Yeah, these Hellions, they want to dive by. Clem's an aggressive player, and he does dive the Hellions a lot of the time. He's going to do it right here, knowing that these Lings do not have speed for a while. He tried to go up into the main. I'm surprised by that because he should have known the Lings were up there from the Reaper, but he comes back around on the natural, gets 11 kills. We'll get a few Lings to put it on top, and that is going to be a fantastic start from Clem. He might even still find one more drone. Just going to get a couple more Lings. Fantastic from Clem. And yeah, now he's even got 2 more Hellions on the 3rd base, and the Evo Chamber doesn't go down. You're not one-shotting, but you are adding up so many drones here early in this game.
Yeah, and they're going to clump up, and Clem's going to find another good shot here. However, he finally gets trapped in that corner, and that's going to cost him the last 2 Hellions that he had. But adding 9, or I guess 7 workers to the tally that he had already killed, and another 2 Hellions, knowing where the army is of Lambo, and knowing that Lambo will not want to invest into Lings, but rather make more drones to recover, he's going to continue to pile on the pressure and find himself another few workers.
Actually, just ridiculous, especially the fact he dives in yet again. That feels like so often that would be such a mistake, but in this case it was actually great because, like you say, Lambo's trying to recover. He doesn't want to make Lings, and Clem's going to say, no, you really should. And now that he actually does make Lings, maybe Clem will actually just back away. He does maybe lose one of these Hellions here, but he keeps one alive. The Banshee going to put some damage out. These Lings will go down as well, so now as Lambo, you're probably thinking, do I need more again? Actually, we did lose one Banshee, though, so at least that is good from Lambo.
Yeah, that is good. And he's going to opt to make even more drones at the moment, so no Lings. One on the way, incredibly greedy from Lambo. He's not really looking to get to Baneling speed or anything like that faster. I think he's just hoping that, oh, and it's going to get spotted as well from Clem. So I'll be surprised if Clem doesn't go for some sort of aggression. He did take a relatively early 3rd, and that is kind of what you do off of this Banshee type opening. But still, I think that maybe you just add a few more barracks and try to break your opponent. Actually, he's already well set up with 6. 5? 5.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think you need to do anything special as Clem. You just get the medevacs, the upgrades are going to finish, and you just move on the map, right? Your initial marine pressure might just win you the game almost, you know? Like, it's one of those scenarios where you've done so much early that just kind of starting to pressure the creep might just give you the opportunity to really dive in. And of course, Clem will know that maybe you can push the aggression a little bit, take a couple of risks he might not usually, because there's almost no chance that Lambo is going to be well set up against this. As they do move out. Surprised he didn't go and kill the Overlord on the high ground. That's usually kind of just a given.
Yeah.
So a missed opportunity there. And Lambo is kind of low on Overlords and so on, so we'll just supply blocked him a little bit further for a bit. As we do now move across the map. A couple drones go down as the Banshee finds more damage. And yeah, just going to start clearing out creep. And maybe we don't push all the way in right now. Maybe we wait for 1-1 in combat shields. But the general consensus is this is going to be the start of a snowball that Lambo is going to have to really try and avoid.
Yeah, at the same time, Clem did drop an armory, so he is looking for 2-2 as well. So, and he did make a tank and sieged it at the 3rd. And now he's taking a 4th. So never mind that. I mean, he scouted the 1-1 upgrades. He knew how much damage he had done. He should have known that the Baneling speed would be giga late, but still opts to not go in for the full aggression, somewhat surprisingly. So Lambo might have a little bit of breathing room to recover here, potentially.
It's true, but it also means that Clem's macro game is going to be absolutely beastly, and he's going to be, you know, in a great position already, and he's just going to know that he can probably keep on adding pressure. We are going to see the next 2 medevacs leading up the left-hand side. He just needs to remember combat shield caps. It's one upgrade he is missing, as Lambo will see the units moving up the left. Clem pays attention to the right. Combat shield does, in fact, stop. We're going to lose an Overlord here. Lambo's supply blocked again. Creep Tomb is going down, so he's not going to have creep in front of a lot of his bases. And this Widowmine probably going to get a good shot as well. It's that kind of a game.
It is that kind of a game, and that also stalls the Lings to get the full surround. Clem always hugging those corners to get maximum value out of his units. Very difficult to get full surrounds or surface area for the Zerglings. One of the Queens is going to fall here. One of the medevacs gets low, but not picked off. So yeah, not too much being found on the side of Lambo, who is doing a good job of keeping up with upgrades, but Clem is too. He did drop that armory earlier, and I mean his production tab looks rather healthy right now with a lot of upgrades coming online.
Yes, it is. We've got those 2-2 upgrades coming by as we just have ourselves. Marine's going to pull back, try and trail in towards these Widow Mines. We do see Medivacs. Banshee's being shot down by these Queens, although extra reinforcements will clean up. Top left, Clem keeps a couple of units alive in the Medivacs as well. This is the thing, Clem just continues to fight forward, and Lambo's not really, getting much out. He doesn't have time to morph too many Banelings. Widowmine going to soften up the Queens. Again, Clem is actually surprisingly quick to lift and leave sometimes, I feel like, but he actually did lose in the top left a group of units, so yeah, okay, Lambo kind of staying on top of things and keeping Clem back for the moment, Cats.
Yeah, and Clem also knew that this army here with the Banelings was already on the way back. So don't blame him too much for that. And Lambo kind of doing a wonderful job of stabilizing here. So not looking too bad. Clem adding on a 5th command center. If not a 6th, it looks like a 5th at his 4th base now. So really looking to power up for that late game scenario. Picks off a couple Banelings and will continue to just maneuver around the map.
Widow Mines getting burrowed up. A couple of shots going out. Bane's going to take some pretty big hits. And again, Clem just trading well. 20 supply ahead. Resource lost his 2k in his favor. And again, you pile all of that on top of the start that Lambo had. And you just kind of know that this is not looking great as our Marine's going to lift back up into the Medivacs. And we are just going to get ourselves really going into a Clem-favored situation. I think this is kind of why, in a way, Clem didn't feel the need to be overly aggressive. Because maybe if he sets up overly aggressive and Lambo finds a defense, Clem struggles to keep going, but now Clem just slowly chipped away and knows he can always keep going, and there should really be very few ways for Lambo to break him down to the point where he wouldn't recover.
Yep, the mines are clamped up, but Lambo chooses to disengage. He's not going to take the bait, not around this corner, and one pretty good shot there. Another one that just kills so many Lings.
23.
And this has got to be it. 50 supply now. The advantage for Clem as he pushes on forward. There's not very much here for Lambo. 3 Banelings. I mean, you're up against Clem. They're very likely to be targeted down, and that's exactly what happens instantly as they show their faces. And on the other side, he is just ravaging with his little pocket of Marines.
Yep, he is. He is just, again, he's been all over the place. GG is going to be called in the end as Clem will take down game number 1. We saw it. It was a convincing start, and it was just really something that Lambo never recovered from. At any point, Cats. Like, he just never got back on track with that in the slightest. And Clem is able to take first map of this best of 3 here, really just showing up and powering through.
Yeah, and Lambo, I mean, he took decent risks too, right? Like not making a lot of units, not making a lot of links, skipping Banelings and Baneling speed in favor of like upgrades. Like these are difficult decisions to make that he made, and they were the correct decision to try to get back into the game. But the truth is, you lose that many workers, but like 20 or something to the initial aggression, it's going to be near impossible to recover against Clem.
Oh yeah, oh, absolutely. As we are going to see Go being called, GLHF from Lambo. He's ready to get straight into this next game. So he's ready to reset. Be the right race, but he just swapped that. So, yeah, Oceanborn is going to be map 2. And I think just reset time from Lambo. You took so much damage early. You play it out, but I almost feel like you play it out just like, okay, let's get warmed up. Let's get a feel for it because I'm in a bad spot. Don't put too much pressure on myself. Play it out, and then just get ready for game number 2 so that by the time you get out of game 1, straight away, ready for game 2. Let's get into it. Have my plan ready. And obviously this time, hopefully not have as disastrous a start as Lambo found in this first game.
Yeah, he took some risks as well going to a hive, for example. Like his hive was already halfway done, if not nearly completed by the end of that game. So he was really taking the right risks, I feel like, but just not enough. So I like that he stayed in the game. I feel like an earlier version of Lambo might have left as soon as those Hellions, killed as much as they did. But instead here he gambled, and the gamble doesn't pay off. But there's some universe where maybe it does.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As we have in the top left-hand side, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid up 1-0, looking to join his usual compadres in the playoffs. It is going to be Clem.
And the bottom right-hand side, he's not your compadre, he's your king, Lambo.
Our king.
Going for the same opening again. I like it. Our king, you're right, I'm sorry. Ooh, massive shadow of whatever that was.
Yeah, that
some sort of space whale.
It just flies around. Only on the bottom right. Some people have called for its removal. I kind of like it.
Maybe it's... No, really? People call for its removal?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I love it.
Apparently it's too distracting.
No. No way.
I know.
It reminds me of the whale sharks at the Georgia Aquarium, which you may visit. It is right next to the convention center if you want to go to DreamHack Atlanta coming up soon.
There you go. What? Look at some sharks in the morning, some StarCraft in the afternoon.
Oh yeah.
What a plan.
What a plan. I've been to that aquarium a couple times. It's really nice.
Yeah?
Did you manage to go last time? No.
I haven't been to Atlanta.
Oh, really?
Yeah, never.
Okay. Oh, right. I just forgot.
You forgot. you were there on your own last time, Cats.
Casting there.
You were like, yeah, I was there, man. It was like you and Smix, and then we were all in Sweden getting snowed into the building at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, I completely forgot.
Yeah, it was
a good time. It was a good time.
An interesting event for sure. Definitely from our perspective. Like I say, we just 3 a.m. in the morning, snowed in to a studio in the middle of Sweden. It's fun.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at whale sharks.
You're like sending a Snapchat to the freaking whale sharks, like, "Hey guys, and that is sick, right?" And we're just like freezing, can't get out of bed.
With all the players, all my friends. Hey guys, I'm hanging out with all of your friends. Watching whale sharks. Yeah. I mean, the Reaper's gonna come in here, not gonna find too much. I love what Lambo did there with the drone. He put it next to the gas, but knew that he had an extra couple of shots to take before morphing the gas, so doesn't actually go for it. Saves himself just a tiny bit of money. It really is about those little details, and he places the hatchery forward. I'm not sure if this is because of the presence of the Reaper on the other side or because he's trying to do something cheeky.
I think it's just where the Reaper is, right? You don't want to delay that hatchery too much, so just put it down where you can get it. At the end of the day, you probably work towards that base as a fourth anyways most of the time, and it should help you to creep outwards towards the middle of the map, which is also not a bad thing. I'm going to get the Cyclones going, one of the mix-ups we've seen out of Terrans lately, to get a couple Cyclones early, add them into your pressure, and just add something, a little bit more oomph that the Zerg has to deal with early.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see if they can do very much. I've also seen this sort of opening and just stay with the Cyclones defensively. I'm sure he'll push out and look for Overlords and whatnot. Not sure about how heavy of a commitment it will be. But this should also be decent, I would think, against the late link speed that Lambo was going for. But I mean, it's, yeah. Because at this point in the game, usually link speed is done at 3:30. And now Lambo's going to have to wait a little bit longer. So if Clem is quick enough, maybe there's something to capitalize on.
Yeah, it's going to be very tight. I mean, the link speed's so close.
Yeah.
The Cyclones are so slow as well, man. I feel like they're... I understand like it's kind of to make it so they can kite as much as they can, but they are just slow, and if they get surrounded, it feels like they die so quickly. Queen's in the front, though. That's not good, and there's no transfusion just yet, so that's one dead queen at the very least. We can instant lock onto a second, but link speed's about to be done. Clem should probably back away.
Okay.
And now Lambo's going to go chasing. We are going to lose at least one Cyclone. Hellion's showing up, but from the wrong side, so the second Cyclone... Wow, it's actually going to be okay anyway.
Yeah, too few links remaining for a full surround there, so... The second Cyclone will live to tell the tale. And yeah, like this base is really interesting as well for creep spread and whatnot. And there's two players that have liked this sort of setup in the past. And it's usually Lambo and Laser, right? When they were the Q-Lash boys. And I've seen them just prefer this sort of forward third as a setup. So I wonder if there's something in the cards here for him, or if he just likes the creep spread, or maybe it was the Reaper all along. In any case, Clem's not gonna find too much here. This is just rather greedy. One Cyclone. I mean, I guess he can afford it. Micro-wise, like if anyone can afford to keep up, babysitting these little units for this little value, it's probably Clem. So, what do I know? But for most other players watching, never do this.
Yeah, the amount of times the Cyclone has dove in and out of range so that it's still in range of a queen locked onto, but out of range of the queen's attacking is actually incredible. And it seems ridiculous, but you know what? What if he just shows up with 2 Medivacs, a bunch of Marines? Now the Queens don't have transfusions. Well, they'll have some, but not as many. So maybe it makes you rely less on these Queens transfusion and more so on actually needing Banes, which the Bane nest is only just now starting. And maybe a little bit afraid for Lambo on this first Marine attack coming up very soon.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, yeah, it looks like just chip damage and a little bit of energy here and there, and that's exactly what it is. And if you have 2 or 3 Cyclones, it makes a lot of sense because the damage output is so much higher that, but when you have just one Cyclone basically outputting damage, I mean, it's such a commitment in terms of actions and attention to do what Clem was doing. But again, if anyone can pull it off, it's him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Clem has all the APM in the world to spare, so Here is his
exactly.
push now. A Cyclone and a group of Marines are going to move to the front. The creep is moving into the center, so that's one of the things that Clem likely wants to go for. Immediately just sends the Helens to the third. A, they'll get repaired, and B, they will be there to defend against a counterattack to make sure that if Lambo tries to deal with this attack by counterattacking, he doesn't actually have to worry about it. He can really continue to focus up at the front as these queens will come through, shoot the medevac straight away, try and take away the healing, as we are going to have a very low medevac, but it gets out of there.
Yeah, beautiful move from Lambo there, and great move from Clem adapting as well. I mean, if he didn't load instantly, basically that medevac would have fallen, and it still might. It does. Big pickups here from the German King.
Yeah, nice. Very well done. Let's just have our medevac falling back into the center. Hydra Den is on the way up. Hatchery is coming through. I'm just going to Melee Upgrades continuing to, Smelly Upgrades continue to come through, so we're going to be able to survive through to get to Lingbane Hydra in a good position as Lambo. Win for a much better game than we saw in game number 1, I think.
Yeah, especially with this composition against Mines as well, with the Hydra slightly buffed as well in the last patch. I mean, this is looking pretty good for Lambo. I really like the position. Good creep spread as well on the back of the third being taken when it did. So yeah, I kind of would go as far as to favor him in this game, even, you know, accounting for the fact that he is going up against Clem.
Some brave words, Cats. That's not one I would bet on, but I don't disagree necessarily.
All right, $5 Wardicho.
$5? Okay, I'll take $5.
Yeah. Let's go. You'll take $5? No, you won't.
Okay,
we'll see.
Infestation big coming down, so we are just going to text straight on through. And Clem, once again, a couple of medevacs, a few Marines moving out, so the follow-up to this first drop, which was obviously maybe not so hot, is now on the way through the center. Bane speed is a little ways off still. And Clem's going to play with a couple Banes on that right-hand side, some Lings as well as he dances about. Cleans up some creep, but Widowmine might do well. Here's the split. Was okay in the end from Lambo, though. Good job. Clem target fires a Baneling, but just lifts and gets out of there. Too many Lings.
Too many Lings indeed. 30 supply. The lead for Lambo here, not looking too bad at all. A lot of creeps with a lot of energy still to continue the creep thread. And there's little patches of creep that have been cleared, but they don't actually make a difference, which is pretty funny to see on the minimap. So yeah, things continue to look okay for Lambo here, as Clem now is looking forward to taking a forward fourth as well. Right? Okay, he does the Serral, but with 2 Lings instead of 1. And yeah, I mean, going up that ramp is going to be dangerous for Show.
Yep, absolutely. As our Hive comes through, you see our missiles and carapace coming up. And we just see Clem just poking around the left. He's got himself a 4th base up in the front as well, so not wasting time getting to that. And again, just trying to pick up as much value as he can off of these drops. Trying to keep Lambo a little bit busy and just trying to give himself as good trades as he possibly can do so.
He certainly is trying. On the other side, there's another medevac as well that's unloading, but nowhere relevant really. And in the front, there is a little bit of a force that is looking to clear some more creep tumors. They are going to go up this ramp, unfortunately for Clem to some degree, because if you clear the other forward creep tumors in the middle of the map, then that would disconnect a whole lot of creep there. But yeah, he tries to go up the ramp, not going to pay off, and Lambo continues to do pretty well here as he's now maxed out and likely looking for some aggression.
Marines on our right side going to kill an Overlord. Lambo will be supply blocked minorly, but yeah, it's just that idea of Clem just happy to kind of pick off even just the little things like an Overlord here, a little bit of creep there. He knows these things add up. He knows throughout this he's testing his opponents in, micro and APM. As we do continue just burrow up mines. The splits have been great so far. We retarget those Clem into the Banelings. That's really nice. That is what gives him the little bit of extra value there.
Yeah, that was nasty. I mean, great job from Lambo as well, as now he gets set up for a surround, and he does get it. On the other side, Clem was not ready to pull the trigger on his little pocket of units as well. There's 2 medevacs that could have been actively engaged and taking down that 5th base of Lambo, but they weren't. So yeah, Lambo's still looking pretty good. Medevacs of Clem looking to go into the natural potentially as the larger force encroaches at the 5th, but that's where Lambo's army is. However, a lot of the army of Clem will get unloaded here. They're a little bit bruised, and there's a Spore holding out the medevacs, so Lambo has a little bit of time to reposition here.
Leg then goes down. The Lingbane Hydra continues across, and the medevacs will escape up the right. We're still trading along the left as well, as we are going to try and find ourselves a hatchery here. Fighting off creep, we target fire down most of the Banelings, enough to force Lambo to turn back around. And that's the sort of micro you expect from Clem, as he gets himself a cancel on that 5th base. And he's even pushing forward still, letting these units just get so much done. These queens in the front have to transfuse each other up. Finally, we're going to live. Finally, we're going to go elsewhere. But again, now he's already bought himself a lot of time to set up on the top right as well. And that's the impressive part. Clem's doing all of this. And there's another attack already set to go. dealing damage elsewhere. Hellbat's going to support this one on the push forward.
Yeah, this is why I bet $5 on Clem. I mean, he's just so good.
Oh, Cats, you're funny.
No? Okay. This army will get pushed, but it's a corner, it's off creep, so there's not going to be much chase here. The Baners are looking to connect, but one of them kind of does, is in range towards the tail end. The Hydras, I mean, they can't stand their ground and fight for the time being. But on the other side, Lambo has lost a 5th again. I would rather him take the 5th at the top at this point. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Nice.
Yeah, he agrees.
I feel like that's the one that he should have always taken.
Yeah, I kind of feel like as well the way the map's set up, I feel like expanding to the bottom just gives Clem an easy push off of his left side base. So yeah, I'm kind of with you with that, as we do just see Queens and Banes taking some shots. I think Hydra is going to open up the chance to move through as they've taken down some rocks, so an extra attacking path for the Zerg is always great. One more direction for the Terran to have to worry about.
Lurker then on the way, and a single Infestor that is game-winning maneuver. I think it's going to have Fungal as well as soon as it spawns without the need to research it. So yeah, that's thanks to the Balance Council. Those 2 mines are going to get burrowed right next to Banelings. That's not going to work out. The first Ghost is also revealed and taken down from Lambo, so a very nice chase there. On the other side, Clem is going to look for that 5th base and not going to find it. Will he go up the ramp? He would find 5 Queens for his trouble. Scans ahead to make sure that he is going to be able to break through. The creep numbers are mostly going to fall down as well, and he's now very well set up to siege this 4th base of Lambo as Lambo repositions, but not all of his army. The rest of his army is sitting pretty up a ramp, so Clem has to be really careful. But just as Clem goes up the ramp, actually Lambo goes to the left, so that's a little bit unfortunate. The Vipers are here, however, and Clem is super fast to split his medevacs. Jeez, it's like instant.
Oh my goodness, and there's one medevac that's so low as well. Don't do it! No! Did it dirty. I was like, so cool as he's going to drop the main base, so there's no slowing down apparently. Going to jump straight on top of this Lurker Den. Lurkers are not going to come up. Not for a bit. Lurker Den instantly rebuilds. Lambo knew it was going down, but obviously just having the Lurker Den ain't good enough. You need time to get those upgrades out, so this is going to give Clem more time where he can be more aggressive against essentially a worse composition. There is one full medevac shot down. It was low HP, finally punished for all of the time it spent on the map. As Clem maxed out still against Lambo, and Clem with the bigger bank is kind of a telltale sign of just how this game has been going for the last few minutes.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, for the last little bit for sure. And Clem keeps taking good engagements here on the corners, but Lambo does have a sizable army here. Now he's looking for the surround. Medevacs are going to have to be involved to save the Ghosts, but Lambo snipes at least one medevac with 2 units there. Unfortunately, not targeting the one that had the 4 Ghosts, I believe, in it. Yet still a good pickup on retreat, and here Clem is running into a trap, so Lambo's gonna have a really good time here clearing this out. Beautiful moves now for the German, equalizing things a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. Great stuff as the Ghost comes forward and they bait a couple units in. Clem losing that drop on the map is replacing it with more bio, but also kind of lure, but Ghost on the way up. More tech units are starting to come into the fray here from the Terran point of view. Fungal on the Ghost to stop it doing too much else. Widowmine at least reaches across, gets a few Zerglings. And now Lambo going to back it up as they continue to contest around this position. Lambo has this 5th base, Cats, but man, he's just not been able to really use it. Finally, some drones getting on it. This is a very late time to be saturating your 5th.
No doubt. Only, actually, a couple of Fungal still available, so this might be enough, but the Widow Mines are huge! Onto the clump of links at the front. The Vipers are trying to make something happen here. The Infestor's trying to get involved, but again, these corners are just deadly, and Clem knows it, so he continues to reposition behind them as Lambo continues to hold here up the cliff, up the ramp. And nice Fungal here is going to catch a group of units, including a Ghost. Is this enough momentum for Lambo to push on forward? Nearly no Banelings here, but a lot of Hydras and a little bit of a flank of Lynx. Not going to be enough.
The problem with the Hydras is the moment as this Infestor gets found as well, unfortunately. The problem with the Hydras is that the moment they need to retreat, they're going to take a lot of losses retreating, right? Like, they don't run away quickly. And they're just such high-value units that actually being able to get a few of them while they retreat is just so good for the Terran. Sniping an Overseer here just doesn't get the second snipe off as it got out of range. And now the Lurkers are here to try and protect the drones. And the Fungal comes in from the top right. The Lurkers get in! Cats! That was a move from Lambo.
Imagine a second Fungal and a Viper there.
Yeah, that could have been killer. So close to being perfect.
Yeah, and 5 Riddlers as well. Why not? Just throw them in there. The Infestor's
just spawn in a few more units.
Yeah, just spawn in a few more units. Ghosts are gonna aid themselves with the scan to kill a few lurkers here. Clem, obviously, one of the most expert players at doing exactly this. And the lurkers also, they were delayed in their upgrades, right? Because Clem was in the main and I believe sniped the lurker then earlier. So things are not looking very good for Lambo now, who is lagging 40 supply behind. And now with this many ghosts, I mean, Clem has only been transitioning time and time again and kind of perfectly here. So Fungal on the wrong side as well.
Yeah, lurkers are all going to go down. Lambo has no support for these lurkers. That is the problem.
Other side.
He doesn't have enough to really work with. Yeah, these lurkers are going to dive up here. Okay. I feel like if Clem needs to pull back and deal with this, it probably is going to be just fine. He's actually got a lot of ghosts on the high ground already, so he actually isn't going to have too many issues dealing with this. A couple snipes already coming through. And you can see that this is going to be Lambo pushback as Clem is dominating over on the right.
Wow, what a game from Clem. I mean, Lambo played a really good game as well, but yeah, Clem just non-stop aggression and just doing what he does. And also transitioning into this beautiful macro game, just so many ghosts, and he's just so good with every freaking Terran unit. It feels like Lambo will have to tap out and Clem takes the 2-0.
Man, his TVZ, when he's feeling it, his TVZ is just crazy, right? Like, he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Okay, he had a couple moments where things went wrong, but he bounced back in like 2 different places afterwards, right? And yeah, he's just such a beast when he gets up to those ghosts. He can control the lurker armies as though, you know, he's playing, you know, he's like they're playing to his tune. It's a little bit disgusting sometimes watching Clem TVZ, but
a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it makes
I mean,
$5.
for me, it was defensively so many trades. Yeah, $5. I mean, yeah. That sucks for me. That's like 1/5 of the ticket to the Georgia Aquarium, I think.
I'm gonna see some whale sharks, mate, on my way.
Oh, baby.
It's going in the piggy bank. All right, guys, we are done with the playoff matches. Oh, sorry, the matches that kind of send players to playoffs from Europe, but we do have plenty more still to come. A couple of very fun series coming up between a couple of players who are currently 1-1 in the group stage right now, which is going to be between, first of all, Showtime and Acro, and then we're going to have Blind Spat. Some really fun matches coming up. And then we, of course, are going to be diving into that Americas region as well. Scarlett against Disc, Special versus Kazer, Astrea versus Eric, and Future versus Eggs. It is a day of StarCraft still coming at you. We've got 6 best 3s left to go, so do not go anywhere. The ESL SC2 Masters Regionals will continue just after this.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back once again as we are into our 5th series of the day. Showtime and Acro both sitting at 1-1 as Showtime has had an undefeated record over Acro ever since they started playing against each other. 6-0 in series, 10-0 in maps. Showtime looking good there. And Showtime looking for another playoff appearance this season. Only got top 16 last time around. Akron was actually on the verge of making playoffs last time, Cats. He was a match away from making them. So obviously hoping to do a little bit better this time around. As, obviously you mentioned Showtime lost out to Skillous as well, so that's why he's here at the 1-1, while we might sometimes expect Showtime to be a 2-0 player.
Yeah, for sure. Who did Akron beat? I was trying to look it up. I couldn't find it.
He beat Milky Cow, so he lost to Lambo 0-2.
Milky Cow,
Milky Cow 2-0, so...
Yeah, I mean, Milky Cow, another one of the up-and-comers. You could argue Akron was in a position similar to Milky Cow before, and now, weirdly enough, after he stopped playing a lot, I think a lot of the pressure was relieved, because he was always the type of player that would crumble a little bit under the pressure, and like I would talk to him a lot about more than the game, like psychology and like how to like try to approach the game and just be calm and like improve in ways that he wanted to improve, because he always felt like I'm a cheeser, but people know that I'm a cheeser and I don't want to be a cheeser. Like it was mostly about like perception and stuff like that. And I feel like once that weight lifted off his shoulders, like he can really play his best, but he's gonna need a little bit better than his best, I feel like, in this matchup.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough. Someone as sturdy and as well defensive. I think this is a really clash of styles as well in favor of Showtime at Red Pro's bottom left, because he plays this defensive macro style, whereas his opponent is going to play a very ferocious and aggressive style. So I think that's a big part of it as well coming up.
Absolutely. And in the top right-hand side, it is Ruben Villanueva, Aquarium, Georgia Aquarium.
It all keeps coming back to this.
Oh, baby, yeah. It all ties together.
It all ties together. Yeah. I remember when I first started casting Aquan, and I was like, you know, way back when I was like, Aquaron. Or so, like, I don't know how I said it, but I definitely said it very, very weirdly way back when. This is like, you know, I've been casting this, I know he's kind of a younger player, but, you know, he was playing when he was very young as well, like when he was 12 or something. He's like 20 now, it's like 8 years ago, and I was like, Aquaron, and everyone was like, that's not how you say it, it's actually done like this. I'm like, I was very like stubborn back then. I was like, yeah, of course it is, guys, whatever. My 20 viewers on Twitch chat, I don't believe you guys. Yeah, it turns out I was wrong, so.
Yeah. But okay, an eBay blog from Aquaron. I quite like that he picked, or that he led through Radhuset Station as well. It's the second time we see this map today, but it's probably the least played map in the map pool. So maybe he can get something under his sleeve here. I mean, this is not the type of opening that is, and he also hit the SAV, by the way, if you look at the path that it followed, like to not be seen by the pro. So, you know, like he's being a little bit tricky, and that's what you gotta be, and I like it.
Yeah, no, it's fun. It's different, right? As the Nexus goes go down there, gets placed. Probe pulls back up to the high ground, and we just see ourselves Nexus side. Cool, Probe, all producing through. Factory's on the way up, and Reactor and a Refinery coming through as well. So just getting all of this on the go. Yeah, no, it's one of those scenarios where it's an interesting map to let through, and maybe he has something planned. What I do kind of wonder is, like, it's kind of like the opposite map to what he would usually like to play. Because to me, Acron, he is this aggressive player. And this map is take 3 bases very easily, as long as you're okay against drop play to some extent, right? And then even then, there's fairly one-sided drop play that can happen. It's also a huge map to move across, so either he has something very interesting planned, or he's going to play a bit of a different style of what he usually plays. And maybe it's just big enough that he can just like split up like masses of different swarms of bio units and then run around Showtime for a whole bunch of time. Maybe that's part of the plan. I don't know what is the plan here, but it's going to be, I'm excited to see it for that reason, that it just kind of doesn't quite add up to me straight away.
Showtime gonna spot him. Yeah, it's gonna add up to Showtime pretty shortly here. So he's gonna scout the proxy factory. Did he see the factory in the main, or is that not unseen from Showtime? He did see the extra factory in the main too, so he knows everything that's coming now.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's gonna be difficult, especially without drop play, like you were saying, right? Like there's so many avenues into the main and natural from drops. We saw Skillous utilize that with a War Prism earlier. But yeah, I mean, if you're coming from just the one angle at the ramp and the natural, and you know, there's a corner that's annoying, there's a ramp, and it's gonna be very difficult to breach.
Yep. No, this does not seem like a great old time. And I can appreciate trying to, like, maybe pretend you're doing the macro stuff, but then in reality, you're actually just going to kind of come in and cheese him. But, yeah, getting the scene is rough, and now you get batteries up. This is one of the scenarios you just get a good amount of Stalkers. Enough Stalkers against Cyclones, and Stalkers really do just look good against those units, man.
Yep, absolutely. The 2 Cyclones are going to reveal themselves at the natural as well to the Probe Scout of Showtime, so he doesn't see the expansion or whether it's been taken, but that doesn't matter too much. Showtime should not overextend here. He should not leave his ramp. That's the only way that he ends up dying. The barracks is going to be here to try to provide some vision for the Cyclones, but they don't have the lock-on range that they once did. So it's difficult to imagine that he's going to punch on through, but he's going to try. I like the SCVs here as well to try to soak up some Stalker shots.
Yeah, double battery though. Obviously, super battery available. Just let the batteries do a bit of healing at first. You back away. The Stalkers have so much mobility over the Cyclones is one of the big issues, right? So they really can, like I say, just do this. You dive forward, you back get away. And that one Cyclone very low. Once Blink is done, because we've not lost any Stalkers at all, once Blink is done, I actually think this is going to be very scary for Acro, because this kind of feels like you need to get momentum going ASAP. And this is absolutely anything but that. Cyclones are just running, so not even dealing damage, cats. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this is brutal. The fact that Showtime is even confident enough to go down the ramp right now before Blink is done when he knows he has the economic advantage really says a lot about the state of this game and how confident he should be feeling right now.
Yep, I think the state of the game is that this is absolutely heading more and more so into Showtime's favor. He continues over. A couple Cyclones will begin to drop. Some lock-ons are going to push those Stalkers back. More Cyclones join together. A few extra Cyclones just keep them on popping, of course, but yeah, this is, with Blink now especially, just almost impossible to ever imagine a Stalker will die. If they die, it's probably because they've blinked on top of you to guarantee some amazing kills, and Showtime going to kill a reactor to stop reduction as well. Maybe this is your moment as Acron, because these Stalkers can't get home as easily. Yep. Gonna kill one Cyclone, just blink away though.
Yeah, the angle could have been a little bit better to cover the retreat. We'll get 2 Stalkers on the way back, and again, this is Showtime a little bit overextending. He really doesn't need to do this, but he's confident enough that he can do this, which is kind of like the sad part for Acron, because once you're going up that ramp, it becomes a lot harder. There's shield batteries, there's overcharge, and there's obviously the ramp, and the fact that Stalkers have the greater range. I like the SCV pull from Acron here. The game should end one way or another very shortly here, and here we go. I mean, let's see if shield battery overcharge is not gonna work out. It's difficult to imagine. A couple of Stalkers do end up falling here as Showtime tucks himself back. I wouldn't mind the pro pull even at this point, but Acron knows it's done. And it's done.
It is done. Showtime gets to a 1-0 scoreline as he opens up strong. Again, he really figured out what it was. I think first of all is obviously the big thing, and then he played it well. I mean, maybe he overextended going for the reactor, but outside of that, he had enough batteries ready at all points. Maybe he could have pulled probes, but he was doing the right thing. He was targeting down Cyclone after Cyclone. Eventually, that Cyclone damage is just not going to matter. You can keep warping in, and the SCVs don't really do anything on their own, right? So convincing start from Showtime, gets a 1-0 lead. I think I don't hate it from Acron though. Like you said, he's gonna have to, do better than his best almost. And sometimes against Showtime, maybe being cheeky is the right way. Like sometimes Showtime does slip up in those early games, right? Sometimes he is a bit more vulnerable than say the Serral or the MaxPax, right? Where we sometimes say, can you cheese these guys? Not really. Maybe Showtime is a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the map choice is just kind of strange for me, right? Like for this type of opening in particular, I would have thought maybe like some Liberator or some Medevac shenanigans could have worked out, or maybe if you go for something like this, you do something wild and break down the double rocks and try to go at a different angle where it's not going to be as protected. But yeah, once it's telegraphed, once it's scouted, and you know exactly what's coming, and there's only one angle at which you can come, it seems near impossible to beat a player like Showtime with that.
Well, only thing for it is to jump into game number 2, and it's going to be Alkayani for the second map, so we'll see whether or not...
Alkayani?
Alkayani, yeah.
Is that how you say that?
Well, there's been a whole discussion, but apparently it's a Greek name, and so in Greek it's Alkayani. Apparently in English we would say Alcyone, but some people like to say Alkayani, so I'm just going to give in to them and say Alkayani. That's my current situation.
I said Alcyone, so I was nowhere even no English or Greek for me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's one of those map names that you can just say whatever you want in a way. Like there's so many ways it could be pronounced. So yeah. It's I don't know. I say it once at the start and I just try not to say it again because even I like change up how I say it halfway through a map.
Say
game.
what?
Like say the map name.
What don't you say again?
Yeah, the map name.
Which one?
The one I've already said, cats. So we're gonna do something different and introduce the players. It's from the Platinum Heroes in the top right of this map is the Blue Terran player Acron.
Alquironi. And in the bottom left-hand side, it is Showtime. For big.
Yes,
He is big.
He is.
Look at this. No respect. Just scouting so fast.
Insta scout. Just gonna make sure I'm not gonna die. Says Showtime. You're right. No respect.
The I'm a better player scout. No respect.
Yeah, it kind of is. I
Yes,
hate
absolutely, yeah.
hate moves like this, man. How am I ever gonna cheese people out of tournaments? You know?
Seriously. Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Such try.
It's like you play against Bly, you drop a blind bunker, you know, against Acro, you just scout everywhere.
Yeah. Reaper is going to kill him up here, so we are just going to have that Reaper on the way to start us out. And nothing surprising this time from Acro for the first few moments. So yeah, nothing too wild for a couple of moments here. Wait to see when and how and where things might change up, but yeah, momentarily. Just an expansion even, so very normal, and obviously Showtime gets to see all this as well, which you might just be happy about. I think the more normal a game is, the less chance it is that he's gonna, you know, get kind of messed up by Acro, so I think he's okay with this.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy with it. However, yeah, Acro, hopefully he does some sort of 2-base aggression or something to still try to surprise Showtime. I don't think he'll want to take this to the macro game. But Showtime knows what he needed to know for the time being, so we'll see how he reacts. And Adept as well to double down on the scouting. And now a Twilight Council, so classic, most likely going into Blink.
Yep, just gonna get that Twilight Council up and to Blink, and I think one of the reasons you probably play Blink here in Twilight as Showtime as well is just the fact that I think Showtime would love to play Stargate, but it's almost just a little bit vulnerable against some of the things that Acro does. If he does, you know, one of those very early SCV pulls with a few units, for example, that's where Stargate may be a bit more vulnerable, whereas usually Stargate's the safer way to play. So I think the Twilight just gives him the overall, in this matchup against specifically Acro, the safest setup and the best setup to just guarantee himself through to the mid-game. Which again, if he gets to the mid-game, if he gets to the later game, he is probably going to be feeling very, very confident for himself.
Yeah, I like that analysis because I don't think either of us expect for Aquaron to, you know, power up and take a very fast third or something like that and just try to macro. So, yeah, Showtime with that in mind and the potential for aggression is going to make the right choice. The Reaper scout is nice from Aquaron, so he's going to see exactly everything that's going on, but the Reaper will likely pay with his life. The grenade's not good enough. And 2 Stalkers are revealed, so hinting at that Blink if it wasn't already obvious.
Yeah, even Sentry here at Showtime, which is not something you really need to do with Blink, but it's just like, I want a hallucination, I want constant scouting, I want to make sure I know what you're doing. So, it really is kind of a lack of respect. He's like, a Sentry does not fit into a Blink build at all, but it's just going to be like, I am going to be so okay if I don't die, I can absolutely afford it this time.
Yep, this Adept has been out there as well, just checking and double checking, and now we'll take the tower in the middle as well. So a lot of investments here for Showtime are just kind of safeguards, starting with that scout, following with the Adept, now going into the Blink and the Sentry. I mean, these are all anti-Aquaron tactics.
Yep. Absolutely is. Everything is just about being very safe here from Showtime, getting into that nice layer of safety, and then going from there. His Blink is about to finish up, so we'll see if Showtime wants to do much, but obviously he's been playing a pretty fast Nexus, so he doesn't have too many Stalkers. There is a Woodmine drop coming around the main, and Acro is just going to have a Raven popping, an extra barracks coming through. Everything's still just surprisingly normal from him. It's probably, if I had to guess from this point, I'm probably still thinking it's just like big 2-base attack, probably pull the SCVs where they're like, that's just what you lean to with Acro. So
slow reaction?
See if he responds in a different way, as these Woodmines will get a Sentry.
Oh, Sentry. Okay. That's something.
Yeah. Sentry's a bit more value than expected. It's not really meant to be here, but all good.
Yeah, and the full probe pull as well. So, like, if I had to guess, that would have killed 2 probes. So a Sentry and a probe and a full pull sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
On the side of Aquaron, with nothing else going on the map also. So the real push is coming soon with the Raven. It's been gathering energy. It's a relatively fast Raven, and now adding a bunch of units from a 3-barrack setup on 2 base, so more or less what we were expecting, but he will drop a 3rd command center behind this. So right now it's going to be a 2-base push to try to kill the 3rd of Showtime, and he should be happy if he's able to accomplish that. So I would very much like for that to be the target.
Yeah, this Raven just going to be a safety net against DTs, but also just a harasser, because obviously no interference matrix upgrades, so not looking to utilize that. Probably wouldn't be needed here against Blink Stalkers into charge. So anti-armor missile auto turrets will generally do the job. So good call there from Acro, and we'll get to harass with that as the Stalker's poked on the other side. And he's going to fly into the natural. Sees 2 Stalkers though, so isn't going to risk taking any shots. Just going to pull back and just say he's okay with this for the moment.
Yeah, and Showtime's not going to bother tracking the Raven as well. He's just going to continue to hold Aquadon in place for as long as possible. Aquadon's going to take the route out through the medevac path and, you know, just go south and try to make something happen with a double drop. Observer arrives a little bit late, but the medevacs still reveal themselves, or they don't. They barely don't in front of the Stalker. So now maybe Aquadon has a chance. Could he pull SCVs or something of the sorts? No, and the recall is prompt as well. So no flank for Aquadon to punish.
Yeah, nice idea. Could have worked out, but now he's just going to go for a little bit of a larger push across the map. 4th and 5th racks coming through. He does have that 3rd CC to morph into an orbital, so we'll be able to get that on the go. Get that 3rd base moving into the macro position. As the bio really does continue to commit down to the other side. So across the map we head for a couple of moments. As, yeah, units just going to sit up on the high ground. The bio going to go back around as well. And a couple of batteries still coming through from Showtime, just knowing that he wants to make sure he sees the next stage of this game still.
Yeah, and Showtime already smells that this is the path that Aquadon is trying to take. They wouldn't mind a little bit exposed. We'll have to pull back Aquadon, as he also smells that Showtime might be repositioning. And yeah, I mean, he has to try something, I feel like, but maybe not. You know, he did drop the 3rd CC. He is taking a 3rd. So maybe Aquadon can take it to the late game here. Do you believe?
I mean, I think he can try to, but I don't know how well it's going to go for him. Showtime has been, I mean, to be fair though, Showtime has been very gateway unit heavy, and here are the SCVs, so no, I don't think he can take it to the late game, Cats, on second noticing.
All right. I mean, I like it. It's going to be Widow Mines and SCVs, not usually the right combo, but this time around it might work around it. That is a beautiful... most of them actually. No armor for the army of Showtime, but he does have a shield battery overcharge. So is this going to be enough for Aquadon? He needs to continue to commit. You already lost so many SCVs. The Widow Mines will connect. The anti-armor missile is going to wear out pretty soon here. So he best commit, but with 2 Immortals there and this many Marauders, it's just not going to work out. The next set of Widow Mines is good, but with the Zealot Warpin, it looks like Showtime has it under control, and Aquarium will have to tap out.
I think Showtime did a great job against those mines at first, man. Like, he constantly pulled his army back. Like, it felt like it barely went forward, but when it did, he pulled it straight back to make sure it was just constantly not walking into Widow Mine range, because that, on top of the anti-armor missile, is really when those units can melt. You know, you take a couple bad mine shots, plus, of course, you have the anti-armor missile. You maybe die, but yeah, Showtime just controlled that wonderfully, and turns out just, you know, massing up the gateway units works out nicely, because obviously if you have a Colossus on the way at that point, maybe you have 1 Colossus out, second's halfway done. There's one of those moments where maybe it's not quite enough splash damage and Acheron does just overrun you, but Immortals are super tanky, Zealot Stalker, it's just not something SCV pool's meant to work against necessarily a lot of the time, so yeah.
Yeah,
just
for
short time at
and I mean, the
numbers.
investment into the 3rd is almost weird, right? Like, it's like the $400 at cost and the orbital command on top of that, and then the SCV build time. So it's a lot of resources sunk into something that is you're never planning on it paying off, clearly, if you're pulling that many SCVs. So maybe a few more units would have done him better.
Yeah, maybe it's again, maybe like the fake out, maybe trying to make it look as something it's not. Maybe just something that he feels like, actually, you know, looking at this, I actually think I can do it with the SCV pulse. So then you just on the fly do it and it doesn't work. But yeah, there's a few things it could be. So unfortunately for Acron, he's going to drop to 1 and 2. Not out, but obviously very dangerous. Next time we see him, he'll be playing for his tournament life as Showtime. Next time we see him, we'll be playing to get into playoffs as we continue our way through today's action. Showtime with that 2 and 1 is actually going to put us less on schedule. We're pretty much bang on time to head into our final match of Europe, which is going to be Bly and Spats. I think we're going to have a lot to say about this one. I think we're going to have a very good time with it. We're officially halfway through the show with the Americas region to come, following Bly and Spats as well. So plenty to go, guys. We'll see you very shortly for more StarCraft 2. Woody and Caps will be back straight after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ourselves ready for some more StarCraft 2. Coming up in just a few moments' time, we're going to be heading into this Black vs. Spat series, which is another fun one that we've got on the way here. So, excited to see how this goes. Some PvZ cats against two players who I'm kind of a little surprised to see at 1-1 perhaps, but then they've both actually taken out mana to get here. They both had the win over the same player. That actually could make this quite interesting.
That's rough. That's an intro. If I'm mana,
I'm sorry, man, but like that's just how they got here, you know, like.
Yeah, they both took on mana. Oh man, just throw in. I beat mana once in an EPT as well. Oof, this is just rough. Just to come full circle on the intro. But yeah, I mean, this should be a very interesting match indeed, right? Because Bly, obviously, like I think the oldest player in the entire circuit. As Pats, on the other end, one of the up-and-comers, has been around for a little bit now, but still a young player and still, I would say, hasn't reached his full potential. So kind of different trajectories to get here, almost opposing and contrasting, and it should be interesting. It's the veteran against the new school.
Yeah, it's really fun to see Bly as well, because obviously he's not really playing actively. He only really comes back to playing these events. He lads us a little bit ahead of them, right? And then he's like, okay, let's play, let's see what I can do. And he qualifies, he comes in, he's 1-1, he's got an opponent that it's realistic he could get to 2-1 against as well and have a shot to making playoffs. Bly made it there last time as well, which is just wild. So, yeah, there's just something sneaky about this guy. It's almost like when people don't get to practice against him for a while, he becomes like even more powerful again because people aren't used to his trickeries and all the rest. There's not enough people proxy hatching on the ladder. So, in the bottom right, opening with an early pool, it is going to be Bly, our blue Zerg.
And with a Giga early probe scout on the top left-hand side, it is Spats for Berserk. So he'll go for the hatch block, but Bly's already well ahead of that, as he has already dropped a 14 pool, very unusual. No gas to follow either, and we're looking for a proxy hatch. There's no doubt in my mind. Just a matter of where will he place it, more likely than not in the natural itself, but it could also be in the wall if he wants to be extra annoying, as there's no buildings here yet, so the wall it is. Bly is my spirit animal.
Yeah, he really is your spirit animal. I mean, well, I feel like you should be his spirit animal because you're cats, right? But, you know, same idea as... and you have
contemporaries.
Hatchering dropping down. So, yeah, no, I like this. I think it's fun. You know, obviously it plays on the idea that your opponent's going to know that you're proxying soon enough anyways because the probe's there, so there's no reason not to put it in the front. And what this means is it's very difficult to get a proper wall up so that then you can actually do a lot more with your early Zerglings than what you might usually be given by your opponent when you're kind of, you know, just kind of sending these lings across the map and then they fully wall off and then you got to deal with the Zealot dance and everything. In this case, it's going to be actually tough for Spats to break out and to protect his gateway, and if he loses a gateway, that's oftentimes already very good for Zerg. Of course, in this case, it's costing Bly more than usual because the hatchery's there, so we'll see how it all ends up, but I like it so far. Going to start getting some good damage onto this gateway, as, yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Bly's playing for, right? Zealot's going to pop out, and it's going to go on the other side.
Yeah, but the hatchery will have to be cancelled pretty soon here, as you don't want to trade the hatchery for the gateway itself. So the gateway won't even go down. Bly looking for an angle, but the corner that he created for himself is a little bit too difficult to pass. And on the other side, of course, he already decided that he is going to be trying to transition here. I would love 2 links, just 2 links, be nice 3 even. But the adept pops up, and that's going to be the end of the fun of Bly. There's no link speed whatsoever on the way either. So, I mean, that was perfect reaction from Spats for this particular hatchery. He scouted Bly inside his main. He saw no gas, so likely no follow-up with a link float or something like that, and just reacted perfectly. You don't want that hatchery to go up. If you are Bly and you calculate that hatchery is likely to go up, then it's very likely you send a couple drones, make a spine, be annoying. Instead, I mean, this one's hopeless. Yeah.
Just buys time, I guess. Keeps the Zealots over here, which maybe is nice because then you don't have to deal with them on the other side. So, yeah, it's obviously never going to go up, but I think Bly goes into this very much so knowing that, as those couple of Zealots will keep on swiping and dicing. And the Robo facility coming through on the side of Spats, so he's not expanding just yet. Going to drop the Robo down and potentially could have some power if he gets a Prism up, gets some power going off that. Could be actually very fun.
It could be very fun because I feel like he had an... Oh my god, Bly not reacting with his Zerglings. I mean, that's extremely uncharacteristic at this level of play. That means the Adepts are going to get at least a few drones. At least one of them gets blocked off before it can get to the mineral line, which means it's death. The other one will find one more drone before getting out. And 2 Adepts for 4 drones is not bad at all for Spats. However, since he didn't take the Nexus right away and he went for the Robo, it's also maybe not the end of the world for Bly.
Yeah, Bly has some wiggle room on taking damage as this drone is just going to walk in again. You ever want to just go scout what's going on? Have a good time.
Oh,
Couple
no!
probes. Get it? Okay, cool. I mean, the Robo's at the front. Everything you need to see is at the front anyways. We're going to go Robo Bay on the follow-up from Spat, so he's really going to double down most likely here on some further aggression. And just, yeah, probably get some... I mean, he could get Prison Speed here, go for Disruptor drops as well. A lot of things he can do to really get things settled down as these few Lings work around that right side.
Yeah, I mean, these Lings are probably not going to find much, but speed is about to kick in, so there's no reason to be out on the map. And maybe just check for thirds and whatnot. With the Lair finishing, I'm almost certain that Bly is going to be looking for an elevator play into the main, given the position of the Overlord. So if he can get a gateway here, that'll be really nice. I don't think that he was looking for the gateway, but Shield Battery Overcharge will be popped instead. On the other side, however, the Lings are not here, which gives free reign for the Adepts to continue to do damage, and they've already found 3 extra workers. Pat's unable to control it further, but as the Adept does sneak into the main and there's no queens there, it becomes a little bit more difficult for Bly. Still working at that gateway on the other side as the Zealots have gotten involved now. The Adept finds yet another couple of kills as it gets ready to disengage, and all 3 queens were pulled into the main, and you know what that means, Rodicio.
Spats is running around blind circles. That's what it means, Kat. It is not a pretty game right now for Bly. He's taking a lot of losses. Spats is looking to become complete and total control, quite frankly. I mean, this is just way too much damage to be taking, and apart from this Disruptor being a little bit stuck over here, everything's going pretty well. Of course, Prism can save that guy, get him out of there when needed, and yeah, this is just in general, it's just looking good, man. Like, Spats has done things right, you know, he's done good damage on the follow-up, he defended well, he really kept his cool, and that's what it's all about when you play against Bly, right? Making sure you don't let things get a little bit out of hand or anything along those lines. He's done a very good job of that, as he does lose 1 Zealot to the right side.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate indeed, as there is a Spire going out for Bly, but this is a classic Bly move as well. He loves his Muta, especially on the when he's on the back foot, and I've seen him work some magic with them, but I'm not sure that this is going to be the game for it, as he is lagging pretty far behind at the moment, and 6 extra workers falling from the single Disruptor shot is going to put a smile on Spat's face.
Yep, absolutely. That's what you want, right? You get in there with your Disruptor, you get some damage done, you're able to find yourself a good little bit of effectiveness, and again, just building upon what you've already set out on in this game, which is you're going to keep doing damage, and so far that's been great. Going to add a bunch of gateways, probably going to hit a time which is going to be very scary for someone trying to build meters, and it's not going to be enough meters that like a few Stalker Warpins shouldn't be able to deal with them if it's going to be one big attack anyways, so I think that's going to be the problem. Like, this would be maybe an issue for Spats if there was like 10 or 11 meters. It's going to be like 5 or 6. It's very manageable. And I think his push has got a lot of potential as the Disruptor does get out with the Prism.
Yeah, especially because Pats knows his position. He is going for like basically what you could call a 2-base all-in, but it's not really all-in given the position that Bly is in. He's actually out macroing him with his all-in, so that's never where you want to be. And if you cross the map and you get the first Stalker Warp in, then the Muta have a very difficult choice to make, which is cross the map while you're getting attacked, near impossible, and then like there might be Stalker Warpins back there too. Oh, okay, but it's a couple of Zealots warped in, so not very many Stalkers. So Bly might actually have a small shot at defending this with the Muta.
There's a chance. The Mutas are going to go up the right-hand side at the moment, though, so at the moment we're just going to be seeing our Protoss attacking into the natural. I kind of feel like you got to turn around. I just do not see the Mutas doing enough going across the other side. We actually cancel the Stalker warping because he's going to warp in back at home, I think, is the situation. So that's fine because he's got more than enough over here right now. 4 Stalkers back at home already. Going to start fighting the Mutas. And you can just see the Mutas do not kill these Stalkers fast enough. And again, maybe if this was still 3 gates, but there's so many gates available. There's so much production available in this scenario. And on this side, the Roach is actually starting to do okay. The Colossus is kind of low in the end. So this is actually going to get cleaned up over here. But I mean, that's less Bly things, I guess. Just makes things happen when they kind of shouldn't be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really focusing a lot of his attention on the Muta and leaving the Roaches, which are a little bit easier to just attack move, basically, on defense. So Bly doing the best out of a sticky situation. Like, it's so difficult to make the decision to move across the map when your opponent's army is already on your side. So so props to him for finding a little bit of damage, 6 probes worth, and for the first time in the game, he's actually ahead in supply of the Protoss player, though granted with a few roaches.
That's crazy, cats. Like, how does Bly do these things? Like, it shouldn't have
I
been
have
good
no
for
idea.
him. Like, let's just be realistic. It shouldn't have been good for him. And here we are, you know? Dude is up a bunch of supply, and he actually is getting up to a meter count again. He's going to force his opponent into blink, and Prism had to go home. Like, Bly just kind of makes it happen for the moment, at least. So, yeah, Bly doing some crazy things. And, again, that's kind of the power of Bly, man. Like, sometimes these games just don't really make sense.
It doesn't, right? Because if you don't get attacked and if you don't cross with the Muta, then you're behind in workers the entire time. So it's like a huge gamble that he takes just to make army instead of any drones when you're going Muta, right? It's so counterintuitive. You're basically betting on your opponent attacking and committing and failing at that attack on the back of, you making basically only units and not very many drones. But it works out. So so he's back in the game. I think this is pretty much anyone's game at this point. Spat's army looks scary.
Yeah, I mean, it looks scary, but then it's Bly, so I'm not going to believe it, cats, until we see it. Stalkers are going to go poke away and kill off that Overlord off on the side, so nice to be able to get rid of that nice and quickly. I'm just going to be having ourselves the Stalkers in the main base are going to fight against a few of those meters as well, so again, just going to get active straight away. I'm just going to find ourselves...
A Colossus? Gotta be careful, Colossus!
Okay, I like that. I mean, I guess if this army just pushes, though, and the main army of Bly is mutas, then this shouldn't be good.
It shouldn't. And yet, I mean, here we go. More damage onto the probes. And yet, Blink not yet done either for Spat, so unable to defend as well as he would like. He is fully walled off in his natural, as he doesn't want to deal with any counter aggression, and that means he's slowly evacuating it with War Prism, just crossing his own trench or whatever you might call it. Blink is ready. One Muta will pay the price. And in the natural, there's not Stalkers, but the main Stalkers should be able to blink down and shoo the Mutas away. As Spats gets ready for his last stand. I mean, if this fails, he's done.
Yeah, no, he really needs to get damage done. And to be fair, Bly's doing the right thing, man. He's building roaches, he's preparing, he knows what he's putting his opponent onto.
Oh, yeah.
And the roach ravager count so far looks pretty darn good, cats. There's already roaches across the map as well. Oh my god.
What the hell?
What
are these doing here? Okay, this don't make any sense. Like, I do not care. Like, I mean, the Muta are in the main, so Bly is definitely putting Spats all in. If Spats can't breach right now, then he's dead pretty much. And Bly is looking to do a wonderful job sectioning off the Immortals as well. Beautiful piles to make sure that he takes the isolated fight against the Stalkers. Bly has time on his side right now, so he doesn't even need to chase, and he won't.
Nope, he just sits there. Muta's obviously doing the damage. Spats is the one that must commit in. How did Bly turn this around, man? Spats had such a good early game. It's just the chaos that ensues, you know? I guess in the end, should you have moved out against the Mutas? Well, he didn't know there was Mutas, so yeah. I don't know, somehow his army on the other side. I wonder if the mistake was almost actually warping in Stalkers to fight the Mutas off at home. Because if he just kept the Stalkers warping in on the other side of the map, it would have been a base trade with 8 Mutas that just don't do damage to base trade anywhere soon enough, right? Then this army wouldn't have ever gotten cleaned up in the first place. Maybe that's the mistake that Spats made. As Bly takes game 1.
That is wild. I mean, either that or, you know, sending a hallucination or something like that and seeing like, oh, you actually have no drones at your third. That's wild. I'm just not going to attack. I'm going to take my third. I'm ahead in probes, right? Ahead in tech. So there's multiple avenues here. But with Bly, he's so tricky. He's going to do some sort of all-in. This was a defensive all-in, which you only get to say in Bly games, right? He's just like hoping that you will attack him, and then you do, because he's got 13 years experience and playing at this level.
Yeah, no, he's pretty good, man. Bly is just something else sometimes, you know. Like he's just so and it's almost like the Bly factor is just like it makes people kind of not know what to do against him because he'll just do things confidently that other people would never really do, and that's the difference. Because then you're like, that shouldn't be good. So I'm just gonna continue as I go. But then disregarding that obviously is what makes you kind of, or being unsure about it is what makes you kind of end up in situations like that, where it feels like the game was great for Spats, and then there's a moment that turns the game around, and from there, Bly takes control of it, and he runs with it.
Yeah, he's not afraid of losing, certainly. He's not afraid of looking bad or looking... He's just, you know, sometimes what he's doing will look ridiculous, right? Because again, you scout him, you see no drones at the third, you lost the game. But if you didn't scout him and you attack him, you know he wins a game that he should stand no reason to win, right? Like he lost like 10 drones to 1 adept or something. Yeah, I mean that's just wild. I mean the guy's a genius.
All right, well, we're going to dive into our second map here and see whether the madman himself can take a second game, end the series. In the bottom left corner, the blue Zerg player is Bly.
Defeated mana to get here. And the top right-hand side, it is Spats. Defeated mana to get here.
Look, it was just like, it was the one thing that linked them going into this series. Cass, what do you want me to say? Like,
You in chat, have you defeated mana today? That's the real question.
well, they didn't defeat Mana today. It was the other day.
It is actually rather surprising to see mana. He is down 0-2. I
Yeah.
guess it is these two. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. I see. That's wild.
Yeah, it turns out he actually got beaten by Spats and Bly.
Yeah, one of the veterans at the scene at this point. Like, I mean, he's such a good player, and like when he turns up, like he'll show up big time. But this time around, he's up against the wall. However, these two fighting for their lives, and yeah, go.
I was just gonna say, I could see Mana over the next day or two whenever he plays. I could see him just going 1-2, 2-2, and compete for playoffs. You know, like 0-2 does not suit Mana. I'd be very surprised if he went 0-3. I really think he's gonna start pulling it back a little bit. So definitely hope there, as there is a proxied hatchery. I mean, not really anything surprising. It's Bly. There's gonna be a hatchery somewhere. So there you go. It's in the natural. And this time it's on the base, so it's the Nexus block, and Spats just going to pull 5 probes, which is the perfect number to make sure this goes down, alongside the Zealot, without needing to let it finish up.
Yeah, it also indicates that he wants his Nexus a little bit quicker, perhaps. I mean, just like 3 probes on the Zealot, or even just 2 probes on the Zealot would be enough. He doesn't really know what Bly is doing behind this, though, so having extra probes there in case there's like links on the way or something like that could be really nice. But he did have a pro scout as well, and the reason he is staggering his probes like he is so that there's not an Evo chamber block, or so that it's more difficult, as all of the probes will encroach right away. Regardless, Bly fast enough on his fingers to use the minimum amount of time to drop that Evo chamber. It doesn't last very long with this amount of damage output, so he's just going to use his drone as a scout. But I like this opening. It's a classic.
You know what, though? I mean, if there's anyone
like
that's built an Evo chamber on a cancelled hatchery more than anyone else, it's probably Bly, so you just gotta accept. He's going to be quicker than that. Like, he's quicker than the average player when it comes to that one, as the hatchery does go down the main. Again, this just takes attention right now. The units have to go and deal with this a little bit. The Zealot pulls back from the middle of the map, and these are things that then Bly can start to use to his advantage.
Yeah. And I mean, like, he is my spirit animal. This just makes the game weird, right? Like, on the other side, it's very difficult, especially a less experienced player like Spats. It can really throw players off. So that is a lot of what this sort of build does, right? You use it every time, and the best players in the world are just gonna crush you, I think. But you know, a less experienced player doesn't know how to react perfectly, or is very used to like things going normally, and they rely on that to some degree. And then, you know, with the pressure added of an event like this one, and you're getting in your head and trying to wonder and figure things out, you can easily overthink things. And yeah, this kind of move is, Scarlett calls it brain damage builds.
Yeah. Well, that starts up from Bly as Spats is continuing into Twilight and Robo Facility. And I wonder if Spats just kind of plays something almost simpler this time around. You know, last time it was kind of technical, the Disruptor and the Colossus and everything. What if you just build Glaives and then like a lot of Adepts, you know? Like, can Bly sustain against that kind of like a play? As Glaives going to start up. I think it was just the obvious choice.
We'll have to find out. Yeah. But I mean, if his Glaive Adepts do as much as his last 2 Adepts, you would think that he's in a good spot.
Yep.
And yet, I mean, last time around, 2 Adepts killed like 10 drones. It didn't matter. Bly's just too good.
Too good. He's unstoppable. Well, the depth shade out. Not going to do too much. Our gateway is continuing up. Prism on the way. Resonating Glaives coming out. Bringing all this through as that one probe is going to move down to the natural. Out onto the map a little bit. Gateway's about to finish up here from Spats. And the Overlord, like I say, just keeping an eye on things overhead for a little bit longer as well.
Yes, indeed. So we'll see what this shapes up to be. Bly already with a Roadrunner on the way as well. They're already completed too, so we can expect the roach speed actually a little bit off sync, right? Like the roach run would have been nice to have in conjunction with the lair, but a little bit sloppy here from Bly. Gotta start that roach speed right away. Or not, I mean, up to him.
How much did Glaive Adepts work against 2 bases? Like Bly's just like, yeah, no third base.
Not
And then,
much.
yeah, the movement of the Adepts matters so much less than usual, so very intriguing scenario we get into. These roaches coming up. Obviously, the Dark Shrine is maybe not that great of a call because we're going to have an Overseer available. Obviously, you can still get past the Overseer, but in theory, the setup is there to be able to deal with the DTs in the follow-up. It's not like you're going to scrap together spores because you're trying to defend the Adepts with hatch tech only. So there's a world where this actually ends up very well for Bly. He walls off as well, so the Adepts cannot shade into the natural. And that means the Adepts just can't really do much right away. Bly even adding on a few more drones during this. He is not worried at all. As Spats gets himself an Immortal. And, yeah, honestly feels as though Spats is going to set up for a very aggressive attack, but, well, that or he's just going to play very defensive because obviously he's worried about the 2 bases, which would probably make more sense.
Yeah, it's more likely to be the Adept. Jeez, Spats is really doing a lot for 2 bases, isn't he? Like Dark Shrine, Immortals, Charge, and this Glaive Adepts. Like, that's a lot of tech to invest into on 2 base, so I have to imagine he'll be pretty committed to this.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I thought, but then if Bly's only on 2 bases, like, do you commit to it? Like,
right.
Like that's what I mean.
You shouldn't,
yeah. That's an interesting one. Overseer starts to morph. He knows about the DT, so he's going to block with the roaches. A couple of them will give their lives to ensure the drone line stays very safe. The Adepts will not find the way in as the Evo Chamber is still there to block. DT dies, does not get saved, and a Nidus on the way from Bly.
I like it.
Well, I think I'd like it too if his opponent wasn't being so aggressive himself, which might be a natural defense. I don't know, Kat. We've got a mess of a game right here.
It really is a brain damage type game. I mean, let's see if it works out. The Overlord that was kind of at the 3rd pooping creep, it also has vision up the high ground. So this is a double whammy Overlord, and that is where the Nidus is going to go down completely unsuspected. So Bly just... why would he? He knows where the Overlord is. It's so difficult to anticipate. Oh, this Overlord also has high ground vision just barely. So Spats is gonna take it down, but the view is out. The Nidus is ready. Here come the roaches, and Spats does not know. I mean, he is now recalling. There is 2 Immortals. He should be able to be okay here, but there's no shield battery whatsoever either. So Bly definitely. I think if you're Spats, maybe go for the Nidus. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, 1 Immortal goes down. Took quite a few shots. These roaches are taking some heavy hits. That's a lot of losses. The Adept damage is adding up over time. Gonna get a Stalker. We can get this last Immortal too, but it's gonna come at a cost. Now the Prison's back, so the Micro begins as well. I think dive back in the Nidus. Bly time to get out of here. He's gonna wait for Queens to show up. Okay, Bly's just gonna double down. He's not afraid of losing, Kaz. That's what it is.
It really is. Like, yeah, he's really not afraid at all. Oh my, I mean, that was wild. No 3rd inside either, so I'm not sure what the... I have no idea.
I think,
he's
honestly...
floating 2,000 resources on 2 bases. Well, this game is just actually wild.
I honestly think, like, it was unlucky. I actually think it would have worked beautifully if Spats... And he's got the backups infestation bit for Swarmers, naturally, 2 cats.
Naturally.
I think it would have worked if Spats had been any sort of normal himself, right? If Spats had said, oh, I'm going to try and get a 3rd. But of course, Spats knew there was no 3rd apply, so I think that's where it obviously all kind of went wrong. If he just tried to put a 3rd hatch down, but then he didn't want to defend a 3rd hatch as well.
Yeah, I think this game is so strange because both players are kind of committed to the aggression regardless of what their opponent is doing, basically, right? So they both kind of had their idea in mind, and it's a hectic game, a difficult game to read, so it's difficult to make the best decisions, which sometimes is just, you know, chill, take a 3rd, defend, or change your plan according to what your opponent is doing, but not the case here. The next Nidus is here, and it's Stormhost this time around. Remember, Spats is only on 2 base, so you snipe that Nexus, you put him in the same position as last time. This time around, however, it will be substantially more difficult to hold, so maybe Bly, I don't even know, go inside your main, hold at your main ramp? This is gonna be wild.
Yep, Evo Chamber goes down, so he's going to wall. He has Locust killing off the Natural and the Probes there.
No.
So, yeah, he has to defend here. He's going to have to use the Locust defensively now, of course, and he's going to try and go for the Immortals, but there's micro potential, of course, and Spats is going to bust on through. There is surely no way. The army supply of Bly is one big lie, because he doesn't have a, because he doesn't have, you know, Swarmhost ready, so Zombie supply ain't that great. As if they pop out, maybe there's some hope, but Immortals are jumping on top. Here come the Locust. There's Prism Micro as well, of course. The Locust lands straight on in. There's extra Zealots here to deal with them. I'm going to go ahead and say this one is all about Spats.
Yep, it's going to be a 1-1 series almost for sure that Immortal can be saved, but it doesn't. And the Locusts are doing what they can. And yeah, it looks like Spats got this one in the bag.
Kind of a wild little fight towards the end, though. I mean, maybe there was some hope. I liked how Bly approached it, but just not enough. As GG is called, and we are going to go to the game 3 of this best of 3. 1-1 for these guys. No one faced an elimination or anything here today, but obviously such a difference. 2-1, 2 chances of making playoffs. 1 and 2, gotta then play for your life every series you play from there. So yeah, it's a very different feel.
Yeah, looking from the outside of that game, like as we have God vision and we can like assess the situation in advance, I think Bly should just go in his main and try to hold there. Probably pull the drones to his natural into his ramp and just hold the ramp, because you do have Storm hosts, so you do have him on a tighter timing. Like even if you go down to 1 base, you're still probably in a good position with the Storm host out on the map. But yeah, I mean, even then I don't think he holds, but that's his best shot. And you know, if you hold, you win. So probably the better approach, but I'm sure in that game I would have done the same thing as him, right? Because there's so little time to actually assess the army and be like, yeah, I should retreat to the ramp.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. All right, guys. Well, we're going to be just waiting for Spats for a couple of moments. Once he's ready again, we'll be right back into the action. Take you over to the schedule quickly and talk a bit about what's coming up in Americas. This is our last map of Europe about to happen, and then we're going to be having ourselves Scarlett versus Disc coming up, followed by Special versus Kazer. Astrea taking on Eric. Future is going to be fighting against Egg. So some fun matches there, cats. I think we're going to be looking forward to those. And yeah, just a fun day ahead of us. Still a whole new region to explore coming up.
Hells yeah.
Hells yeah. So look forward to all of that, guys, obviously, as we make our way through. Like I say, just waiting for Spats, so it'll just be a couple of moments while we wait on him. I'll just bring us over and very quickly mention, of course, once again, a big thank you to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and ESL Shop. You love it, you wear it, and you can even wear it to Atlanta, where you can get your tickets for the offline finals right now. DreamHack.com/Atlanta/tickets. 20% off with the code StarCraft. Not sure that code works for the Georgia Aquarium, but you could ask. I mean, you send an email.
You could ask, it might.
Yeah. Maybe they can do that.
Not too expensive of a ticket. The Georgia Aquarium is just beautiful. And yeah, I mean, the convention itself, Atlanta last year was insane. It was just such amazing energy and so many StarCraft people, and everyone's just friendly there, and it's awesome. So yeah, if you get a chance, you should definitely do that, as the game is finally ready.
Get that, guys. If it's anything like last year, it'll be something to see. As yeah, the game is ready, so enough of us doing the things that are not talking about the game. We'll be inside of it in just a moment for Hector. Map 3 of the series, and Bly and Spats are fighting to go 2-1, or 1-2, or to avoid going 1-2. As we dive in, bottom left.
Hector?
Hector. This one's definitely Hector. I've learned this one a long time.
Okay.
Bottom also Greek, by the way. All the map names are just Greek this season, apparently. So, bottom left-hand side, it is going to be our Blue Zerg player, Bly.
And in the top right-hand side, it is our red Protoss player, Spats. Oh, wow.
I just felt like really bring the power in for him in this game 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good wobble.
I'm winding him up to unleash some Protoss madness, you know?
Love it. And Bly, I mean, I respect this. He was thinking, okay, I'm going to go for the hatchery. There's no way you do a probe pool after I open pool first twice in a row. But still accounts for the potential of the probe pool by pulling drone early enough that he can just reposition to the third. But we have a standard CVP opening in our hands, Wardicho.
Terrifying. What the heck does Bly do if he plays standard? Yeah. I think as Spats, you'd almost like to play against the proxy stuff again, you know? Like, I don't know, because this means he's got something planned for later in the game, right? Like, yeah, so...
Good point.
Yeah, I don't know. Not loving it from Spats.
Yeah, I also love that Bly doesn't get baited by the hybrid base here on this map. Just absolutely horrible base. It's just so far away for the little gain that you get from the few rich patches, you know.
Very true.
Nothing too crazy going on in a blind game. Something's up, or they just something's in the
I
air.
know,
What do
you know what
think
it
he's gonna
is.
do?
Sometimes you go into a series and like, I don't really need to know what I'm going to talk about because as Blythe does it, I'll just say what he does, and then he just does like
exactly.
he just does the absolute normal, and you're like, this I'm not prepared for this, cats. You know, I don't know what I'm actually meant to say if Blythe's just playing normally because it doesn't make sense to me. I don't actually know when it's going to turn around and do something different, so yeah, I'm kind of just waiting, especially PvZ. It takes a couple minutes to figure out what we're going to do here.
Exactly, it's interesting because in most PVCs, I think we would be talking about the Georgian Aquarium or some shit like that, and just expecting that that's perfectly fine. But because it's blind, you're just you know, like my eyes
on
are
point.
just on the production
Where?
tab, just looking on the map, on the mini map.
Yeah, we're really waiting, you know, because at any point could be the moment it all like, oh, it's that Blythe build, right? But like, nope, just the third hatchery goes down, Link Speed's on the way, Spats is like, I'll play a standard Stargate, and yeah, if you hit the names of these players, cats, I don't know who it could be. It could be Serral right now.
It could be Serral. It could be Serral versus Showtime. I mean, who knows? It's pretty standard. It's pretty standard. Stargate, most likely an Oracle. Bly, still looking at the production tab. No lair whatsoever. What's going on?
Yeah,
I mean, if I'm Spats, I'm shitting my pants. That's for sure. It's like,
I know.
you know,
Absolutely terrified. Like, I guess though, like you're about to get the Oracle, you're gonna be able to start scouting with it, and the moment that Oracle can get information, you're like, okay, take a deep breath. It's happening. I'm in a normal game, and then I mean, you gotta just keep scouting. That's the main thing. Keep that Oracle alive. I almost don't like the idea of getting drones with it. You know, just make sure you scout. Make sure you see that it's still normal, and keep an eye on whatever could be happening. Let's see what he does. Oracle does go across the map.
And Spat's confident enough to take a third against Bly, so he's not really falling for the trickery, which is the classic, like, there's a saying that's been going on forever, right, on Reddit. I'm sure someone's already said it in the Twitch chat too, like, the best thing a cheeser can do is play macro. But, you know, it usually doesn't work, because if you're a cheeser, you're not good at macro, and yeah, so you know, it better pay off to where your opponent is terrified or something like that. And Bly does find a couple of adepts here, but the links are already bruised up, does find a good surround onto one of them, so one of them will go down, but the second one should clean up easily. Nothing too crazy still. 14 links, okay.
Yeah, but it's
A
not
little
even
bit out of the ordinary.
Yeah, it's not. It's maybe a bit more than usual, but it's almost like, hey, there might be adepts on the map soon, and maybe I'll put a bit of pressure on with it. Like, it's not so far out of step that you're even kind of like shouting the layers at a normal timing. And maybe when the layer finishes, we're just going to whack down a Nidus network and or start like, you know, dropper lords and overlord speed or something, right? Maybe that's where the twist comes, but it really has been nothing but standard for the first few minutes. Or maybe Bly just hits like a fairly standard like Roach Green Walk or something, you know, like just hits aggression and
yeah, I mean, the Roach one and the timing is perfectly vanilla here.
No,
it's crazy now. The probes are gonna start going down in the natural. Luckily for Spats, there was an Oracle popping up, so damage will be mitigated, minimized to just the 5 probes. Actually, that's way less than I was expecting for that run by. So yeah, the game will continue as per normal. Make it 6. 7.
Well, that's 7 probes. I mean, that's still 7 probes you shouldn't have ever lost here. Now Bly's like, oh, 14 lings are really good. He's gonna build the lucky 14 again here. So 14 once more. There is a few adepts going across, so this time he needs to make sure he can surround these, shut these down. A couple of roaches really would not feel amiss just to make sure you're okay. I mean, you can look at this and just see that Bly is a bit down on army supply, only just now retaking a worker lead. As the Oracles come out the other side, Adept's going to get there. A couple of lings in fire, and the Queen is going to go down, going for a second one. Obviously, these lings now do commit in. We lose one Oracle, but I feel like Spats is obviously somewhat comfortable with the damage he's dealing. A lot of lings going down. The Adept's still pretty healthy, honestly. This was a great little attack in for Spats.
It really was. And yeah, right now, I mean, Spats, despite that ling run by, he's 5 workers ahead. This was very good, like you were saying. Loses an Oracle, but who cares? Bly loses Queens in turn. And yeah, things are looking pretty good for Spats, especially because Bly, again, is saving a lot of money. I don't know what he's saving for, but I mean, those could have been roaches instead of Zerglings. He could have spent most of his bank in that process. But he didn't. And that puts him in an awkward position.
Yeah, Spy now on the way.
Actually, maybe it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to try and
Knows
play
better.
into mutas, which, to be fair, if you think of Bly of old, when he didn't play super crazy, a lot of the time just, going into mutas is the way that you can still cause chaos on the map, be, all over the place, trying out micro your opponent, make them make some bad decisions. And maybe that's just the idea right here. There's the blink and the +1 coming through from Spats. Those should, in theory, give him a good spot. Against this, that is a drop lord that gets the feelings in the main base. So
Nice.
5 probes go down again, and Bly is still finding some damage. And he does need something. It's not been a great 7 minutes of the game for him, honestly. Like, he has been the one taking more damage. Even with a couple run bys, I feel like his macro's been off. He's still behind on workers right now until he just caught back up and overtook. So, yeah, things like this are honestly necessary and putting him in the right direction at least.
Yeah, for sure. This is very much a game. I mean, he established this 4th now. The creep spread is not amazing, but it's been a hectic-ish. Actually, it's not a super Bly game, but, some Rambis, some chaos, and you're right, Muta are the perfect unit for that. So, let's see. Bly is already saving enough to make 8 or 9 Muta. That's a very substantial number, especially when your opponent is working off of a double robo.
Yeah, absolutely. As 8 meters come through, +1 missiles coming out. What Queen's going to get here? Oracles will not do too much else. 3 drones going down. The Roaches going to fight against a few Adepts over here. So 1, 2, 3 Adepts going down immediately. And guys are going to shoot down the Observer as well. So a few drones killed, but we're getting units back, at least from Bly. And here come the mutas. And that's something the Colossi are not exactly going to do much about.
Yeah, they do a good job of evading the vision of the Oracles as the Overlord gives the Muta a heads up that they were heading in their direction. So Spats should be none the wiser. We don't see any Stalkers being warped in whatsoever. The Oracles are still maneuvering around. But yeah, the Muta should be able to do a little bit of damage. Stalkers warped into the 3rd, but Bly is going straight into the main where there's only 2 of them. I wonder if he'll engage them or ignore them. Probably just hit 1 a couple times, then go into the mineral line.
Yeah, don't know. He's just going to take a kill. Stalker's a Stalker. You're going to get 2. That's fine. As now he moves forward, he's going to find himself a free prism. That's great because that stops aggression across them. Nah, but he doesn't send it. Kind of didn't know what he wanted to do there. Now he goes for probes, but the Stalkers are going to blink in, so still gets 7. At the same time, Roach is on the 3rd base, and this is him causing that chaos that we know Bly is great for. So here we go, and yeah, 9 probes going down, and just getting himself a whole lot of action. Is now more mutas on the way up, so going to double down on those air beams.
The classic. Let's see if that works out, as the Muta are still causing mayhem at the natural expansion, but not for long. A lot of them do get taken down, so that's a really nice bit of reprieve for Spats, who is now deciding to push out on the map on the back of that. And I mean, those Muta that you said Bly was adding, and he has been adding, they would have been really nice if the rest of them hadn't died, but as it stands, they're going to be good for cutting reinforcements, but they're going to have to join with the army, I think, if Bly is going to stand any chance at holding. Though Spats is giving him a little bit too much respect and backing, perhaps, again.
Feelings moving around, 24 of them on the way up, 6 Ravages coming through. Our mutas are going to dive back onto the 3rd. This is where Spats just said, no, I've had enough of chasing mutas around, but this is where Bly is usually pretty well prepared. He knows build Roaches at the right time. That's what Bly is so good at. He knows when to build what. Lings are going to run into the natural as well. Well, they should be. There we go. So they start to move through. The Spats is all in with 4 Colossi and a group of Stalkers on the other side. I don't think Bly needs to dive too heavily into this. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, but he's going to get a Colossus. He's going to get 2. Okay,
almost 2. Okay, the other one gets saved. But that was absolutely wild. I mean, you did so much damage. All you got to do is buy time. You don't need this base. You have another 2 bases. You could pull drones right now if you want to fight. All right, the drones are pulled at least. As soon as those drones are out, just back away. Or not even wait until then. I would have loved for them to shield another set of vials or something like that, but it's perfectly fine to bide your time if you're Bly right now. You win this game by waiting for more army than your opponent can produce, as your economy, or his economy, has been completely ravaged. This is looking like the beginning of the end, but he walks into his own vials to make the game more chaotic and exciting.
Oh, Bly, we love it. You don't have to make it that exciting, as that Colossi will micro up and down. Corrosive Vial's going to try and hit. They do not quite get the Colossus there. But the Stalker count going down. The Prism has to cancel the warp in. The mutas are coming home. That means goodbye Prism. That means goodbye Colossi. That might just mean goodbye game, as plenty of Roaches are coming out. Spats does not have much eco behind this. The Stalkers will blink in, but Bly has 10 more Roaches coming out, Cats.
Yeah, but 2 of them are gonna be misrallied and die in the middle of nowhere. The Ursadon watches. As this game is coming to a conclusion, yeah?
I was going to say, big mistake to get the Oracle there instead of the Prism. If you get rid of the Prism, like, Warpins just stop, you know? Whereas, getting the Oracle doesn't really change much in that moment, as now the mutas are going to try and chase the Prism down. The Stalkers will kite back and get most of the mutas, so now it's just Roaches, Ravages, and Drones. You gotta be a little careful, right? I mean, Spats, he doesn't, he has actually now fixed his drone or probe count, so he's gonna be, you know, mining a little bit as well again. You can't just mine nothing here as Bly.
Yep. Muta, I think, we just got picked off as well by the Stalkers, so... I mean, Bly has 5 bases, right? And he has 49 workers, so right now, if he just holds off the aggression, he should be perfectly fine. Spats is re-probing or doing his best to, as Bly continues to just encroach forward and trying to get the best battles that he can on retreat. He is able to land a few of those. And Spats, I mean, he's in a world of trouble. I don't know what you do from here. You don't really have any substantial tech either. I don't know the Colossus would be much helpful here either. Maybe Disruptors, I think.
Yeah, Gecko with Disruptors. Again, his economy currently is okay. The problem is he has no defense at home, so Ling's jumping on that mineral line is extremely scary for him. And he is going to start. He's actually going to recall the Stalkers home, so the Lings should just back off right now. No need to stick around for the Stalkers showing up unless he's just going to jump on the Stalkers. They can blink away, but they are choosing not to, so mistake there. And now the Lings actually will continue to look for surround. Probes are pulling into fight. Nice. Roaches are going to come from the left-hand side, so where do you even go? Oh, actually, Bly's going to end up surrounding Spats' third base, and that's going to do it. That's GG. Bly finds it 2-1 over Spats. Bly. He always finds a way.
Yeah, I mean that game definitely turned exciting, especially towards the end there. So yeah, that ended up being a Bly type game still, right? Like if you were blind, if you were to cover the names, you may not have guessed for the first 2 minutes, but eventually, yeah.
Yeah, no, it absolutely became a Bly game as we got deeper and deeper in it, you know, so 100% kind of got to that point where it's like, yeah, this is what Bly likes to do. If it is like going to be Bly playing more normal, that's about as normal as it gets to be, so GG's, and that is going to round us out for Europe today, guys, so let's have a quick recap of just what we've seen. Rainor, probably, I think for me, the series of the day still about Rainor versus Spirit matchup. That was a 2-1 in favor of Rainor. I think that one was, we really started off hot, and the rest of the games have been good. We've had some good series, but a lot of expected results overall. I wouldn't say we've necessarily had an upset across the board today, Cats. Apart from, I would kind of maybe say Bly upset over Spats, but Bly's crazy enough. It's not that too surprising.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I would have thought they're about evenly matched at this stage because Bly also has experience going and working for him, right? Whereas Spats and the newer players that aren't even at this stage like that often, right? I think tend to learn by losing in the experience and, you know, getting casted and knowing that they're being seen and judged by their peers and the audience alike. Like the younger players tend to underperform. So it's, yeah, nothing too surprising. I really enjoyed the Skillous series just for the planning that he brought against MaxPax as well.
Yeah, that was actually a very good one. The PvP was very fun. It felt like Skillous kind of almost had it as well, so that was a cool matchup. So but that's it, guys. We are going to take a quick couple moments of break. When we come back, it is time to move us over to the Americas, so we'll be doing that very, very shortly. And kicking that off, some more StarCraft 2 is coming up just after this quick little break. We'll see you guys very soon.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, as we are now swapping from Europe over to the Americas. So a change of region here for us as we get ourselves ready for more SC2 action on the day. And it's been fun so far. We've been having a good time, some crazy games, especially with some Bly action. And America usually delivers when it comes to a little bit of crazy games as well. So we're definitely looking forward to that. Let's see what craziness has been happening so far in the region as we swap on over to the standings quickly. Cats, we've got a few players who are up at, it says 1-0. Apparently I did not update all their scores properly, but we got a few players, Special, Kazer, Disc, and Scarlett are all 2-0. And they'll all be playing some matches today to try and make it through into the playoffs of the America regionals already.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, Scarlett did drop a map to M. Canning last time around. I would argue Disc, her opponent today, is going to be even a little bit tougher. Kazer and Special, that is obviously a little bit of a Latin American classic coming up as well. So lots of good games today.
Lots of good games, and we are very ready to get into it if our players are. So, in fact, I literally tap back into StarCraft and I see them both saying ready. So they're ready. We're ready. We can kick start into the Americas regionals. 4 best-of-3s from here. And should be fun. Scarlett, Disc, already an exciting one. And like you say, just one that, is going to decide who goes to playoffs. But Disc, he actually also picked up a win over Astrea, 2-1, which I think is a great result. So, that's very exciting to see as well. Just in general, I think we're in for some good matches here.
Absolutely. So let's see what Scarlett can do up against Disc. I mean, his style in PvC must have shifted a little bit. He was a big fan of Disruptors before. Disruptor, got a little bit of a nerf. So we'll see if he has something different in store.
Yep.
Gonna have to. Scarlett is a little bit of a beast in this matchup.
She is. She obviously dropped that map to M. Canning. She actually had some very close games against him beyond that one as well, but definitely one of those players that you gotta come in with something of a plan, otherwise she is just gonna rip you apart. As we kick off to the upper left-hand side with the red Zerg player, this is going to be Scarlett.
And her opponent in the bottom right-hand side, it is the blue Protoss player for Apprentice Esports, Disc. Very disc-like motion.
Yes. I designed this one especially for him, Cats. That was I'm glad you noticed.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, nice.
And so like the players do some funky strats. From time to time, like they'll surprise you, do these little moves. And where did you? I mean, yeah, I know you. I seen you do the disc before. It's just your thing.
Yeah, it's my thing.
Yeah,
You got me figured it out. I'd be no good in the barcoding observer trials. They know it's me straight away. Alright, well, Probe just comes across. What do you think Disc can do here to really try and offset things? What kind of crazy do you bring out against Scott?
it's difficult because of the type of player that he is, right? Like, he is not a crazy player. He's a very macro-oriented player a lot of the time, and it's a player that was on the up and up. Like, he played a lot on Europe, for example, where, you know, the players gravitate towards, especially when they feel like their playstyle is a little bit more stable. That's usually what you find in the European ladder, as contrasted with the craziness that is the American ladder. So yeah, I don't know that he has any super tricks up his sleeve. It's just up to him showing up at his best and playing his best game, and that usually looks pretty normal.
Yeah, that's very true. We'll see what sort of style he wants to bring. Obviously, Scarlett, a couple queens, a couple lings on the way out from her. She does get a hatchery on the natural, which is always a nice little benefit as well. And that especially takes away some of like the adept things in case just wanted to kind of mix it up, because just not having the slight economy difference that a third hatch position takes a lot of the time, and just doesn't really make sense to then play adepts off of that. So maybe one thing to note. Otherwise, it is obviously here for the first few moments fairly standard. Very chill as a couple of lings just going to go after a probe for a little bit. It's just going to go and find some damage out over the side. Yeah, they're going for it.
If it doesn't regenerate his shield, it regenerates.
Probes, man. Yeah. So good.
Yeah, seriously. I thought that Pro took one too many turns, you know, because it turned around twice to where the links hit it, and they should have. And yeah, if that last link connects, then the shield regeneration is stalled to where the second link should be able to catch up and kill the probe. But just regenerates, and as soon as it starts regenerating shields, Scarlett knows what's up and disengages.
Yep, obviously just spotting what's that there's not really a grab to be had there anymore, so like you say, just disengages, backs away. And now we have our link speed coming through, the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up as well. The Adept is going to try and shade forward towards the upper left-hand side. The Lings will be there, and the Adept is just going to continue to move about for a little bit. Just trying to move around for, again, just finding some information, seeing what's going on early. The Adept going to begin to fall back as the link speed is about to be finished, so it's not a good time to still be out there as the Adept on your own.
And this is Disc in a nutshell. He's very standard. He's, you know, he knows what the limits are. He knows when speed is going to hit. So, yeah, nothing too crazy in the early game here. Scarlett is trying to take down a pylon. The Oracle is going to have to be taken back, I think, to the third. A probe goes down. The pylon never went up, apparently, or it was already cancelled. The Overlord under threat as well. But, yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. The Oracle was pulling back, and then it didn't.
Yeah, now you're going to get free damage on this third, which, you know, could eventually add up, although now Oracle does get in for a few drones, so Scarlett is going to retreat the Lings off. 3 workers go down, and Disc is the one to kind of find a little bit of damage in return to what was already happening. Scarlett now going to reinforce across the map again, though, and she actually does maybe look for that that Nexus without anywhere to kind of hide an Adept, because there's no choke point or anything. Could be a little bit rough. Actually, can use the minerals, so shouldn't be too bad. Yeah,
and the Oracle was still around. But yeah, you can see, like, she was probably thinking there is no pylon, so I'm going to make those circlings, and it's going to be a little bit easier to output damage. But with the Oracle like shadowing the circlings, it's going to be not doable for Scarlett. Still, the early game, pretty good for Disc, right? Like, getting those 3 drones with a single Oracle poke, and basically not investing too much into that third, yet still saving it. It pans out in his favor, I think, a little bit at least. Scarlett gets ready for Overlord speed. Maybe just to look to scout. Her lair is almost done as well, so I'm curious what she's going to be going for here.
Yep, the Overlord speed obviously suggests that you want to try and probably get some Dropper Lords going, right? Make some aggression happen. Lots of Overlords coming out as well, so we're going to free up a lot of supply to produce units.
Okay.
And I think Scarlett just wants to hit before +1 and Blink is in play. Get the Dropper Lords and, you know, some Queens in there, and just roach attack beyond it.
Yeah, there's 6 Queens and 2 Dropper Lords being morphed, so very much giving us an insight into what Scarlett probably wants to do. Already probably pre-injected as much as possible. One of these roaches getting pretty low at the Adept under fire, but not enough to kill it. So now the Queens are going to get loaded, and Scarlett is ready to go. I love the extra Overlords just for creep spread. Not something I ever see pretty much, but I don't know why I don't ever see it now that I've seen it.
I will say that Disc obviously saw this coming, right? So the Oracles did their job of scouting, and now you kind of know it's on its way, so you can kind of prepare. Extra batteries are going to go a long way to help. Templar Archives just finished as well. If we could get an Archon up, even just one to deal with some of the Lings a little bit, could be huge. Let's see with the batteries here, and honestly, not a lot of Ravages from Scarlett, so she can't pile down the batteries easily. So yeah, let's see what she can do.
The Adepts are good.
Yeah.
The Adepts are really helpful against the Lings as well, so that makes it more difficult for Scarlett to engage, because if she's gonna go for it, she has to go for it, I think, or else she's gonna be taxed a few Lings on retreat. The Roaches on move command just to try to get towards that shield battery that's overcharged. There's still 2 shield batteries with a lot of energy, but a lot of creep from those Overlords, and the Queens now kicking in with the Transfuse as well. This is where the Ravagers thrive, but there's not that many of them. There's a lot of Stalkers still, and with the Pro Pool, I mean, I'm not sure what's going to happen here. It's a very close affair, and whoever wins this engagement is very likely to transition it into a big advantage, if not a straight-up win.
Yeah, that Blink is moments away. The extra efficiency that provides is ridiculous, of course. These Stalkers can survive so much more easily now. Although as they blink back, a couple of Lings did get through. We are going to be getting close to battery coming off cooldown as well, so maybe that could help a little extra, as Disc is kind of starting to pull together the defense towards the end here, and I think he will push this back just about.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Nexus is still pretty healthy. There's some Ling reinforcements, so Disc has to be careful not to overextend, especially with the creep still being present there. The Lings could close in, but Scarlett feels like she doesn't have enough, not with the Roaches not there anymore. And she's going to have to back away. That was not successful for her. She's going to opt to try to take a 4th. But she is only 3 workers ahead at this stage in the game. And she committed a lot of tech into this. So just now starting Roach Speed, for example, I would say this game's still looking pretty good for Disc. Maybe aside of that creep highway that's literally at his third.
Yeah, the creep's probably the biggest issue of all. But outside of the creep, yeah, I'm kind of with you. The adepts maybe might have just seen that drop a load as well, so that would be a great to actually spot. But yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, you said it. Scarlett has delayed her attack massively, so roach speed isn't even done yet. The only thing I'd say is that honestly, these stalkers might be able to do a little bit more. I guess they're a bit afraid with only one oracle in the sky. With a second, it might still be possible to kind of just be okay against lings, for example. So yeah, maybe a bit afraid there. And maybe Nen missed out on a little bit of an opportunity, because blinking +1 against no roach speed should be like a free highway to just, you know, trade city. You know, you take all the value, you take yourself into a good position. He is going to go pushing forward now, so with a few more stalkers, and Scarlett is going to lose a queen right off the bat.
Yeah, Overlord was stashed away, so now that Scarlett sees the stalkers on this side of the map, she should look to move it in, and she is into the natural base now. So that was a really nice move, right? Like, loaded the Overlord, but then kind of waited until Disc loses track of it. And now that she knows where the army of Disc is, she's gonna go in for a little bit of damage. Nice warping from Disc, however, surrounding a lot of the links with the warping to protect his probes at the same time. Beautiful job. However, that's going to lose him a lot of steam on warpings on the other side of the map. Not that there's a warper somewhere or anything anyway. So he's going to be just okay with that. Lurkers on the way now, Lurker Den on the way for Scarlett, as well as a Hive.
Yeah, it's going to be seeing things kind of settling down a little bit here. Storm +2 continue up from Disc. I feel as though, obviously, Scarlett, she can see what she wants to get to. She wants to get to those lurkers. She clearly believes that that is going to be her next kind of power point, and it's going to be kind of a long way off, though. You know, you got Hive only halfway along, so lurker upgrades obviously not going to start for a hot second, and you know, you really need those lurker upgrades to make them really viable here, or usable, honestly, in a big way. So Scarlett's supply is still looking alright, but I feel like there's still a little bit of tenderness kind of coming up until she's truly ready to kind of own a later stage of this game.
Yeah, completely agreed. And yeah, those lurkers, you're very right, are going to be her PowerPoint, but it's Disc so far that is putting up the presentation, and will he excel at winning this game?
Well, he's definitely going to try, as we just have... It's so dumb, cat. You know what I said? So I was like, that actually made me think of it. I was like, I'm not going to say anything, and then you just... Yeah, okay, you're just too clever for me, honestly. Next level. Stalker's gonna get rid of some of this creep spread as we do actually recall a little bit, because there's a double drop load into the main base, so Scarlett gonna try and get through here, but Disc is really on top of this harassment.
Yeah, very well done the entire game so far, but now Scarlett is using that opportunity to carve her way into a fourth that is kind of exposed here. The units are not here, so the shield batteries are not going to be effective, and the shield battery overcharge is up, but only shielding probes for the time being, and Scarlett has an easy time if she wants to section off the army coming down that ramp, especially with the lurkers in the position that they are. So this just has to give this away. The probes can't even be recalled, so they should have been chased, but Scarlett, maybe not realizing that recall had already been used, opts not to. Could have just sectioned off a couple of links to kill those probes. Instead, she is looking for a kill at the third. Beautiful storms from Disc, bro.
Yeah, really big ones. Now all the storm energy used. Scarlett's army is pretty low HP going in, though. I guess it is still quite sizable. I love that previous attack. Lurkers weren't really upgraded yet, but she didn't need many. She just put a couple to zone and scared Disc off and really punished what was an over defense in the main base in the end. So yeah, now these Lurkers do have their range upgrade at least. They're going to zone a little bit better going in towards the third. May give Scarlett some approaches. Another good storm though. Disc, if nothing else, is finding himself a stormy day. He is absolutely loving those storms.
That is wild. The only problem for Disc is he doesn't have enough of an army spread to come from different angles right now. Otherwise, if he could collapse onto this army, maybe he would stand a chance. Now he's doing that as he's flanking with a few Zealots. The Vials almost landing onto all of the Stalkers, forcing out the Blink. That means no Blink for a little bit, but the Zealots do jump on a couple of Lurkers that were unsieged. However, there's like 6 more over there, and that is not an amount that you can breach with a ground army of this size. At least I don't think so. Disc seems to think that maybe it is. No, just looking for some chip damage, maybe one pick off on the other side. However, he is finding damage with Zealots.
Yeah, I was so unlucky for Scarlett and borrow those 2 Lurkers and just gave the chance to come in with that flank. This is a nice counterattack for the Zealots. It does pull Scarlett back, but Scarlett has that highway of creep, so pulling back really didn't take all that long. And we go forwards here. That's obviously a lost cause because that's too many Lurkers. And Scarlett is in fact going to find herself a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. A little bit scary, right? Yep. Definitely not the easiest of jobs because, you know, that first attack was not successful at the end of the day. But I was able to kind of just make a couple of moves, kept at it with the harass while Disc was on top of the harass. At one point, she found, oh, you overcommitted to defend and harass, and that was the moment where the 4th base dies, and then the lurkers are there, and in that regard, Disc didn't really have much to deal with lurkers, right? Which was kind of okay when it started, because it was just, the lurkers weren't even fully upgraded. But because she caused chaos in that moment, there was no time to get to what was going to deal with the lurkers in bigger numbers, and then the lurkers in bigger numbers happened on top of Disc's 3rd. That's where you just don't really have a chance to play as Disc.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I mean, Scarlett did a wonderful job of creating that chaos and mayhem towards the tail end, especially, right? If Disc had one more good defense, if he had units in front of his 4th, then maybe he holds the 4th and all of a sudden he looks great. He was lagging a little bit in supply, but that's fine if you're going up against roaches and the likes. The lurker upgrades were not there yet. And he had a wonderful defense for the first attack as well. So Scarlett obviously showing that, it takes more than just stopping her all-in. To beat her and yeah, recovering very nicely.
And that's kind of the power of somewhat being the favorite in these matches as well, right? Where it's like, okay, if the all-in failed and I should usually be behind, maybe I can still play myself back into it because I'm a little bit of the overdog, right? I'm like the favorite here. So obviously gives you a little bit more confidence sometimes in even making these kind of plays, right? So rough life.
Absolutely.
The underdog is in the top left. The blue Pro Tour player from Apprentice Esports is going to be Disc.
Woo! The Disc, I knew it. And in the bottom right-hand side, it is for the Shopify Rebellion, Scarlett. What? Really?
Oh, I don't know. Scarlett's the color red, so I focused on the red hatchery. I don't know.
Oh, I see now. I see.
It's okay, cats.
I see it.
Someday you'll understand all the intro zoomies.
I'm sorry. I missed that one. That's my bad. She is just got to make sure that she can drop her natural hatch. If not, she was ready to take a 3rd. Gonna be perfectly fine here as Disc opens pretty standard. So are we doing more shoutouts to Microsoft? Is this us begging? Hey, Microsoft.
What?
They're gonna.
It was not a Microsoft. It was not a Microsoft plug.
The PowerPoint. Yeah. Convenient time.
Next time, I'm gonna really make sure to say the point of power instead.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of it like that. It took me a moment to think what you were talking about. I was like, oh. You're really ahead of the game here, cats. Like you took this to levels I wasn't even prepared for, so.
Oh wow, yeah. That is a huge compliment for someone who casts regularly with Ravi.
Maybe that's the problem. I didn't cast with Ravi for a while. Maybe I've lost my touch. I'm out of practice.
Yeah. All right. Well, for each of this game is just pretty normal as per usual at this stage. I love this map though, the beach, like the tile set. I've always been a huge fan.
Yeah, I always think of.
Don't you think so?
Yeah, some of the.
Ohana.
Yeah, Ohana, but this one really makes me think of more like I don't even know if it's the same club, but it makes me think of like Belshir Vestige actually.
Oh, fair. Yeah.
That was more like my.
But Belshir Vestige made me think of Ohana.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think it's mostly for me because I casted more when Belshir Vestige was out, whereas I just watched more when Ohana was out. So.
Yeah, makes sense.
I know. I never really got to say Ohana means family, every single day.
Well, you just did. You did it, baby. On the closest map to Ohana.
The closest map. It doesn't have towers.
Yeah,
it doesn't have any water in the middle, but it's pretty close.
It's good enough. And Depth is going to be crossing the map here. Looking to shade into the 3rd just to check it out. Kind of cute. Checks the other 3rd as well in case he didn't find this one. So just looking for solid scouting here from Disc, right? Not looking for any opportunities. Like if this was Nina, she would have walked up all the way through, then shaded into your main. And there's a 50% chance that she lets the shade go through. Whereas with Disc, it's more like, I'm just going to take the safe bet here, which is to get a full scout and figure out where your 3rd is at the very least.
Yep. Just information gathering in these early few moments. And just gonna see the Adept backing away. Disc is not a risk taker. And he's just gonna be on this back. The Adept just again sticking around. It's link speed time, so should really actually shade it backwards this time, and he does so. Name's Disc, not Risk.
Indeed. However, these links are gonna find
the Oracle.
Nice.
No risk.
All right.
Perfectly planned.
No risk. Exactly. And we are looking for a 1-1 series in an ideal world for sure.
Yeah.
So it would be cool. Evo Chamber, interesting. Is that gonna be +1 milli, you think?
I don't know anymore, honestly. Like I kind of think so. It's kind of early enough that it could be, but then why are we building melee upgrades on this patch? No one's explained this to me yet, you know? So, yeah, like, melee was really so much about just the banelings hitting +2. Yeah, the Lings obviously benefit from it as well, but it feels like you're never really going to commit purely to Lings right now, so is the melee upgrade this early that impactful? Yeah, maybe in some circumstances.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, I mean, I think that the melee upgrade as a standalone is really good against like the gateway pressure, the hero type style play. Maybe she knows this to like that, but I completely agree with you. Like there isn't that smooth transition into, oh, I already invested into this, so it's a double whammy, right? Like I get to defend and then I get to later on apply pressure with the baneling. So it serves less of a purpose for sure, less incentive.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. There's a blink and +1 coming up, a couple of gateways coming through, a sentry in the main. A few pros going to transfer over to the third, and let's see again, +1 and blink all coming out. 8 drones on the way up. Lair is about halfway done as well. Just going to be seeing a hatchery reducing on the 4th base.
Yeah, very good creep spread. One of the things that made her famous in the first place.
Yeah.
That and for me, what sold it was the Muslim interview after dropping to Scarlett in a IPL. He's I'm not even gonna say.
Is this the one about the Evo chamber?
No. Well, there was a Evo chamber one. No.
No. Well,
Benny. It was Benny. It was a young and confident Benny. I think. You know, like he was not expected to lose to Scarlett. Pretty much no one was, because she showed up out of nowhere and just started bopping kids. You know. So it was a wild time.
Yeah, I remember
and you know.
I don't remember the interview, but I remember you played her, and she accidentally made an Evo chamber instead of a spawning pool at the start of the game. And she was like, oh, can we restart? And Ben was like, yeah, of course I let her restart, because, you know, I thought I was going to absolutely destroy her. And then she absolutely destroyed me 2-0. And that was the last time I ever take reprieve on anyone making a mistake.
Nice. Yeah.
It's a fun one.
Nah, it was an EG interview, right? And they're interviewing him after he lost to Scarlett. And he was one of the Ben was one of the GOATs of Terran. Let me put that out there. I mean, as far as foreign GOATs of Terran, he was one of the best players. And he lost to Scarlett, who at that point was just, you know, like not even an up-and-coming player. She just kind of showed up and bopped everyone. So yeah, he said something along the lines of, I didn't bring my A, B, or C game. Like, he added C. He added the C in there. I'm not even sure why. Like A and B was fine. You know, A and B was already enough. I love that interview.
Meanwhile, Disc is going to bring his sentry game, because he is going to come this straight across the map, and this commitment. A lot of sentries pretty much always means you're going to be aggressive. This is one of the scenarios where I feel like melee upgrades might actually be good if the Lings can get on top. They're flanking around at the moment. The Hydra's going to be forced to fight. Just got that group spine so they can fight a bit more easily. Can Scarlett hold this off? 11 more Hydras coming in. The stasis catches the Lings.
I mean, this looks amazing for this. What an incredible display here with the force fields. Just perfect, picture perfect here. And he's going to take 2 isolated engagements where the Lings never contributed anything. Because Scarlett exited, as soon as this saw Scarlett leave with the Lings, he started force fielding the left. And now that's going to come back to bite Scarlett. I very much doubt that she can hold, but if any units can do it, it's Hydras in combination with Lings. One of the Stalkers doesn't blink fast enough. You want to save every one of these Stalkers. It's very important that they continue to output their damage no matter how low the HP. The Hydras are finally able to stave off the aggression. I mean, it was very, very close, and now with the Lings and +1 milli, it looks like this disc might finally be losing some steam. It was looking so good for a second there, but looking rough now. He is taking a 4th though.
Yep, absolutely. Going to put that 4th behind this, but obviously he committed a lot to them sentries, so his tech is obviously delayed as well. Like, this is now just Stalkers, right? And he doesn't have a follow-up to this just yet, and Scarlett might just have the numbers to start going across the map. She's going to have a lot more Hydras. Now they're going to have full upgrades, Hydra speed included, +2 melee will be there, and as I was saying, like, this is one of the moments where actually Lings and melee upgrades might help a lot, because there's nothing to really stop Lings, so actually just the Lings getting a chance to stand and fight is going to be amazing if they have that +2 melee upgrade in, so... Yeah, this might have just quite not been enough.
Yeah, it looks difficult for this because he is now in the same position that he was, or a similar position that he was in last game. It is very difficult to transition out of this army composition. I've asked Scarlett, like, how do you deal with this? Like when the Protoss player is just basically staying very low tech and you know, they're just adding gateway units and whatnot, and they seem to have better economy and more units than you. And I'm just basically like balance whining, right? Because like I'm trying to get some advice on CVP, and she basically says you just get maxed out and then you maxed out on Banelings, and you know, they can't do anything because they didn't take up.
Hydra's going to get into the center here, protect the Morphing Banes as we get those in. Just going to see the Hydra's pushing them Stalkers back, so getting them out of there. Continue towards the upper left-hand side. Ling Hydra will go pushing across. Couple Archons coming in. Stalker about to finish. Charge is going to be done in a moment. And Banes will continue on in here as our couple of cells will get picked away at. Banes continue up. And we are just going to be seeing the defensive disc looking okay. Not really getting on top of the Hydra still, though. If he can kill off some of these Hydras, I'd be a believer. If these Hydras survive, then I feel like it's going to be rough still for Disc.
Yeah, for sure. It's very difficult, right? The Stalkers don't trade or fare well against the Hydras. The Banelings were mostly useless there, but they didn't matter too much, or at least as ineffective as they could have possibly been. The shield battery overcharge is nice, tucked in for Disc. And charge lots are kind of the answer to both Lynx and Hydras, but not in these numbers, which means Scarlett is going to close things out with a swift 2-0.
Yeah, pretty comfortable. I don't want to say comfortable, but then in the end, it's like there was that moment of like, oh my goodness, she's going to lose. And then she just got the defense. And then from there, it was very comfortable and very smooth from there on out. 2 games where like the all-in kind of phase kind of failed, right? And then in the first game, Scarlett brings it back from all-in herself. In the second game, she punishes someone who's failed that all-in. So she kind of played both sides in this best of 3. And showing that she was on the ball today. Got that 2-0.
Yeah.
And put herself into a winning position. So that is Scarlett into the playoffs of the Americas Regionals. Again, both players are 2-0 coming into this. Scarlett now 3-0. 3 match wins sends you into the playoffs. Disc will have 2 more attempts still to make playoffs, though, so obviously keep your eyes on him in the coming days. As we are going to have Special versus Kazer coming up next, Cats. A fun one, the Latin America El Clasico. That's going to be a really fun series at TVT for the ages, and yeah, hopefully a very competitive one as well. I feel like Kazer is maybe his most competitive with Special right now, so let's see if that is true when we come back. We'll take a quick break. When we return, that TVT is up next.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have got the TVT ahead of us right now. Special and Kazer about ready to go. And the Latin American Classic, Cats. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I've seen this one a few times, but like you said, Kazer at his best right now, so there's a good chance that he takes it over. It's pretty funny. I was before Scarlett's match against Tim Canning, I joked with her like, "Oh, are you gonna take the can down? Like he's pretty tough, you know?" And she was like, "Yeah, whatever." And then for this match, I was like, "Hey, how is it gonna go against this? Because he's a little bit better than Canning, I think. You know, like she dropped the map to Canning." And she didn't respond. And then just now, she typed XDD.
Lovely. Well, there you go, guys. That's what you get for dating your friends. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Golden Aura is going to start this TVT off. We do not waste time. Once we come back from them breaks, we are ready to get into it. So Terran versus Terran, Special versus Kazer. It is time to go. As we are.
Go.
Yeah, go. As we are going to be in the top left-hand side of the map to kick things off here. This is going to be the red Terran, Kazer.
And then the bottom right-hand side, it is his opponent, the son of Maru, Juan Carlos Tena Lopez, Special.
Son of Maru?
Yeah, his mom is Maru. Like, people don't know this still.
I've never heard of this in my life.
This is true. Wow. Special's mom's name is Maru. It should be known. It's like, you know.
It's a thing.
It's like destiny almost.
It's destiny.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it when we have destiny brought up on the cast. Destiny. Oh, no other way. Just
I thought you were talking about Stephen Bonnell II.
No. I literally just meant like Destiny.
Everywhere I go, like Destiny and these are, hey, you talk to these or you talk to Destiny. No, man.
That's a great start of the game, Cats. I've got no idea what's going on.
Double gas on either side. Nothing special for a TVT. But yeah, we'll see what Destiny has in store for us, I guess. It's, Special is going to be scouting with an SAV.
Lovely stuff from him. No surprises there just yet. Nothing really out of the ordinary. As the Reaper comes up on both sides of the map. The orbital's coming through. And we will start to head our way into this a little bit of TVT. So, yeah. TVT, fun matchup, actually. I kind of like Terran vs. Terran. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I feel like it's so cool being able to see kind of how the game develops and so many positional things and so much you can do to like get back in a game a lot of the time as well. Makes it very entertaining. So, always been a pretty big fan of this matchup. Always thought it was a very fun one to be able to just kind of sit back and not play, because I feel like playing it's extremely stressful, but just sit back and watch. Great time.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially if you're going up against Kazer, he's so difficult to play against because he's so aggressive, and that's where I think Special gets a lot of his edge in this matchup, is because he understands his opponent so well that, you know, the aggressor, it's difficult to pull it off if that's what's expected. And by contrast, I think a lot of the better games for Kazer, as he realizes now that he has the first shot on the Reaper, will enclose onto Specials and will kill it. Reaper and Grenade explode at the same time.
Oof. That was a bit of an explosion, wasn't it? So that's going to be Special grabbing himself a kill. And that's obviously going to be a pretty big W, getting that in early. And now these couple of Reapers are going to go straight across the other side of the map and put themselves in a very aggro position. Taking one Reaper down will give you a little bit of an edge. So let's see if Kazer can hold on against it. And as we see, these Reapers hop straight up into the main base.
So Special winning that fight. Yeah, that's crazy actually. That's a lot of damage already done, and with the reactor being done being made on the factory, there's really not much that Kazer can do. Now the Hellion Joy is afraid, but not before having to pull SCVs. The Reaper will go down as well. 3 SCVs have already fallen. Soon to be potentially 4, as the next grenade will guarantee that kill. Looking for the last one, and he finds it. Special getting 5 SCVs for his troubles. The Reaper will not survive, at least.
It's my fault, Cats. I said I enjoyed TVT. I said this matchup was good, and then it's just like, nope, Wardy, we don't say that live on air. Boom. We're going to lose a Reaper, and the game goes a little bit wrong from there on out, pretty much.
Yeah, difficult to recover from this early of a loss on the side of Kazer. I mean, the first Reaper exchange, so much comes down to that. And it was so strange to me because I had the same read as Special, where I thought that Kazer's Reaper would have fired first because Special was moving into it, it felt like. But for one reason or another, the health bar is what really dictates whether you know what happened first, because you see the colors change and that clicks in your mind. And I saw that Kazer's Reaper went down a little bit quicker, and in that moment Special also saw it readjusts, pulls forward the Reaper, kills the first Reaper of Kazer, and I mean that might be a game-winning maneuver here. So let's see if Kazer can do something to recover from those losses early on.
I mean, oftentimes it is a game-winning maneuver. That's the sort of damage that really does just... It hurts. It hurts a lot. And in this case, more than ever before, because they really capitalized from there as well, right? So we really kind of got across the map. We really made a lot of it. And, yeah, I feel like we're in a little spot of bother right now. As we'll see how things continue through. Just going to be seeing the Cyclones, the Marines pushing. So Kazer will have an attack. He needs to do something. He's down 6 workers. Tank already set up. 2 Cyclones defensively. Order turret 2. I think that's a GG. That's absolutely
that's
a GG.
If it wasn't before, as soon as the medevac falls. Yeah, I mean, Kazer tried to snipe the Raven and then get out, and that might have been good enough. I don't blame him for committing either, because the Hellion absorbed the first tank shot, as I'm sure he designed the build to do. But yeah, the next tank shot was good enough to one-shot basically one of the Cyclones with a little bit of help, and just too much. Unfortunate start for Kazer, but well capitalized from Special.
No, absolutely. One of those moments where you just kind of go past those games and you just put it to the side, onto the next one, you know? Like, this is absolutely not the kind of game you dwell on. You lost to Reaper, you took damage, you try to make something of it. That fight was atrocious as well. Just get to the next game, you know? Do not hang around about that. Do not worry about it. Just move on with your life. And, yeah, just get ready for the next game, because you can't get caught up on these things in StarCraft, right? StarCraft is too difficult of a game to get, like, stuck on things. You know, it just isn't going to be good for you if you do. So hopefully Kazer can put that out of his mind, reset, and just be like, okay, you know what, start of this series, I'm going to 2-0 this guy, right? Like, I'm going to get in here. Because it's not like you got out-strategized or anything like that. He just made one bad call at the Reaper. And, yeah, it really spiraled. Love this matchup, Cats. I really enjoy TVT. It's,
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, you're perfectly right. And I think that's where experience plays a big part as well, and where the younger players can get in their own heads a little bit more. But yeah, if you're Kazer or Special, you've been in this situation, you've come back from endless series, so it shouldn't affect you too much. Whereas, yeah, like a less experienced player, it's very difficult to get out of your own head, especially when you know you're being judged and people are like commentating on you, and there's like the chat as well, and then there's, you know, it's just a little bit of a bigger monster, I think, to adapt to for the newer players and the up-and-comer players compared to the veterans.
Yeah. It's a very good point, as we do have in the bottom left. Red Terran player then trying to shake off that previous loss. This is going to be Kazer.
And in the top right-hand side, his opponent leading the series 1-0, it is Special. Wow! What? Are you kidding right now? Okay, what is he? Is Special? Does Special mean blue in some language?
No, he's just special, so he just gets an in and out. You know, that's the special one because there's no circle.
I see. Oh,
I don't know, Cats. I just make them up as I go along, man. Like, cut me some slack over here. I've been zooming in and out on players all day long, man. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. You know, it's
all right, well,
the point. The zooms get a little bit less interesting to do every time.
Yeah, you run out of zooms. Oh well, that bridge is beautiful, by the way. It's like some little.
They changed it. It's a ladder, you know.
Right? It's like, right? Very cool. I've never seen anything like that, actually. You don't think so? Like, look at the terrain. It's a little bit down. It's like a bridge. It's like a little bridge.
Yeah, but
it's an attempt at it.
Because beforehand it was a. Because this is unrealistic. Because you're saying that's like a ground, like actual ground across a bridge, which seems pretty unrealistic, right? Beforehand, it was actually a bridge, and then they changed it because there was like gaps on the bridge, and I guess that they didn't like that when they put it on the ladder.
I see it under it. Yeah, you can see it under.
There was like gaps, and your unit could walk on the gap, and I guess they didn't like it.
Right.
Not that it makes any real difference. Just yeah. I kind of think it's like it looks a bit silly almost, because like I feel like this is meant to be like really solid ground, and just like, oh, I'm just gonna curve down with the bridge, you know?
Yeah.
But
I'm sure there's a texture that they could have used, like wooden texture or something instead, and it might have worked out a little bit better. But in any case, here is the Reaper, and it's in his own base, actually defending the Reaper of Special. So that'll be fine. Especially it's a scout.
Yeah, a little bit of scout in action. Nothing, like you say, really too crazy on that one. As we just have ourselves the Reaper gonna call back out into the center of the map. Cyclone on the way, the couple of Cyclones on the way out on the side of Kazer as well, so we'll get that going as well. And yeah, this Reaper just going to be joining up, sitting in position. Two Reapers together. Good grenade. Misses, actually. And we've got a few moments here until Cyclone's out, so that is going to be what Special tries to capitalize on.
Not again. This would be bad. The SCV is tagged onto one of the Reapers. The Reapers are just looking for as much SCV damage as possible. The Marine's going to try to contribute. And only 2 SCVs for 2 Reapers, I think. That is fine. That is acceptable.
Yep, 2 SCVs killed off.
Or you don't think so?
I don't know. I think it's good. I mean, as long as you're not going to miss the Reapers, which I don't think we are. I think we're going to be fine on the other side. We've got a second Cyclone popping out. We've got a couple of Marines to sit in front and tank a little bit. I think this is okay. Like, 2 SCVs, you cause a little bit of chaos. The SCVs were running around for a while, right? Like, I think as long as you're doing that kind of combination of things, you're good. Gucci.
It's Gucci. It's Gucci. And so Banshee's already started for Special as well. Kalasar's starport now on the way as well, but not just yet there. So good defensive posture here from Special. Kalasar probably looking to hit a timing with this next 2 Cyclones crossing the map right now. So I'll be surprised if he stops at all. I think as soon as they reach their friends, it is attack move.
Well, Cyclone's pretty powerful. I really thought Cyclones would be a big part of this TVT with this new Cyclone, but they've not been like massive, as big as I thought they would be. It's 4-on-4 here. There's going to be a big fight, and who's going to win this? The grenade didn't do much because actually the Cyclones were locked on throughout that. So that's convincing. 2 for 4 in favor of Special.
Oh, jeez.
And now a Banshee.
Yeah, and I mean, oh my. Yeah, I mean, the fight doesn't look good for Kalasar at the start, but if the grenade could somehow disjoin the lock-ons, like you were actually not even, right? Because you just auto-lock-on right away anyway. So yeah, I'm not sure what he was hoping for. Maybe just an unfamiliar situation.
And they're still shooting while they're bouncing backwards, man. It's actually kind of insane. Yeah. Like, they're moving backwards, but they can shoot while they move, so it doesn't make any difference. It's like trying to rip a grenade of Phoenix. So yeah.
Exactly.
As Banshee will get a couple of Marines. There's some low HP SCVs, so they're one-shottable, so that's even more damage essentially gained from the earlier Reapers. Cyclone pops, that should be the end of the Banshee here. We get 3 kills, maybe not the best. A couple of Marines on top. For a single Banshee, it's still pretty darn good, and I think Special's going to be okay with this, building on the damage he's dealt thus far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, props to Kazer for only being 3 workers behind, despite both of the little altercations that lost him some SCVs in this early game. But yeah, Special very much focused on the later game, right? At this point, like he is taking a 3rd own location or whatnot, so he is getting ready to be the defender. Raven here actually showing up very boldly. We'll actually just have to back away as there is a Cyclone there still.
Yeah, not much to be gained by really pressing forward on that one, huh?
Not much indeed.
Yeah, nothing coming out of that.
Yeah.
Hurricane Thrusters.
Special is getting what upgrade is that? What is that?
Cyclone Speed.
Cyclone Speed. That's what that looks like.
Hurricane Thrusters.
Hurricane Thrusters.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Let's see what it can do.
Yeah, it makes these Cyclones pretty darn quick. And obviously, we are seeing most of factories and just mech in general beyond this, so that is actually a very cool little investment here from Special. Something a little different for us, so some meching in the TVT. And boy, what a position to do it from. 3rd CC already on location, up 4 workers right now. The scan in the main base reveals it's mech though, so Kazer gets some information. But boy, is he behind. Extra barracks only just coming up. He's a mile away from seeing stim pack or combat shields. And the Cyclones can trade very well. If they stay out of that tank range, they can do a lot.
They certainly can, and I was wondering whether Kazer was going to move out with his Ravens as soon as he saw the mech, but instead he's just going to go for a big attack by the looks of it. However, those Cyclones very, very scary to move up against, so Kazer is going to have to basically push them down the ramp by sieging tanks slowly forward. 3rd CC is down for him, so I guess he'll just be content with taking his base instead. But yeah, I mean, this game looks really good for Special so far. Raven's the one saving grace though, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 Ravens to the 1. So I guess you're going to have a lot of matrices. I guess Special doesn't necessarily care so much about that, as these speedy cyclones now are going to try and peruse around on the left-hand side, so trying to find a little bit of something as we just have ourselves the Viking about to finish up as well. Cyclone's tanks all coming across. I mean, it feels as though Special just knows he can absolutely go for a little bit of a push here, Cats, and so off he goes to try and get it done.
Yep, let's see if he's going to be able to accomplish much here. Again, those Ravens are still pretty scary. Special does have a decent bit of anti-air, so maybe he can tax them out whenever they choose to engage, but those two tanks very likely to be disabled. However, a nice angle here for Special to siege up. So nice job from him breaking the rocks and even keeping tabs on the flank with the Widowmine too. So these tanks will siege in range of the orbital command, and then the Cyclones still have a little bit of maneuvering room in front of them. So strong position here for the Mexican.
Yeah, really good spot as we just see the Raven is going to survive there. Vikings will take out other Vikings, so that works out nicely. The Ravens of Kazer already got caught in a zone back there as well, so they're going to be limited in terms of what they can do at this point of the game also. And this does seem to start looking a little bit worse off right now. Let's just have ourselves this position really kind of going badly. I mean, what more can you say? We're going to see the Raven just staying back. We're going to lose more Vikings to Kazer. The Ravens are going to come flanking in, so that's been the plan. We do get them forward. Yeah, we kind of got to make the move, right? We got to jump in.
Can these Marines beat the Cyclones?
No.
Not even.
Marauders
the Marauders were lagging far behind. Now the tanks are taken down, so maybe the bio is good enough, especially with Marauders and concussive shells doing a lot to negate the new Cyclone upgrade as well. So Kazer will actually stabilize on his side of things. However, Special has taken a fourth during this that is already on location and mining. So Kazer is still, lagging behind a little bit. Maybe we can see him transition into something like air battle cruisers or something of the sorts, as this Widowmine does connect nicely too.
What if he just kills Special right now, though, Cats? What if he
That would be good.
What if he just doesn't respect the fact that he's only got 3 tanks? He just attacks. Honestly, could do. I think Special may have been a little bit short on the tanks, and obviously losing a couple across the map ain't gonna help with that. Kazer, I think, obviously, this is a planter. It's scary to attack in, but like, I would not blame him at all if he feels as though he can just move into this and just fight. And yeah, he's got a lot of supply.
It's almost better that it's a planetary at this point, because now he gets the perfect siege position. I don't see any Liberators nor air control for Special, and a lot of energy is still on the Ravens for Kazer. So he looks to be primed to take this base down. It's an issue of how many SCVs can he kill on the back. Special does have a decent tank line to protect his SCVs on retreat. As the first Liberator does make his way onto the field, it will be targeted down by the Vikings, which is reasonable, seeing as there's another 4 SCV pool, but there's a lot of bio here for Kazer, so I'm not sure that that's the move for Special. It is not. And now Special in a world of trouble after having lost an additional 19 workers, exposing his tanks as well to the interference matrices, and the 2 tanks that would have been able to fire are nicely dealt with as well from the side of Kazer. Beautiful moves from the Brazilian, and it looks like he has carved his way an advantage in this game. So I mean, that's a little bit of breathing room at least. Do you drop a CC now, Worthy? Do you continue to all in? There's not much of a position to reinforce anymore.
It's kind of weird, right? Because like, he didn't kill the base, and so Special can actually, he actually does maintain a worker lead. So you see a 4th start from Kazer, and Special actually stabilizes off the back of this. I mean,
wow.
I kind of bonkers. Like, this felt like it was going to be nothing but good for Kazer, and yet here we are. Army now repositioning over the right. A couple of Ravens and Vikings joined together. We do scan up as we see those tanks there. Kazer probably still feeling like, can I take more fights? But I actually think, no, the supply lead is not enough anymore. And there's just more tanks now as well, which means that you really should be just much safer spread out across the border. Special.
Yeah, so impressive from Special. I didn't realize that he was that far ahead in terms of workers to keep a lead after sacrificing that many. I mean, the fight didn't look good for him, but it definitely accomplished what he was looking for. So yeah, things are looking pretty rough for Kazer. Special has lost more resources throughout the game in spite of a strong early game, but Kazer has not been able to keep up with his rate of expanding, and his army doesn't scale nearly as well, though he has a lot of Marauders. So another few interference matrices would go a long way on those tanks.
Yeah. Matrices just really kind of enable you to get in. I mean, the thing is, now we only have 2 Ravens instead of 3. The most tanks you can matrix is 4 at a time. So it just feels rough, and especially if you're going to matrix up here, you know, you've got that planetary there to support as well. That's just going to be a really good holding point, I think, for Special. I think it's going to be tough for Kazer to really, find much of anything there.
Yeah, and on the other side, his fourth looking to be the Knight as well from Special. It's trying to float away right now, but with the Cyclones, that's not going to be possible. So he is once again constrained to 3 base. He does have an extra command center just started now at the front as he realizes that that one's not going to go up. But that means you're a 3 base bio Terran against a 4 base, soon to be 5 meching Terran that is Special. So now, I would say the one saving grace for Kazer is, you know, if you keep up map control and whatnot, maybe this can go to the late game, but I'm not sure that that's any better. However, the tanks of Special do siege in a kind of an uncomfortable position. 2 of them will get disabled right away. Some of them will get taken down, but there's another like 5 in the back. So that's going to push Kazer back right away. 9 SCVs have fallen, but who cares? Let's make it 16. Still, not enough to even, well, I guess enough to just equalize the count. But you're still a 3 base Bio-Terran against a 4, soon to be 5 base meching Terran. It's rough.
That was Special just out of position. He had all of his tanks over in the natural, took a long time to get over to the right side, then obviously kind of sieged in just a dangerous spot. He obviously doesn't have much air control himself as he has a Liberator harassing here. So the Liberators were scary, so he kind of just had to go, which enabled him to obviously get the Cyclones in range of the Libs and just to sort of send it and to minimize what they could achieve. So I think he was right to commit, and obviously it worked out for him anyways. It's just that was one of those moments where Kazer probably took a better fight than he should have done, simply for Special not being ready, and yet it was still a Special victory. And that's really, again, just kind of putting out there the scenario that we are in, which is, quite frankly, that Special's in a damn good spot. And it ain't really changing at any point in the near future as he pushes across to get position and may look to cancel that 4th Kazer again, or just straight up kill it again.
Yeah, it's so sad, right? Because you look at these engagements, you look at the start, and it feels like Kazer should be gaining advantages, but then in the tail end, it looks like it's always Special coming out on top, and that's just by virtue of having a much better economy and, you know, the more cost-efficient army. So Kazer loses map control is what he does. While that fight looked good at the start, it no longer is. At least he has Liberators to try and siege against the tanks, and a lot of them as well. So this I like as far as the transition from Kazer, but not like this, not like this. He sieges on top of a lot of those Cyclones, and they're gonna fall. I mean, there's a lot of airspace that he could have utilized, where he could have been a lot safer sieging the same siege line.
Just up the high ground, you know, this dead airspace, like you can at least force the Cyclones to take weird spots, and then they're limited where they can stand, and maybe you get your own tanks in range or something, but that was not it. That was just a gift. Early Christmas present for Special, and we just got past Halloween. Kazer's already feeling generous. I don't know, man. This is
nice guy.
Yeah, nice guy, Diego. Nice guys don't win games of StarCraft,
nice
apparently.
Everyone says it, yeah. Yeah, Thanksgiving. I've had a few with him. He is a wonderful person, and now he is moving into the base of Special. Finally, a small victory, perhaps, but is it a Pyrrhic victory? We'll find out soon enough. As the Vikings are not looking to get involved, a lot of Cyclones still here, no medevacs now on the ground, so this army has a timed life. Does pick off a tank on the way out, 15 SCVs. I mean, this was a successful run by all accounts. The problem is you're a 3 base Terran.
Oh, he has 4 bases, just the left side base on
4 bases, yeah.
Yeah, you're freshly set up 4 base Bio-Terran who is still struggling to find the SCVs to mine all 4 bases. Now the meching players are 5 bases, so it was okay until none of those units ever got out alive, right? That was the big issue. Like if all those units like ran out the left. But yeah, no, I mean this is rough because all of a sudden tanks siege up over here. We're gonna have to get pushed back. The Liberators are the one thing that's gonna save Kazer for a little bit, so he buys himself some time to survive.
For sure. And I love that he's sieging all on the same spot, so that if the Cyclones try to commit, then, you know, like you're gonna kill 1 or 2, but the other few should be able to clear the rest out. So nice moves there from Kazer, looking to stabilize, and I do like that he's taking it to the air, right? That's the only place where he could ever win this game. So let's see if it works out.
You see the Vikings going to move up a little bit further forward again. They're just going to go stand at the front. Cyclones pushing on the left-hand side. They're going to find a chunk of SCVs, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, that's just great. And it takes so much of the army away to the left side from Kazer. Maybe this gives you the chance to dive on the right. We're actually going to get rid of those tanks on the ground. Now we jump up, and guess what? We can kill the Liberators! It's a 2-way army! Yeah, I mean, this is just painful. This ain't good. Kazer is slowly dying, man.
Yeah, he dead. I mean, it was interesting because the Cyclones do kill a lot of SCVs, but I was thinking, oh, the Cyclones are not here. Maybe the Liberators can actually capitalize on the tanks, but no. At this point, Special also has air control. Now it's Kazer with the last hurrah, but there's not gonna be much hurrahing after this. He dead.
He dead. GG's, Kazer. Taps out, special takes a pretty convincing TVT series in the end, shuts that down, and says, nope, I would still be the king of Latin America if that was a region, and it wasn't just merged into Americas, so. And special into the playoffs, joining Scarlett from the earlier series. Congratulations to him. I actually have a little interesting update, by the way. So the bridge apparently was mostly changed because the creep didn't render on the bridge in the past. So apparently now creep does render on the bridge, and that's why. So certain doodads don't like creep, and hence the doodads got removed. So who wins in the end?
I see.
Zerg. Zerg wins in the end, guys.
Zerg wins. As per usual.
As per usual. So yeah, it's good to see the admins sticking with the consistency of the script in StarCraft. You know, keep it simple for all the viewers. How
did you even find that out? That's like so random.
No, the admin literally messaged me, like the man in charge, the man who probably made the decision and fixed it. So yeah.
Nice.
Good old Sinistro. Shout out to him. So yeah,
shout out to Sinistro.
That's a match, guys. That's a TVT. And we've got a couple series left today. We've got a couple of fun ones. Some Latin American Zergs going to be taking on North American Terrans. Well, not fully Terrans, North American players. Astrea takes on Eric, and then Eggs takes on Future. A couple of best of threes at the 1-1 scoreline, so we'll see how that plays out. We'll be back in just a few.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back. You got Cardi Z in the house with you tonight as we go through the Americas regionals. Astrea and Acro coming up, and not really a match I'd expect to see at 1-1, just for the fact that Astrea's here, cats. I think we kind of expected Astrea to be, winner of last season through 3-0. But now having to fight 1-1 against Eric, who can be quite creative, dangerous in that regard as well. So something for Astrea to be careful of.
For sure. I mean, Eric is a scary opponent. By no means is he the favorite here. Astrea should, on paper, win this. But I would not be shocked if Eric took it, or at least one map, right? So let's see what ends up happening here. I'm sure he has something prepared.
All right. Let's get ourselves into this StarCraft. As I'll press the buttons, the game will magically appear, and we will begin to introduce the players. As in the top left-hand side, it is going to be our blue Protoss player, representing Maturino, Astrea.
And in the bottom right-hand side, his opponent from Brazil, it is Eric for Cranky Ducklings.
Cranky Ducklings.
Astrea with a pylon scout here, but Eric is never gonna let his hatchery be blocked. This is his classic opening, a little bit earlier of a hatchery on the low ground than most players would have here. He is, however, going for an overlord instead of cancelling an extra drone on the gas, which is sort of unusual for him.
Yeah.
And otherwise, he's chilling. Yeah,
He's chilling. Good analysis, cats.
indeed.
Beautiful.
Pool before gas as well, so Astrea is going to be aware of this and should anticipate that the link speed will likely be just a little bit delayed on the side of Eric, but of course Eric gets that hatchery on the low ground, and that's always nice to have, especially when your opponent went for a relatively quick probe scout here, so it's all Gucci. So we were just talking over the break, we're gonna probably buy golden chains next time we cast a live event, Rodicho.
Yeah,
Cardi Z.
absolutely. The Cardi Z,
Giant, yeah.
the Cardi Z experience, yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, gold chains. I'm sure we'll see some Cardi Z fans in the audience as well to represent. So.
Sideways hats as well.
Yeah. With big Z's on
I'm
them.
gonna do those.
Yeah.
Oh baby.
There's got to be like some very cheap cap we can buy with like a Z, just on in like a big Z on the front, and we'll just claim that as Cardi Z merch.
I like it. The probe there is actually not being microed. Astrea! Astrea!
Astrea.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's a probe going down. That was so unnecessary. That should have just pulled away. So, yeah, straight up, that's just a mistake. That shouldn't happen like that. So, yeah, that was not good.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, I was even surprised that the probe was patrolling on creep, but I guess it makes sense given the ramp. So, but then after the fact, he just didn't move it, right? So that was the real issue there. As now Eric is scouting around to make sure that there's no hyper fast third or something weird like that. And now he's gonna join both of his links to go inside Astrea's natural, where Astrea's gonna be forced to pull probes once again. Oh my god, what is going on? Another one.
What?
What?
Astrea.
What is going on? He's in Korea. I'm gonna check the time in Korea right now just to see if there's any excuses that I can grab.
Yeah, you get, well, I mean, if you want to get excuses, it's like 6:30 a.m.
6 a.m. It's 6 a.m. Yeah. 6 a.m.
I mean, I don't think you should be making excuses for the players, cats. That's so 20 something. I don't know. It happened at one point. But we only make excuses when Korean players don't win. That's something like that.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's the classic.
You know, my favorite was that I'll never forget when they did like the BlizzCon group stages in Korea. And then I can't remember. I guess Serral did very well there and stuff, and everyone was like, "Man, it's just such a shame the Koreans had to wake up at the normal time of day and just, they're not used to having to play in their home server against the Europeans." It's like,
Yeah.
any excuse, guys. Any
Excuse will do.
Yeah.
A lot of links are going to fall here, as well as a couple of drones. So Astrea looking to equalize a little bit in this early game. Eric still with a little bit of a worker advantage at this stage, which is nice. And the Oracle actually gets mostly deflected. I think only grabbed 2 workers and is in the red. So Astrea now looking for a third, much faster than Eric, in fact, which is a little bit scary if you're an Eric fan. He's going to have to do something funky here, as the next adept also goes into the mineral line, finds a drone in the crack, impossible to micro out to make a spore. And another one, as Eric is not even going to bother microing that one.
It's a lot of
6
damage.
workers, a very sloppy game, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, first it was Astrea dropping workers, now it's Eric dropping workers. We are not having a good time here. If you are a worker, your jobs are in trouble. As the Oracles are going to fly into this mineral line. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
The Oracle also goes down. This is like a game of like is there some mod on, like every unit you lose you actually get like a mini buff or something? So like I don't know.
Something, yeah, like I mean this is
Sloppy.
very sloppy for these players, yeah.
Yeah, we just expect higher from these guys. That's the main thing to note. Is a melee upgrade, Hydra speed, Baling Nest, pretty much everything is alongside that third hatchery. So we get that up and running.
The Mio Micah, I mean, and this has to be a very aggressive opening for Eric, who is at 41 workers, so producing 6 now and has lost a little bit of his economy earlier as well. So I would be surprised if he even attempts at saturating the third. The gas at the main, however, is already a little bit late. One of the gases in the natural is not completely saturated. Instead, we're going to oversaturate the main, so an unnecessary transfer as well. Just a very sloppy game. And sometimes when it rains, it pours, right? Like as a player as well, like you get thrown off, and then there's thoughts in your head of like, oh, I messed up there, and I messed up there, and it's a sloppy game. And you manifest that.
Yeah, no, it's that's actually very true, right? It's like you start feeling like, man, this has been a bad game, and you're just like, well, I guess I'm going to keep playing bad.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. You write it off, You're like, yeah, let's.
It's just like you get in a rhythm, right? It's like with anything, right? Like if you hit things perfectly, you keep doing things right. It's easier to keep doing things right. A lot of things are like that, so it's just kind of got that kind of vibe to it. As Link will finish here. I'm worried for Eric. I mean, he's down a lot of workers already. He doesn't have an army supply that's threatening to Astrea either, so there's just, I don't see what Eric is set up to really do in this game. Like a Ling Hydra time with equal army supplies, that ain't doing it for me, cats. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, weird champ. I mean, like he's droning up behind this as well, right? So there really is no reason for him to be moving out on the map. It just makes very little sense. If you made more Lings behind this, if you made more Hydras, if you didn't saturate your third, you all in, sure, I can see it. Maybe, maybe it doesn't work, but that's at least some shot of it working. At the moment, all that he's potentially doing is selling Astrea on the idea that he is all-inning him and Astrea over prepares and drops too much static defense or something like that. But it's not like that's as damaging to Protoss as it would be to Zerg, where you're starting to make units instead of drones. Like Protoss can usually just do both, right? And Astrea is even confident enough to drop a 4th, so he didn't buy it at all. Muta? What is this? Now this is wild, right? Like you're going Hydras with upgrades with +1 melee. I'm not sure where he's gonna find the gas for Muta.
Is it because he saw the Roboban? He's gonna go Corruptors, maybe?
Maybe.
Are we on that kind of like timeline? Like Corruptors are actually eligible units for the game? Like, yeah, maybe as well. Like maybe that's. I think I like that more than Mutas at least. So, well, I guess we'll see.
For sure. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But there's enough Stalkers as well that Corruptors in small numbers are now going to be super effective, right? So you have to commit a good chunk. 12 more workers now on the way for Eric. His Ling Gramba is also going to get spotted. Astrea blinks on forward and will split his Stalkers to try to cut off the retreat as best as he can. And if he had kept going forward, he would have actually found the 4th of Eric. But Eric might have been pretty well prepared with Hydra Ling. That is the counter to Stalkers. So it is all about this Colossus. And yeah, Eric, I mean, he does have a lot of gas, so...
Yeah, well,
that's nice, I guess.
Gas banked up. He can build what he wants to build. He's got 11 lava, so his choice. +1 fly attacks. It's Mutas.
Yeah.
Does he die if Astrea just attacks right now? These Lings kind of have to force Astrea to turn around a bit. And they will.
Yep. And that's really nice for Eric, actually. Very nice maneuver there. Astrea is going to catch the Ling counterattack, but like you were saying, I mean, I think it's more important to be on the other side of the map. So Eric knows that, and we see 2 lines of red parallel to Astrea's army and trying to look for some damage. This cannon is nicely tucked in, so it'll buy Astrea a little bit of time and keep him on his side of the map so that when Astrea starts pushing out, the Muta of Eric can actually go potentially into the main and start doing some more real damage and try to do the blight, right, where you're forcing your opponent to basically commit to their attack, and if you can stop it, you're all of a sudden back and maybe winning the game.
The only thing is, though, I don't know if Eric is going to stop the attack, because he's still making mutas, right? Bly was like building roaches and ravages at this point because he knew the attack was coming.
Yeah.
And then the mutas did a lot for how many he'd build. Now, extra mutas, there's going to be no stopping this. And I genuinely feel like if you just start to base trade right now as Astrea, these mutas never base trade in time. Like, mutas are good at base trading, but they need to be in good enough numbers, and just not really seeing it. And obviously, Astrea's army is going to do a lot of damage quickly. Eventually, he will have the numbers to be able to take on mutas too. I'm not feeling this right now, but we'll wait and see how it pans out, see if Eric can make it work, but yeah, he's got a mountain to climb.
For sure. I like that he split the Hydras and the Lynx as well, right? Like, kind of bypass the army of Astrea. A lot of the time you would expect that army tries to defend, but against Colossus, it's just not going to do very much at all. So, full-on base trade is what Eric is opting to do here, and he has more bases to go through than Astrea does. Spire is going to get picked off before the +1 upgrade even finishes. So yeah, this is indeed a full-on base trade, but the Protoss is well ahead and in a commanding position to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. As a couple of drones do escape away as Lings are spawning, they are dying pretty quickly. We're going to deny the burrow, which maybe could have been a fun play in some way, shape, or form. Astrea's even going to start trying to build a Phoenix right now. I think that might be a little bit hopeful, but these units have been dying off in general, as we've obviously just had some warp-ins over here, slowing them down and everything as well. It is 81 to 35 army supply. That's the big thing. The big thing for Eric is he still has the mobility, but he is very quickly running out of bases, and he needs to start building stuff on the other side, which you can do. The drones are out and about on the map. There's a couple of them here, a couple of them there, so should be able to build structures. Needs to get a hatchery down, basically, so you can stay unrevealed.
Yeah, even then, however, if Astrea just manages to keep his main alive, that's going to be plenty, and the third is pretty fortified as well, so it's going to be very difficult for Eric to breach, as he's now attempting. I believe on the other side, Astrea unopposed. Eric, yeah, there's 3 cannons, a couple shield battery overcharge goes out, so Eric is going to wait that out and then look to probably re-engage. I mean, it's his only shot, a few more units rallied on forward, but even if he kills the third, it's going to be costly, and he's never going to be able to contend with Astrea's army, quite honestly, so the game is in the bag for the American.
Yep, that's going to be the last-ditched attempt to break through here, as Eric, he knows he just has to pull the trigger. Obviously, Astrea's realizing this. He's going to recall home. That's going to be the GG. And that is going to be our game, as I think we're actually out of structures there as well. So I think he left just before the last structure died, pretty much. So that is going to do
really?
it.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think he left just before it died, or maybe there was one build and like just cancelled when he left the game. But either way, he's pretty much out. So, and Astrea was recalling on top of the army that had pretty much no hope before the recall anyway. So
yeah,
that one was.
It's a rough one.
Decided for sure. Alright, so a little bit of a sloppy game, maybe a little bit messier than what we wanted it to be. But we got there. We got there in the end for Astrea. Again, he comes off of a 1-2 loss of disc going into this series. So definitely, like I say, we expect Astrea to be a 2-0 player, maybe making his way to 3-0 today. Instead, he's 1-1. So we definitely expect him to be the heavy favorite going in against Eric. But like I say, Eric's that dangerous player because he is a little bit, I won't say random, you know, he is not afraid of mixing it up and doing things differently. And sometimes that works, and sometimes that also gives you these games where it's just like, you're Ling Hydra, 30 army supplies moving across the map while you're droning, dropping a Spire, and then it's almost too much going on at the same time, so, yeah.
On low economy too, like, it's like that third was very late to saturating, and so it is weird, right? And yeah, I appreciate it, but it's spreading yourself a little bit too thin, and Astrea is a little bit too good for that, so not gonna work out. That is a game where the first 2 links kill 3 probes, by the way. So like, yeah, I hope that this game is a little bit more of a match, because given the circumstances, I mean, you would think that Eric, you know, stands a pretty solid shot at killing Astrea after that. Like 3 probes that early in the game is so wild.
I know, he did a massive amount. I mean, that's not damage you should expect to ever find against Astrea randomly like that, so don't expect to happen a second time. You don't capitalize the first time it happens. I guess that's not good for you, as in the top left. A blue Protoss player from Maturino is Astrea.
Astrea, the virgin goddess of justice, innocence, purity, and precision.
Really?
And on the bottom right-hand side, it is Eric, with a K. As far as I'm concerned, it's Nordic, the name, but he is from Brazil. Or is it Eric with a C that's Nordic and Eric with
No.
a K that's... No. Eric with a K
Eric
is
with a
Nordic,
C
right?
is something we'd have in England, so definitely Nordic.
The classic, yeah.
Very
Okay,
interesting.
well, he's going for his standard 15 hatch. He's going to get it down as well. Astrea again going for the Pylon Scout. Not going to be able to do much about that. Is there the flying elephant on the other side as well, the whale shark, or just on this side?
No, just this side.
Like, can we, like...
It's,
Oh, I see.
I think the reason is because it's a shadow. I'm pretty sure it's like it's
Uh-huh.
actually a unit that's just super high above the map, like further than we can see. And so you can't
Right.
actually get it to land on the other side because the shadow, you can't put the unit like on the map essentially. If that makes sense.
What?
Okay.
I don't know. That doesn't make any sense, actually.
So you know how shadows work, right, cats?
I think so, yeah.
Light shines and it hits something. So
Mm-hmm.
for this shadow to be cast, I think the unit's actually like out in the middle of the map or something because the light shines from like the upper
Oh.
left or so. You know, yeah, you see the
I see.
Overlord's shadow is down to the right of it. So the light always shines from the upper left to the right.
See.
So I think the thing that's flying around is somewhere above us over here. So I don't think you can get it
so that
over
it's that
here.
big.
Yeah, exactly. So
That
I don't
makes
think it
sense,
can
because
happen.
you would have to go
Yeah.
north of where it. I see.
Yeah.
I see. So you would have to like add another map worth
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
top of this map in order to have a unit there so that it can project the shadow
Exactly.
and be
Now,
true. I
I-
now understand.
that could be completely wrong. It could be just completely made up, but that's how it makes sense to me.
Brilliant speculation. Yeah, that's. I mean, one of the smartest speculations I've ever heard. That's brilliant.
I mean, if
love
that's
it.
not the reason, then you know, basically the map maker is
It
really
should be,
bottom.
then it
Is
should- no, then
really
no.
about the bottom right owner, you know.
I guess so. Yeah. Wow. I don't know how you put that together. You've never surely thought about this before,
No, on the spot.
have you?
I-
Wow.
Clearly on the spot, Kat.
Wow. That's incredible.
I don't think I've ever tried to explain it to anyone, at least. So, as you can probably tell by my initial attempt.
Yeah. The initial attempt was poor to say the least, but I mean, it was in your head, which is the impressive part, right? 2 queens crossing the map, so probably a drone to follow to drop a hatchery. Nothing else really makes sense.
You know, the real
we can
question here is why is the light source always in the top left of the StarCraft map, man? You know,
It always is. I hadn't realized that either.
I think so. I don't think I've ever seen the shadow on the other side of units.
Oh, interesting.
Very
Yeah,
interesting.
I'd never noticed that.
I
That's
guess
awesome.
all StarCraft games
Yeah.
happen at the same time of day.
Yeah. Wait, is this queens without creep? Is it just like
Yeah,
just
these queens are just here to
without
do some damage, man. Like, apparently that's what we do
Okay.
right now.
I guess if there is a void ray, then you have a little bit of a timing where your 2 queens do win. So this is pretty good, actually.
I'm pretty sure Astrea just dies. He's building 5
he's
gates,
dead.
but he's going to lose
What
power
the
to these
hell?
gates already before he warps in as well. So he currently has 1 Stalker against... These are also just slow Zerglings, by the way. Not really the scariest beasts in the world, but Eric's just going to walk in the natural up into the main base, and Astrea has nothing. Okay, he's warping in a 2nd Stalker right now.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously we missed this. He's gonna pile himself as well. Why not? Beautiful morph onto the Ravager there to prevent the probes from taking the Roach down. And Eric is gonna equalize the series with an insane all-in, actually.
Brilliant build. So
Brilliant
brilliant,
build.
we were discussing light sources.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful. All right.
Oh well.
Well, you know what, Cats?
I
That's what
like it.
happens when they give us a silly first game. We get a bit silly for game 2, and then, you know, Eric gets all serious real quick. It's not on us. That's Eric's fault.
The explanation was worth it, at least for me. Yeah. You know, the replays will be released, guys. But
Look,
the
look, we
insights
did
for
watch
nature
the
will
queens
never be
walking across
replicated.
the map. We did see
That
that.
is true.
I
yeah.
mean, if you don't build link speed and you just build roaches, I'm pretty sure you could pretty much figure out what was going on there. So I feel like you guys can replicate that build.
Yeah. Skip speed, make Roach Warren, work your
Oh.
first 2 queens across.
Apparently
You
we
got this.
are on the wrong map, so we're going to jump out of this lobby
Oh.
and jump in another lobby in just a moment. That was kind of wild, man. That was an America's build for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
America's commentary as well.
Apparently
That's so
chat
weird. I
needs
was
to
just too
mention.
fascinated.
Chat's now mentioned that light travels differently in water, and I say to that, I don't think that's how it works in StarCraft. Because unfortunately, these maps, they might pretend to be underwater, but in reality, they just lower their gravity. I know that's going to really spoil it for people, but the maps are not actually underwater, guys. Because otherwise, the Marines wouldn't be able to shoot their guns, you know? So really, all the physics in StarCraft are just messed up.
They really are. They really are.
Yeah. Can we get some realism in our StarCrafts, please? Yeah.
That would be good. Yeah, indeed.
Alright, it's been a day, guys. We're having some fun. We got a best of 3 in a map left, so it's gonna be a straight era game 3 coming at you, as that was a wild build. And does Eric have something similarly wild ready for Hecate as we go into one final map?
We'll find out shortly.
Heck yeah, we are.
And we are in Hecate now, on the bottom left-hand side of the map, spawning for the cranky ducklings. The wild man taking a drone right away off the mineral line, so it's some sort of weird shenanigans proxy. It's Eric!
With a K.
With a K.
And then top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player from Maturino is Astrea with an A.
Astrea with an A.
Doesn't have a silent anything in front of it, just Astrea.
Indeed. Where will the hatchery be, Bardicho?
Right here.
Okay. Good bet.
It's usually a good
There
bet.
it goes.
1, where the drone rallies, 2, and B, where the drone stops. I mean, I'd like to pretend this is my intense level of
click
stuff.
10 times.
Yeah. I'd like to pretend this is my real StarCraft knowledge and research coming into this one, but I just feel like, you really set me up to give the good answer there, Kurt. Thanks for asking the good questions.
I like it. Anytime. Astrea's gonna scout inside of Eric's main now, and after seeing that, hey, you didn't do your 15 hatchery shenanigans on the low ground, then he's gotta smell that something's up. And Astrea has scouted every game as well, so he shouldn't be caught off guard by the potential, at least, of a proxy. It's really nothing else that it could be at this point. If it was a map with a viable gold, I'm sure that's where he would be scouting. But Hecate has only a terrible gold, so.
Terrible gold. What's that?
Yeah, look at it. What is that?
What's that? It couldn't even be a full gold base, man. Like,
it could have easily been a full gold base. Like, there's a high ground behind it, like it's super far away. I really don't know why it's not a full gold base. It's just like, hey, don't take this. Okay.
Because cats, people are scared of full gold bases.
Yeah. 2 drones here. Gonna start making some spines. Probably gonna need an extra drone or so for spores, as Stargate and the Void Ray are very likely consequences of this type of build. But the Salot actually finds the spines. He saw the drones moving there, so cancels one of them. That's already a pretty decent start for Astrea. However, the 2 links are gonna get inside, try to kill a probe. Second Salot is out. Cannons are gonna be made here on the side of Astrea as well. I'm not sure how much I like cannons here, to be honest. I kind of like Eric's position, believe it or not, because the spines are going to kill the wall for free, right? And Astrea knows that there's spines coming. So if this was some sort of all-in with links or banes or something like that, sure, go for cannons. But against the spines, I mean, the cannons are really just not going to do that much. Like, the wall is always going to be a liability.
Yeah, the Adept also doesn't really help too much, right? Like, a little bit of damage on lanes, but doesn't really do anything to spines. Cannon gets a few shots off, and now we're going to have Cannon versus Spine Crawler action. As we can go head-to-head right here.
Spine takes this.
With the battery?
Oh, with the battery? Yeah, gotta reposition and just kill the wall.
Kill the wall.
You gotta reposition to kill the wall, though, my boy. I guess you can get the Cybercore and the Forge with this. So that's good enough for now. A lot of cannons on the side of Astrea. He does have a probe on the other side, or is it actually an Adept shading into Eric's mineral line as well? So that is very nice for Astrea. Only 4 circlings here, no Queen. A lot of investment on the other side of the map for Eric. So this Adept is doing pretty decently here. On the other side, the Spines are starting to hack away at the wall off. And I mean, this is still pretty hectic and dangerous for both players, as Astrea now sets up for a proxy gateway on counterattack.
Warp gate will finish. That's a big deal. Cybercore will go down, so we can only really warp in Zealots, but better than not being able to warp in anything at all. So yeah, actually getting that warp gate up is a big deal, and was just so close. The Lings, if they commit a bit sooner, might have had it. As the Forge will go down, and we will continue to chip. We're going to take a step over towards the gateway here. And of course, more gates building in the main base, as Eric just has a lot of Lings. No gas, no Ling speed on the way. He's just going to slow flood into this base at some point.
Yeah, and he seems to be aware that Astrea didn't go for a Stargate. I'm not sure how. I'm not like I don't think the order saw it whatsoever, but it's good enough. Like these 2 queens would get destroyed by just a Void Ray with a shield battery, right? So it's lucky that he hasn't had the need to make any basically any spores or extra queens or anything like that on this side of the map. On the other side, the first warping of a couple of Zealots for Astrea is coming up. Here come the Lynx. That is a lot of cannons, though. I don't see that working personally. But Eric thinks that it might.
I'm going to go ahead and say this probably ain't good. The force fields were very good.
Yeah.
As all of that took down a cannon.
Yep.
And 2 Adepts are in the main mineral line.
GG.
That is going to be GG. That is going to do it. Just like that.
That is going to do it. Yeah, I actually really liked the opening for Eric, because if you just commit to the 2 spines and you just take down the wall, and instead of those lings, you just make drones and try to expand, I feel like you're in a pretty good spot right there, because Astrea committed so much to defense that's not going to aid him anywhere else, right? So I think Eric had an opening there, but perhaps it's just the build that he practiced, and perhaps Astrea was already reading into it because he's played against it or expected it to some degree, and shuts it down nicely.
All right, beautiful stuff, guys. That is going to be GG's, and we've got 1 matchup left. That was a series. It was kind of a wild game 2. Obviously, game 3 is pretty fun. Game 1, we didn't really know what was going on. That was some real Americas. You know, these guys put the America in the Americas regionals. So, thank you, Astrea. Thank you, Eric. Astrea, 1 match from playoffs. He'll be playing again in a few days' time. Eric will be playing for his tournament life the next time we see him. As for now, we have 1 matchup left on the day. I know, don't be too sad, guys. All good things must come to an end. But before that, we have Future taking on Eggs and a little bit of TVZ. So we'll be right back. 1 last ad break to sit through. And then you can have 1 last matchup of StarCraft in the ESL Regionals.
Hells yeah.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are going to get ready to go into one last matchup here today. Just about getting ready to hop on into it. So we'll head into this and get this all up and running. And yeah, hope you guys are having a good time. Hope you guys have enjoyed the Cardi Zcast. As Eggs and Future are spamming emotes at each other. Cats is joining in. Everyone's ready for a good time right here.
The classic. Yep. So Eggs, perhaps the only Colombian player to ever make it into the North American pro scene. And yeah, Colombia's beautiful, so good for him, good for the Colombian people. And Future, of course, he's been around for a little while. Not too long ago, he went to Korea and did pretty well there. Like he actually took Hero to a game 3 in one of the Korean. I want to say one of the EPT Korea, and he was actually damn close to winning too. So he definitely leveled up, but I don't know that he's still in that Korea form. So we'll find out soon.
Yeah, I think this is a very fun series. Two players I don't get to see all that often. I've seen Future a little bit more recently with him having been in Korea and playing and just kind of like, he's been a bit more active in tournaments because of that. You go and practice, you play more events, so a bit more familiar with him. Kind of happy to see him kind of up at 1-1, and we'll see how he does as he's in the top left from Match Reno. It is, in fact, plain and simple, Future.
And for Platinum Heroes, his opponent in the bottom right-hand side, the Colombian Eggs.
Yeah, fun matches then so far, because Eggs took a map off Cham. That was a CVC that honestly made no sense at all. I was casting that with Loco, and like Eggs sent drones to his third to make it look like he droned, and then droned, and it was like yeah, it was a series. The one of the games he won because he lost the game, but then he built 4 spores in his opponent's natural, and they didn't die. The mutas couldn't kill them. So it was a wild series.
Oh my.
He lost out there, but then apparently he bounced back against M Cannon. He obviously took a map of Scarlett, so to take down M Cannon when he's looking good enough like that, that's cool. And then Future's here, who 2-1'd Nina in a very excellent series. That was a great one. And then he took a map of Scarlett himself, so really excited to see the form of these two. Eggs has been a bit wild and crazy on my side. Future is definitely looking good. Taking a map of Scarlett, I think, is a statement, so excited to see which thing gets to improve
in this matchup,
Yeah, especially in TVC.
Yeah, Scarlett 2-0'd Maru pretty recently in the GSL, so yeah, I think CVT is her best matchup. So yeah, to take a game off of her is awesome. And Future was actually living with Scarlett while in Korea, right? So probably knew a thing or two, but yet still, he is definitely a little bit of a beast.
Nope. Absolutely, as we do have our CV scouting down here. Reaper on the way up. So we actually have a pool first here, so a few lings of Eggs are going to go traversing across the map to begin with. So they're just going to get straight across the other side. This handful making their way over and trying to see what it is they can get up to in full here in these first few moments.
Yeah, luckily for Eggs as well, Future is looking for those links, but not in the right path. So had he kept going a little bit further forward, it would have been great. As it stands, this SCV is going to fall. The Marine is also very likely to fall. The CC very unlikely to fall, given that there is a Reaper, so it would have to be some heavy mismanagement on the side of Eggs. But another SCV also under peril here, so a nice job turning away from the main as well, and from the potential building of that CC. Now he can re-engage as he knows that the SCV is safe. And a bunker even for safety's sake on the side of Future, which is, well intentioned, as Eggs is planning something behind this, and it is Roachling.
Yep, Roachling all in coming up, so good call from Future. Sometimes these pool first openings are simply there to try and stop you from scouting the roaches. Confirms it right now as he sees a roach as well. It's even better, because now you know this bunker isn't wasted. And now you can begin to really make sure you get the units inside of it. Maybe a couple SCVs low ground ready to repair that bunker as well. There's a lot of lings with this. So keep that in mind. That kind of changes a little bit of how you defend. The Barrack starts to build a reactor. You have one Hellion out. I almost feel like I'd just like to see more Marines pumping out, just like Marine after Marine. This attack, you've already seen a road cross the map. It's going to happen sooner rather than later. I feel like the reactor is just going to take too long to really kick in to be worth it.
I completely agree. Yeah, and he seemed to be gearing up for that, but I guess he was just happy filling up his bunker and now wants some sort of transition. So he must be overly confident here, but I'm not sure if that is the right thing to be. Now the bunker gets surrounded. There is a bile available, I believe, from the Ravager if he hasn't used it yet. It doesn't choose to use it, at least for now, and the bunker does fall. I mean, Future in a little bit of trouble that he shouldn't have found himself in. The Cyclone also not the best at dealing with Ravagers, especially at the close range that he's at. But the SCVs are doing a great job of repairing and buying him some time. What's the next unit that he's looking for? The Medevac's not going to do too much for him. The Marines now pop up, just a couple additional SCVs, but with the Cyclone falling, this looks really, really good for the Colombian.
Yep, straight in. These Lings have speed, so once they get in, look at them swarming. SCVs are going to get pulled off the mineral line. More Lings need to get off those depots and just continue through. The Cyclone gets caught by Lings at the front. That's a GG. If we've ever seen one, and we've seen a few today.
Oh, yeah.
And that is going to be Eggs taking the 1-0 lead. No messing about here. It's going to be up 1-0 real quick.
Indeed. And, yeah, when you say Colombia, when I say Colombia, what musical artist comes to mind for you, Wardy?
When you say Colombia? I don't know, actually.
Yeah. Really? Type it in chat. Everyone knows it.
Shakira?
Oh, else, yeah, you got it. What? That's wild.
Yeah.
Nice.
I knew, really. How can you not like Shakira?
How can you not like Shakira? Love her, even.
Love it. If we could play Shakira on the stream right now, just whack it on. But there's rules about that, apparently, so...
Really? That's
yeah,
wild. I guess it's the... What is it called?
What, copyright, DMCA?
The rules against copyright.
Yeah,
Hate them.
Yeah.
Who does that? Yeah, it's like... It feels like...
You would have thought
Shakira
Shakira would be cool enough just to let us play our music, right? Like...
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, there should be artists that can make statements. I mean, I'm sure Shakira wouldn't be opposed to us playing her music is the thing, you know? But there's some record label that's...
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like this is a much deeper conversation than it appears on the surface, right? So...
Yeah, record labels are an outdated process, I think. They should go away. Like, you know, like when there was like distribution and stuff like that was really important, then sure. But now just let us have Shakira, man. What's the problem here?
What's the problem? Yeah, maybe we can just talk to Shakira and get a live performance. Has anyone tried DMing her?
Cool.
If enough Twitch chatters summon her, surely she'll show up.
I have actually tried DMing Shakira on Instagram.
Good to know.
She's the goat. What can you do? Yeah, when you asked, I was like, oh my god, do I say it? Yeah. Shakira and Will Smith. I told Will Smith good snap. Oh my. I don't know why I shared them.
That's okay, guys. We can go back to this. We can go back to the StarCraft. No one listens between the games,
right.
anyways, right? Like
that is true.
No one pays attention to you in those performances. In the top right, our red Terran player got the scout, got the bunker up, didn't actually defend it. It is Future.
And the bottom left-hand side, leading the series 1-0 from Colombia, same as Shakira, it is X.
What an enjoy.
Amazing.
Why are we engineering paint blocking a Zerg?
Because he's a god.
He's a god. Doesn't
Dude,
care.
how cool is this? Works out.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like it?
Oh, no, it's
I dig it.
It's cool. Like, it's just different, right? Like, drone comes down, it's like, oh, I can't build here. It's like, oh, well, I guess when I order with my roaches, they're going to spawn close to your base. What a shame.
Yeah, and X doesn't have the money to drop the hatchery right away, which means the SCV will get a further block. The SCV actually wins this fight if he wants to take it, but he won't. He instead will just choose to delay for as long as possible, anticipating that there could be another drone on the way or something like that. Buy time for a potential Reaper or something of the likes. Very cool opening from Future. That's an eBay before Barracks. On the other side, X has already decided to take an extra hatchery. So yeah, I mean, not much of a decision. I guess he just had the money for it. All he had to do was send the drone. So good preemptive from him to realize that Future's SCV was going to block because he wasn't going to get the money. So nice job from him. But I like it for Future. It's chaos. Chaos.
Yeah, no, I mean, it kind of, it is chaos, but then I kind of feel like Eggs loves the chaos, you know? Like, I do not feel as though Eggs is really put off by this. So it almost feels like you're encouraging him to kind of do the crazies, and there's the Rotoron going up. And you have still put the engineering bay down so early that it's going to delay you as well as the Terran, right? So does it make sense, Cats? That's my new question.
Sure, let's say yes. I mean, this is such uncharted territory because, yeah, usually like when I do wonky stuff, it's like you're the aggressor first. So I don't know that either of these players know how to deal with each other right now, right? Like, because you started with an eBay block on the side of Future, now you're going for like what looks like a Roach all-in again on the side of Eggs, compatriot to Shakira, and what can you do if you're Future? Like, I don't know. I have no idea. What would you do?
Not engineered by block, man. Like, I don't know, man. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
it's good, yeah.
he's getting a second rank, then a factory, so he'll have a few more Marines available. Obviously, there's not going to be link speed this time. It's like a different set of roaches. It's almost more like you're just going to morph a couple of ravages and pressure, but then the bunker should shut that down. So maybe this is just going to be okay.
Yeah, you might be right. He's droning behind this, which is just weird. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I did not expect 5 drones behind this. And link speed now. So these are just safety roaches, I guess. Like, a little bit of a misread. He's going to cross the map regardless. And I mean, Future, yeah, like, you think... did he cancel anything? No, right? I thought... No, there was just the orbital command morphing, so...
This is like...
X hoping for... Yeah, going.
Well, I don't really know what I was going to say, honestly, but something along the lines of this is a disaster for Eggs, I think, because... Now you've just built these roaches, they've done absolutely nothing. I don't like how light a pressure it was, because like you know he's going to build a bunker. Like, he engineered bay blocked you, like he's going to be ready. If there was link speed and roaches, like if this was the last game, I actually think I like it a lot, and I think there's good potential again. Because the engineering bay would like delay things. But this is just like, it's just not enough against someone who's already probably expecting it, so... Yeah, I don't love it. And then of course now the second barracks is going to finish stim, we're going to get units up. Future has a very good timing where... The only real benefit Eggs has is that Future still has SCVs pulled to this bunker. He's terrified there's something else coming, which there isn't, and that's the only reason Eggs might get away with this, because otherwise Future would be storming ahead with more units.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was thinking, like, as the attack was happening, is you just did this, so you're trying to sell the all-in again, but it's such an expensive sell. Like, even in the worst-case scenario, which is what we just saw, did it actually pay for itself? And for me, I don't think so, right? So... This was best case scenario for Eggs. I don't think the game is over on the back of how long those SCVs stayed out there. And in that sense, he did sell the mind game. But in the best case scenario, when the strat is not good enough to pay for itself, or it's, you know, it's close to even, then it's probably not a good way to go. Yet again, we have a game in our hands. It's fine.
Cheeky Lair on the way up from Eggs as he gets himself set here. Stimpack is about to finish. Engineering Bay is on the way out. SCVs, Medivacs, Marines all coming through. The Tech Lab building on the factory. I honestly feel as though Futures, he goes in the main base with just the one Medivac initially. I feel like if he just actually collects units and just pushes across the map right now, he'd have a very dead Eggs. But he chose just to go for the single drop. And again, just lack of information, a little bit of fear from Future. Is, I think, definitely affecting his choices right now, so...
Yeah, all of those Marines as well terrified, all in the red right now. They will find an Overlord for their trouble, so that's something. The Queen nearly died, but I like that Future retreated when he did, because one more volley of the Roaches and Queens together, and maybe 3 or 4 of those Marines just fall off the wayside, and, you know, like, maybe you don't even get the Queen or something. But Future is ready for round 2, as he's moving out with an extra 2 Medivacs. A Cyclone and a bunch of Marines. Is this enough?
I like this a lot.
I like it too.
If he just goes right now. 8 Roaches on the way up. If you get there before they're all going together, Ling's going to catch the tank on the wrong side of that wall. Fortunately, he did get the wall up, which is something. Being that's halfway done, these Lings can come back and maybe help defend now as well, as Future's going to move up this ramp. Overlords are dropping. And I feel like all the Roaches are going to be out. I think Eggs actually has a defense here. It's a lot of Marines.
Yeah, here come the Lynx back from their expedition, however, and that's gonna force things back. The Queen survives barely. There's an extra transfuse nearly available as well on the side of X. So he will deflect the aggression here, no problemo. And at the end, when all is said and done, it's 51 workers to 51 workers, but no third inside for Future.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue, right? Because Future is kind of sending this on... It's not fully 2 bases because it's not 5 racks, but 3 racks before third is already fairly aggressive. So he wants to do something. And okay, Eggs is only on like 50 drones, but he's held the first attack. He's on his way to Bane speed. It's not like Future's going to have a massive upgrade timing. Like, he's going to have +1 sooner. Then double Evo's on the way from Eggs. As long as Eggs doesn't take too much damage from this upcoming attack, I feel very good for our Colombians there.
Yeah, hells yeah. Let's see if he can harness the power of Colombia. And let's see if Future can get a good tank position here. I mean, that's as good as it gets pretty much. Hugging a corner and a wall both. Second tank also in good position. And these Banelings, they're already kind of pre-spread by default, so that's really nice for Eggs. If they clamp up, it's going to be easy pickings for the tanks. That Baneling waddling on so close to the Marines that they have to just continue to run away instead of trying to pick it off. And at this point, Future should be able to pick some of them off, but Baneling speed kicks in right at in the nick of time. This link counter aggression is not going to work out at all.
Yeah, those things kind of came in disjointed. Like, it's this corner, like going around it. The tanks are placed well to kind of make it an even longer corner as well, because the tank on the left side kind of makes it like I say, like it extends the corner, if that makes sense. So don't love this here right now. We've got Eggs gonna try and break through again. This time the Lings run through. The reinforcements just about getting in. Ling's gonna run forward, gonna catch a few units. The Banelings need to find themselves a chance to get onto these Marines. They do not get there. The tanks go down, but Future Supply is starting to take a positive turn. Can we just survive long enough here as Eggs? Now +1 is done for Future as well, though. That's going to help him out in these continued fights. Now he's in a corner.
I mean, Future still has enough medevacs. Yeah, oh my god, he's losing all the medevacs. What are you doing? Oh, that was wild. I thought he was doing such a good job of kiting towards the hatchery. I thought if he continued to go south, he could have picked off the hatchery and then gotten out with like 3 medevacs full or something like that. That's how the situation played out in my mind. Instead, he goes in the corner and holds his ground for a little bit too long, trying to do damage, but great focus firing from Eggs onto the low medevacs. Makes it so that Future evacuates with very little in the end and no hatchery kill.
Planes moving across, couple of Marines going down. We are going to be seeing the tanks. Marine's going to be there to push the Zerglings back up to the top. 4th hatchery gets in place from Eggs as well, as those melee upgrades continue through on the evolution chambers. Marines and tanks are going to come pushing around. I do think over time this still gets... I guess Eggs is down a few drones now. I kind of want to say over time it feels like this for Eggs, but Future saturating a 3rd. He's making the steps forward in the game to put himself in a better spot. And moments like that ain't going to help Eggs out at all, losing a bunch of Lings there, running into the units.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, that engagement, it looked like Eggs had overwhelming numbers, turning the corner that was extended by the tank like you were mentioning. But then he didn't. It was a little bit too disjointed, and the Marines did such a good job of holding their ground. And Future also knew when to just stop with the Marines and just attack onto the Banelings, kind of like he's doing now incorrectly. But, like, you know, there was a big enough clump that all the Banelings died in a row, and Eggs lost so much steam. But he's finding a little bit here, so there's that. The tank line for Future is very healthy here. However, Banelings are gonna detonate onto one of the tanks, which is never what you want to see. And at the end of this, Future still with a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, I think this is a massive lead. We just used all the Banelings on a tank, like you mentioned. None of those hit Marines. The army on the other side had so much potential, and yet we just sent it on the wrong things. They just... I think Eggs just lost track of his multitasking, right? Like, he stopped doing, you know, the right things in the right places. He's looking over here, then all of a sudden he was looking, you know, not at the Banes hitting the tank. He needed to control a couple different sets of units at a couple different times, and that's the problem. It's all fallen apart from him, unfortunately. I'm just going to be seeing the Marines, Murdervex joining up. There's a command center setting up as well. And we do have ourselves the Marines and the tanks of Future continuing over back home. As, I mean, at this point, Eggs is really probably just going to have to send it a little bit, so I guess we will see what happens.
Yep, it looks very good for Future. The creep threat's not there for Eggs either. He is now trying to take a 4th base, but it is hopeful to say the least. An infestation pit also going down as well as 2-2, which is matching more or less Future's timing. Future will be only slightly ahead. There is a counter-attack ready on the other side for Eggs, and this will be the trigger as he sees the units of Future on his side of things. The wall will be likely... Oh no, Future left a nice pocket of units here, and they're great target firing onto the Banelings as well towards the tail end, so reinforcements should be able to clean this out. On the other side, however, a lot of the units of Eggs obviously on the side of Future, which means they're not here. And if he doesn't get some miraculous Baneling connections off of those two, which clearly he did not, he is going to be losing this game.
Yep, there's just no way to make this work out. Future gets it done in the end. Scary one at moments. Definitely had a couple of seconds here and there where I felt like Eggs really had a bit of momentum, had a bit of chance, but I mean, Future, I mean, honestly, still the opening from Eggs was so poor that not really surprising me that Future gets there in the end, but Yeah, like, I mean, Egg still made it a game, and we now gotta see a game 3. One last map today, guys. We are gonna see one final game of StarCraft 2. Future Egg is gonna go the distance. See who moves to 2 and 1. Who's gonna drop down to 1 and 2.
And yeah, just to put it in perspective, right? Like the Roach opening that X went for, like it makes sense when you look at the units and you're like, oh, what if you fake it, right? Because last time you were around, you went for the all in, and this time you're just making 3 Roaches. The problem is 3 Roaches are never going to do anything, so it is just the mind game. So the question is, how much are you investing into the mind game? Each Roach is like 100 resources worth. The Roach one is 150. The drone that makes the Roach one is 50. So that's 500 resources that you gotta make up in your opponent defending. And it's not like a Zerg that's gonna make a bunch of units or spines or something like that. It's gonna be bunker, could get refunded, who cares? Right, and pull SCVs off the line for a little bit, and that's all that Terran really can do. So, yeah.
Well, like, the 3 Roach pressure is not, like, even an unknown thing, right? It's just, like, if your opponent's going to engineer and bait block you, if he's going to do that, and then he's already shown his, his willingness to play, like, a very fast bunker in the previous game, then I feel like the chance, like, it's kind of like playing your hand, like, you take a risk, and it's meant to be a calculated risk. Well, I feel like the calculated risk here is a really stupid one, because you're like saying, well, he played defensively last game. He's already playing in such a way where he's going to try and force me to do something weird. So then actually doing something weird like that and like I say, for it to be such a low commitment thing, usually that's fine because you get across, you snipe an SCVO2, they run up to the high ground or whatever, maybe you get a depot, right, with like a Ravager or so. But in this case, like, what are you really going to gain when your opponent is so well prepped for it? Because they're likely going to be so well prepped for, like, that's what really doesn't add up in my head on the opening. And I mean, like you said, it is a big investment. Like, there's a lot that goes on. And, if you drone quickly enough out of it, it's kind of fine. But then when you do nothing, like the Roaches saw the bunker, turned around, went home, really isn't good, especially when it has already then been a weird start as well. Yeah, I think you got to know when to pull the trigger on these things and when not to, and I think that was just one of those times where, sometimes you do it and it just fails, but I feel like this was destined to fail from the start, I suppose, is what I'm really saying. So.
I completely agree. No doubt about that. But final game of the day coming up, everyone. I hope you had a good time. We are Carduzy, so this will be our last cast today.
You back on any time this week, Cats? You coming back later in the week, or you done this week?
I think not this week.
Not this week, next week? We must have another day together, right?
Yeah, we have like 2 more actually.
We have 2 more days together, Cardies.
Yeah.
Oh, we have another solo day together in like week 4. Beautiful.
Oh, baby.
Oh my god, we have 3 more days together, Cats. Where
what? That's wild.
Yeah, we have
awesome.
We have 2 days with other people, but they don't really count. But we have a solo day as well. Man, we're casting a lot. Love it. All right.
Hells yeah.
Well, on the bottom left-hand side for the last map of the day, our blue Zergy is going to be Eggs from the Platinum Heroes.
And Colombia.
And Colombia.
And in the top right-hand side, I guess I was about to say his city just to match him, but I don't know if that's allowed. So he's from the United States of America. Future.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Ooh, big game for these guys, because I feel like Future definitely feels like you can make playoffs. Eggs got quite close last season. Just having 2 chances instead of having to fight for your life next time and then have 1 chance, on the final play day. I think that makes a big difference. So, yeah, big match. Clearly both of them can take each other on, because it was close last game as well. I think Eggs struggles the longer the game goes, most likely, but he still did some very good things right. Like, he hit counterattacks, he caught some units, and Future wasn't exactly the cleanest on some of his fights either, and that's obviously sometimes enough to just make the difference in those scenarios too. So, yeah, a lot to look at. Big game right now in the ESL regionals.
For sure. And it's not like Future is known to be like the, most macro-oriented player out there either. So, it's definitely going to be explosive. And stylistically, I would think that favors the Terran player if both players tend towards aggression. But we'll find out. I mean, X did some crazy stuff. Has been doing. Wild.
Wild. Ovi, just moving across the map. Hatch, Overlord, Reaper, and a command center on the way. Nothing too crazy across the board. Kind of a collective kind of agreement to just kind of move onwards fairly normally here. So, obviously, kind of the most normal game we can have.
Some do that.
2 minutes in, cats. We're not going to have anything crazy happening. That's wild.
That is insane. This map is really... There's a lot of doodads, and there seems to be a lot of experimentation going on as well. Like a lot of aliens trapped in tubes and whatnot. Very interesting.
On this map?
Yeah.
I never really looked at it.
See? Yeah, me neither until now. That's a Salnaga,
That's a Protoss, no?
right? Nah, it's a Salnaga.
What's a Zalnaga? I don't know what StarCraft stuff is.
Oh my god. Are you kidding right now?
Oh,
A Salnaga, well,
Never played the campaign.
I think they're hybrid. I think they're hybrids. I think they're like half Protoss. No, I think they're the either they're the yeah, they're kind of Protossy. Like either
Cats, I could have given this explanation.
Yeah, I don't really know what a Salnaga is either. But I know that's a Salnaga, that's for sure.
Cool.
Oh, drone trapped in the crack. Gets out right in time. On time. 2 spores being forced already, so good damage from the Reaper. So he will try to make an exit towards natural.
And back around. Yeah, now we'll get a little bit of pressure going on. A couple Lings taking damage. We've got our Queen finishing up. Link speed coming through. The Hellions are coming out. Our Starport is about to finish as well, as the couple of Hellions will continue to build. The Liberator is up in production right now. And yeah, off and away we go as this hatchery is about to finish on the low ground. The Queen going to fire up at the Reaper. Reaper just double checking, man. He is so paranoid that something's happening. He is going to get a drone as well. He's going to make it too.
Another
He's
one?
not. He
Almost.
tried. Almost.
Yeah, another sport cancel at least. Additional links being forced, and maybe it's still in the side of vision of future. Now they are for sure after those Hellions are taken down. So yeah, not the worst thing, right? Like gets the scout, and evacuating with the Reaper was going to be impossible. Eggs was using a lot of actions to try to negate that from happening. This Overlord could have actually hidden the pillar, but doesn't manage to readjust fast enough. Gets pushed off instead, and the Marines are able to take it down without vision.
Yep, we just got ourselves the couple of Hellions continue to move out, all of them gathering up together right now and getting sorted out on the center. And that's going to be where the pressure comes from. There's the Roach-ron from Egg, so you'll still play Roaches, but obviously not those super fast Roaches we've seen in the previous games so far.
Yeah, for sure. 440. It's a little bit later for sure. More of a macro version of things, and we'll see if that can work out for him. Because I don't hate Roaches against Future, because he is like a very aggressive, like primarily like bio-centric player, right? So Roaches should be pretty decent if he doesn't have too many tanks. He did add a couple last time around. Good focus firing onto the links, but eventually the Hellions are trapped in a corner. The Liberator's trying to aid him while still sieging on top of some workers. The Queen low enough that the Hellion should be able to finish it off, but the Liberator in turn will die. So will this Hellion, and good cleanup for X.
Yep, good shutdown, good to get rid of these units, and good to just not have to worry about as much harassment continuing to come your way for a little while. These are all pretty big, sizable benefits, so should be pretty happy there across the board. As the Lair, the Extractors, more Lings and a Roach all on the way up, 1-1 upgrades, and the Combat Shield coming out. And yeah, we continue through for the moment. Just wait to see where we go.
No. What? Interesting. Not gonna morph the CC, just gotta go for it. Usually you would do this if you're oversaturated in your other 2 bases, which is not the case for Future, so a little bit surprising that this is the move that he opts for, but maybe just a decision based on like the actions that he has to spare right now, doesn't want to bother with it later, and wants to focus on his attack or his micro or whatever have you. Who is that? That's a ghost.
Just a ghost, not like a Zell ghost or anything?
I don't think so, no. Just a
Just
regular
a
old ghost.
Doesn't have a sniper though, Cats,
Yeah,
you
they
sure?
didn't.
There's his weapons over
Well, they
here.
obviously disarmed him before putting him here. In fact, the sniper is right next. He had multiple snipers and 4 guns.
Interesting.
Yep.
You knew, I thought ghosts could only wield snipers though. Imagine you could just change your weapons on your units. That'd be crazy.
It's floating really weirdly at like this weird pattern. I don't see anything happening to make it so, but
What, the ghost?
yeah.
Maybe he's in like a liquidy. Yeah, I don't know. But
Like
he
he
stopped.
is, yeah,
he just stopped for a second. he's kind of like just bouncing every now and then.
That's wild.
I don't know why.
In the
I've
middle
not
of the
stopped
map.
to look around this map actually. Now you've made me look at it. Now I'm looking at everything.
I've never
Great time.
started to do that for that long. I love it.
Roaches and Ravages in
See,
the
there's
center.
other tubes in the middle of the map. Look
Yeah.
at the middle of the map as well. Like
I
you
saw
see?
these. That I think that's a Zergling. Yeah, I can see a Zergling when I see it.
Baneling. Banning, circling.
Maybe a Hydra?
Nothing in the middle one.
That's a Hydra, right? On the right?
Oh, maybe. Please pause.
Oh, sure. You can pause.
Should we pause? Like, what the hell? Aren't you supposed to pause after saying PP?
I maybe
Like,
he
he's
couldn't-
supposed to pause, right? After.
Yeah. His
Yell
APM
lagging as well.
His APM was 0 for a while, so I feel like he typed
Bit-
PP when
oh,
he
I see.
started lagging. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
1,000 ping. Wow.
Yeah, that's not good. All right, well,
Wild.
thank you to the internet. Let's get back to the tubes.
For some reason, he has 300 as well.
Not good.
Mysterious.
I have
To east, I should have
200.
around 100. Interesting. Let me check my ping really quick.
Yeah. Now I'm interested in everyone's ping.
Ping. How do you check ping? Control.
Control Alt F.
Control. That's right. Control.
Gonna bring us out again because I think we're gonna
145.
resume here.
145. You know what's annoying is when we're paused, I can't follow your camera because you can move your camera around, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I feel like he did lose like multiple units in this drop.
Oh,
though.
he lost a lot. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure. He said, I'm not sure if I lost anything.
Yeah.
No, yeah, he definitely lost a bunch. He said, well, I don't know. Last 8 seconds, probably not just posturing. So, I mean, Shakira would not approve of this. Lie. I'm sure he knows that he killed a good chunk.
Yeah, I feel like these units in the center. I'm not sure how many there was, but like definitely stuff
Yep.
going. But I mean,
A Greach. Oh, man. Yeah, a Greach.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not just about what you lost as well, though. Like, if you're straight up not building units for like 8 seconds, like 8 seconds is a
Yeah.
while. And like he said PP, and we literally sat here for like a few seconds before anything else
Yeah.
happened. I think even if if nothing happened, that's a recover. So
Yeah.
But
I agree.
I'm not the admin. I'm just giving my 2 cents on it. So you can give it a
Yeah.
moment or so. I'm gonna watch it back on the stream. It's been 2 minutes now. Stream delay is gonna show us what's up.
Mm-hmm.
He said PP 724. He lost like he lost like half of his army, and then the game froze at 727. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that should
that's
be
wild.
I think that one should be
For sure. Wait,
Yeah,
how
I mean,
long was it? Was it actually 8 seconds?
well, from when he said PP, it was like from there it was like 3 seconds, but obviously the game stuttered a little bit as well. Maybe it took a while for PP
Yeah.
to come in. Nothing else happened until that point, until like those units died. So I would say, guys, I mean it's only 3 or 4 units, but 3 or 4 units is 3 or 4 units, right? So
It is. Yeah, for sure.
and we're also only 7 minutes in the game. It take like a minute to recover. So.
Yeah, it's taking way longer not to do it. It's taking longer to decide to do it than to
Yeah,
do it, you know?
I should have just shut up and let them play, cats. Shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah. Because it's a pretty easy decision, I feel like, right? Remake, yes.
I just feel like there's I mean the players seem happy to go, but like I just genuinely, yeah, I just don't think Future obviously doesn't know what he's lost, right? Like if this game resumes,
Exactly. Yeah. Future's ready to go because X
Also-
said it's just posturing. So
Also, I'm pretty sure as a player you can't move your camera, right, during the pause.
You're right.
And because of that, he can't actually see that he's fighting in the bottom left. So this is going to resume. I don't think he's going to realize it's drops fight, and he's going to lose the rest of it. I think this is a recovery.
Yeah.
It's really not a big deal. We just recover from 8 seconds ago. We go again. Just
Yep.
be quick and easy.
And yet, here we are. We can recover from replay. Thank you.
Nice.
I would like that. Of course you would. I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah.
Start the train.
Yeah. If we leave first, then I think we're going to set the precedent, cats. They're not going to continue without
Exactly.
us, you know. They won't continue without us. Anyway, so we'll be back in it in a few moments, guys. Obviously, sorry for this. As we will get resumed.
Alrighty. Hybrids are Toss Surgs. Are Selnaga hybrids? I'm not sure. See, I thought the Selnaga made the Protoss or something like that.
What I learned, Cats, from you is that the Zelnaga are kind of like Protoss, but then they're not because they're other things.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they're
basically, it wouldn't have mattered if I played the campaign.
Right.
Yeah. Basically.
That is correct. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've heard before that they're kind of Protoss Zergs, but I also thought that they were kind of like the forefathers or some sort of creator of the Protoss. Because if they're not, then who made them?
I have no idea. Great question.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna get this recovered from officially 8 seconds back. Apparently. So, that'll be 7:19 or so. It was really just posturing up until, yeah, it really was just posturing up until the units in the bottom left engaged. So, I don't think it matters if you go 8-10 seconds. Like, nothing really happened prior to that,
Same.
so... Yeah, and that drop in the bottom left is not gonna fight, I'm pretty sure, so... Yeah. These guys...
Sebastian.
having some fun GLHFing each other as we get resumed. And obviously, just in case you guys don't know, what the game basically does when you recover from a replay is it literally plays through the replay, but with like a screen so no one can see anything. So you have to basically wait for the replay to play through to the point we're at, and then we can resume. So we'll just be about, say, 8-minute game. Takes about a minute because the game can reload it 8 times. So,
Love it.
love
So
it.
we'll be there in just a second.
Yep.
Or I guess in whatever you said, like a couple
Yeah,
minutes.
so it's literally, like, right now the game is literally replaying at 8 times speed. Like, that's the fastest it can replay it, so...
Oh, we're already recovering. That's cool. Okay.
Yeah. So
I see. It's like a private process.
I'll show the people. So this is the screen.
Okay.
It says recovering. It's literally playing the replay with this screen in front of it. And then, when we get back, we'll be
And
at
then?
whatever point the admin set it to resume at. And we just go.
And that will happen in 3,
2.
2. Okay, I mistimed.
The countdown you can count down anything from 3 counts. It just depends how long you leave between the numbers.
Exactly. I never said seconds.
Yeah, okay.
Confirm server is hosted in Brazil.
That's a
What
classic.
the hell, man? He's fine with it. Who hosted in Brazil?
That is a classic.
Oh
yeah.
my god, what is going on here? Are we leaving?
Probably. All right. Well, you guys now know how it works.
Oh my god.
So all good. All good. I think when you rehost the replay, you have to do it on... It rehosts based on your preferred game server. Not on.
Well, in the meanwhile, we can check the chat to see if there's anything going on there. Something super hard to code, apparently someone said. The technology.
We literally have the technology.
We do. We've had it for a while.
Yeah.
Can you give
A
Kat
long
some of your camera-ready makeup tips? What is that about? Camera-ready makeup tips.
I don't even
You have
know.
a Selnaga on the wall behind you. Kerrigan becomes one. Really?
Kerrigan becomes... Okay. This story is terrible. This is why we don't play the campaign, guys. What are we on?
Yeah.
Selnaga becomes a floaty thing in the middle of the map? I don't think so.
Selnaga created both Protoss and Zerg. Oh, okay.
Alright. Well, we are gonna do this whole thing again, guys. We can get resumed. We're in a pretty standard game when we do get back into it. Nothing really too much it really happened. But yeah, we're just pretty much gonna get back into standard game about 7 minutes 30 seconds in and get this one back up and running. We just got to do that whole recovery thing again, so give it a moment. 4 minutes.
Yes, indeed. Or a minute.
Oh,
It's loading rather quickly now. Oh, never mind. It's loading into the loading screen.
Yeah, it loads as though it loads into a game, and then yeah, fun, right?
Yeah. Tease, yeah.
Nice.
Very nice. Towards the tail end of the day as well.
It's always good when the
Cats,
last game of the day is just like, you know what, tech issue.
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
Why
Just
not?
throw it in there.
Why not? Whack it in. To be fair, we're still
Whack
right
it
on.
in there.
If they end in the next 3 minutes, Cats, we're still on schedule. So you know. No pressure to the guys, but as we recover it up. Any moment.
Any moment.
Very soon. Right about now. Do the countdown now, cats. Go.
3, 2, 1. Let's go. We are in the game. The game is paused, but we are ready to go. I nailed the countdown as per usual. East, Naisla, yes, ready. No units have been lost here for future. He's just clearing some creep. Not sure if he can scroll around, but here we are. We're good to go.
We are good to go. It is, of course, 1-1 right here in this series. We're back at it. Creep spread's going to start going down. And, oh, look. He disengaged. So this was the difference of 1 unit versus like 6 units. So that was basically what this whole last 10 minutes was for. And his macro is better as well.
But it can make a big difference for sure. His macro was better also.
Yeah, he was floating like 500 minerals and stuff. So big difference. Actually is.
Yeah. Spends all of his bank right now. Supply's still fairly close. X trying to go for a little bit of a flank here. A little bit of counter aggression setup. Future seemed like he might have sniffed something, but really he's setting up for his own aggression as he's just going to drop past the rocks. I thought he might try to go into the main with this. Instead, he's just looking for some outskirts of the creep.
What if he got into this Overlord farm as a
that would be
Terran dream? But so we have to be a little bit AFK to let that happen, of course. So that's not going to be the case. Since the Roaches and the Lings come through, the Marine's going to lift back into those medevacs, and we're going to escape up the left-hand side.
Yeah, everyone seems to be having good ping now at this point. 10 more workers on the side of Eggs. Additional upgrades now getting started for future, so Eggs is going to want to trail close behind him if he can. Only 1 bile available, only 1 Ravager here. He's not using it for now. Additional Ravagers show up. But that means the entire army is here. However, not a long path towards the main, which means Future is just going to have to evacuate. This base, however, very exposed. I don't think he was looking for it, but he will sure find it.
Yeah, that's actually a great catch. He's going to kill off the 3rd base, and now he's on top of the 4th as well, Cats. He's got an Overlord farm here he could kill for a little while. He's actually just going to go for the hatchery. If he knocks him down to 2 bases, that's obviously terrible. He will lose some Marines. He gets it.
So close.
Yeah, now he's in the main base.
I'm not sure that was going to be... Yeah, but I think at this point you just retreat. You did enough damage. You know, all you got to do is survive, in my opinion. And X does have an army lead, which he should have, because you just spend a lot of army if you're Future trying to kill your opponent. So Future, it's all about, like, I'm surprised that there's no bunkers coming up or anything like that, but there is enough tanks and eggs. I'm surprised that there's not a counter attack going up, but instead, hey, focus onto the hive that is nearly completed now. So likely some sort of transition into, I guess, what can you afford? Vipers at this point.
Okay, it's kind of weird, right? Because, like, I agree. You kill a bunch of units, you lose 2 bases. Usually you would just say at least look to go across the map. But then I don't hate that he didn't, because I don't think there's any world he convinces himself to actually fight into that depot line in the tanks. So it is one of those things where I feel like you should. In this case, it was fine that he didn't, but like generally, you should definitely look for the opportunity there. So no mistake, not going to really affect the stat.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean you're only giving away chances by not checking in. The Terran just lost lots, unless he really terrified another drop is already setting up. Now Future just marching down the map, man, and obviously you've not had production off of 2 hatcheries for a little while, so, and even right now if you trade big, this is going to mean that you're not going to have production off those hatcheries still, so yeah, this is a pretty big deal. A lot of tanks. If Future can just leapfrog those forward, that'd be great. Meanwhile, there is a counterattack of Roaches across the other side, but we've got SCVs, tank. If he loses the depot, we'll have some units to help there as well, and I think that's honestly going okay enough for Future. I mean, he loses a lot of SCVs. He's honestly just, he's only not cleaning it up because his units are stuck behind the tank.
Yeah, exactly. Finally, he does clean it up. On the other side, the tanks are really, really oppressive. To go down that ramp, it is very, very difficult. However, there's links, and the Marines died by the looks of it, so they should have probably just been standing behind the tanks, if I'm quite honest, until reinforcements arrive, because otherwise this can happen where links just clear them all out. Great job from X, actually like taking the window that he had before the army that he knew was coming from Future side of the map reaches his. However, he also morphs a few banelings inside of Future, which means Future is going to be able to pick those off easily. Here's the first Viper, but with no energy. It's not going to have too much to contribute. A lot of energy by contrast on those queens, but the Baneling Nest, don't ask me why it's there, but it no longer is worth it, chill.
I know, it is gone, and well, Future, you can see his supply looking good. Now 2-2, about to be +2 carapace, I guess, from Eggs. Good lift up from Future against some Banelings on the top side of this fight. Yeah. This is too much Terran, reinforcing too quickly. This is the effect of losing 2 hatcheries. because you just don't have a way to keep on producing consistently just leading up to this. You don't have like lava bank. Those injects eventually catch up to you, and that is going to be GG's. Future gets it done, and is going to go to 2-1 in the series and obviously in the tournament as well in general. So congratulations to him. He finishes off the day with a bang.
Yeah, very well done by him. And yeah, I think if we replayed from the state that it was in, maybe it's a different outcome. Who knows? Like a few units can really make a huge difference in StarCraft. So I'm glad we did that. And yeah, we did it. Where did you? It was a really fun day.
Yeah, it's one of those things where actually, like, if he loses like 6 units, and maybe he loses a couple more than what he lost because his screen, we saw like his screen was like in the natural expansion. So then it's going to take him a moment to realize that's happening. Then you've lost a full drop. He basically won the game of these back-to-back drops, right? So then you're like a medevac of units down, and maybe you don't get 2 hatcheries, and the game obviously goes from there. So yeah, I think for the ease of rehosting, it really is just easy to rehost in those scenarios. It was only really long because we took a while to decide it, and then we had a slight server issue. So not an issue though. Obviously we've had a fun day, cats. Let's put that schedule up and just show everyone what we've had today. 10 best of 3s have happened. Rainor, Serral, MaxPax, and Clem launched themselves into the playoffs in Europe. Showtime and Bly improved to 2-1 in Europe as well. And the Americas, Scarlett and Special enter the playoffs. Astrea and Future go to 2-1 with 2-1 wins over Latin American Zergs.
Beautiful.
What was your favorite, Cats? What was your highlight?
Oh my god, I was about to ask that. The easiest question that you can ask? I wasn't quick enough. Now I have to think. See, like, it's so much easier to ask the question than to think. I'm gonna. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna steal your pick. I'm gonna say Rainor Spirit. What was your favorite? Where did you?
Yeah, okay. If you said Rainor Spirit, maybe Astrea, Eric, man. That was kind of crazy. That was kind of silly.
It was.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
All Bly Spats. Bly Spats is also kind of crazy.
That was cool.
They were fun.
Yeah,
I think
Rainor. There was a lot of good games.
I think Rainor Spirit was like the best series. I think, especially like quality-wise, like it was like good, proper StarCraft. Bly Spats was wild. Astrea Eric had some sillies. Like. They had a good mix of games today, from maybe like the most serious to like some of the most fun while competitive. And then, like you said, just a very good day of StarCraft 2, man.
Very enjoyable.
Yeah, so that is it for us today. There is going to be more tomorrow in about, I want to say, 13 hours and 15 minutes time. We'll be back right here. It'll be me with Demu. So me and Ben are going to bring you guys, I think, 11 best of 3s tomorrow, which will also include the Asia region. So we have 4 best of 3s in Asia, 4 in Europe, or 5 in Europe, I think, and then 3 in, then 2 in America. So I believe that's tomorrow's action coming up. Maybe it is 3 in America. 4, 5, no, 4, 5, 2. That makes 11, yes. So that's coming up tomorrow. You'll learn to do math with us as well, apparently. Thank you so much to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop for allowing us to be here casting some StarCraft for the rest of this week. And yeah, make sure you drop by tomorrow. Any final words, cats? Anything to send us off on? Any words of inspiration?
No words of inspiration today, Wardicho. I really enjoyed this, and I look forward to our next cast. Cardi Z is on fire.
Cardi Z is on fire. We'll be bringing the Cardi Z outros back as well next time, I'm sure. So.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
We could
Not
do
today.
That,
We can't do that the
just
first time we
rewatch
cast
it,
together. We're just, yeah. All right, guys. You guys have a great day. We'll be back tomorrow, like I say, 13 hours time. So don't, wait too long before getting to sleep. Make sure you wake up bright and early if that is early for you. I'll see you there. Peace out. You guys have a good day. We'll see you next time.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.